Where am I? How long has it been? I feel like I've been asleep for a while. Ugh. Hello, 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 everybody. It is a wonderful Thursday afternoon. It's been a few weeks, hasn't it? Hello, Mont Blanc, Sequoir, Cyborg, Shadow, Shinobi, Amnesia, Obake, Score, and Sanity. Drainar, Suya. And I think that covers it. I think that's everyone. Oh, Sierra, I think. Yeah. And Lauren, hello. Was I climbing a ladder? No. No, but I did lose my way for a bit, didn't I? Fritter, where you at?
I'm back. Did you miss me?
We all miss you, always, bud. Always. So, I have a lot to share. And, I've kind of got off the deep end. I've been lost amidst the hedge. Wandering between worlds, I suppose. But I come back. Come back with a story to tell. For context, we were playing a game in Fabula Ultima called The Last Frontier with my friend Vivian, Spooky, and Bear, who we're playing. Vivian was the DM. As well as Ghosty. We were playing our own characters. I was playing Marlowe, as y'all remember. Bear was playing Riot, the big Kamen Rider inspired like Freako. We had Spooky playing Sprocket, a Astro Boy inspired robot with a girl's memories. And Ghosty, who was an animatronic, former, like, Vocaloid-style pop idol. That game has been put on hiatus right now due to some move plans that our GM is going through, as well as some issues with the combat. But in the meantime, Bear, who plays Riot, offered to run a World of Darkness game. Bear ran us, I'd never played World of Darkness before. It's a horror-themed tabletop setting, and it's one that my friend Lulzy Robot would love to talk about at length, since that is the game that she primarily has been playing in for most of the time I've known her. I see her drawing characters from that setting all the time that she's made. Hello, Kayla. Welcome on in. Where the fuck is this folder? There we go. World of Darkness is very fun. Social systems are cool. Yes. So, so we set up a character, we set up the setting, and we played, and in the course of setting that up, I was given a glimpse of my new favorite thing that has been dominating my thoughts and my life ever since. Bear gave me a peek at Changeling the Lost. And Lulzy predicting me before I even got into it by telling me that, oh, you'd probably love this stuff. And sending me the PDF for it, which I didn't read right away. But you'll see how the depths of my own madness shortly. Suffice to say, Bear has another game that kind of fell through and is was in the wings for a while, called Underpainted Hills, which was a proper campaign set using the Changeling mechanics. Correct? Right? So, the more I learned about that setting, the more I learned about the gentry specifically that they created for that game, the more I lost my mind a bit. So, for context, I would like to actually explain to folks a little bit what this stuff is about. Let me see if I can find an appropriate song. I don't have a lot of instrumental stuff just readily available here, but we could find something. Hollow Knight might work. Hollow Knight's got some good, like, ambient tracks that I think could serve our purpose. And Silksong as well. Let's see. Silksong might work better. That'll do. It was nice seeing and hearing how passionate you were about it during the meetup. Yeah. All right, everyone. I'm going to start by reading small portions of the introduction, because how many of you are actually familiar with Changeling the Lost? I figure it's a relatively popular thing, but most people only think of Vampire the Masquerade when folks talk about World of Darkness and Chronicles of Darkness as a system. Very familiar with it? Well then, allow me to do my presentation anyway. It's my show, and I get to do what I want. Let me move this over as well. There was always something you were missing. Something everybody got that you didn't. Some metaphorical party to which everyone was invited, but you. Someone offered you a glimpse of it. Of that thing that would make you whole. So, you followed them. But you were deceived. The wider world you had just a glimpse of was only a sliver of a vast landscape of madness and horror. For a while you kept going. Yes. But eventually, you had to get out. So, you did. You braved pain and isolation, and you changed your life again. You ran back over the line, rushing towards the place you came from, the memory of all that was good in it lighting your way. And now you're back. Turns out your life kept going on without you. In your absence, the familiar became strange. You're out of place again. But you won't take it this time. You will make your place and you will defend it when your deceiver comes knocking. And if something is still missing, and there always seems to be, you will find it, and you will make it part of you. There will be dragons, and there will be sirens, and there will be all the armies of the otherworld sent to bring you back. But you will slay them, and you will shun them, and you will stand on the battlements of your fortress as they break against your walls of thorn and iron. You will be free. And none of that was a metaphor. You know the stories. The hero leaves his village on a terrifying journey, or the waif finds her way through the cold, dark woods. In the end, they kill the giant or shove the witch in an oven. But what happens next? That's their introduction. It's powerful shit. I have always been dancing around the periphery of, fae and folklore. It's always something I've been aware of on a surface level and found interesting, but I never really looked deeper into it. This has fully gotten me tumbling head over heels, end over end, straight in. Guys, which species of toxic mold should I put in my ham sandwich? You could probably consult Wikipedia for that. It's not really a source of information here, you know. Pick one. Pick your favorite if it's a cool color. So. There's a lot to cover, and I'm probably not going to cover everything. I kind of just want to get to my boy. But let's get to the setting real quick. Changeling the Lost is set in the Chronicles of Darkness, which portray a world like ours, but alive with supernatural wonder and terror. For millennia, the enigmatic gentry, or true fae, have abducted humans from this world and taken them to Arcadia, a fairyland where the gentry's will shapes reality. The abductees are changed into fairy creatures to play particular roles in the true fae's fantasies. These roles are seemings, which correspond to fairy tale character archetypes like the big bad wolf, Beast, the Ice Queen, the fairest, Miracle Worker, Wizened, and so on. Changelings turn the forms and powers forced on them against their fae keepers and escape from Arcadia. On the way back, each changeling had to cross the Hedge, a surreal land that separates our everyday world from Arcadia. Finally arriving back in the realm of humanity, most changelings resolve to reclaim their lives, or build new ones. They're lost, and it's time to find themselves. That's where our story begins. This setting in particular has tapped into my interest, right? There's a lot of wide variety of fae, like cultural stuff and like folklore-y stuff about fae, but it's this one that it's just like it tapped into so many elements of things that I like in my storytelling and fiction, like almost all of them. It was like I was shocked how deeply enthralled this got me. So, I will explain some concepts here real quick using the book, because it will actually kind of help things a little. And then we will get into my new character who I love. Let's start with the True Fae, I think. Need to go back to the top and find our entry. You don't want true loyalist? There we go. So, gentry, true fae, the others. Yeah, here we go. 100 aliases describe them. Gentry, good cousins, kindly ones, fair folk, and more. These are lies. Frightened women and men tell, hoping to appease the vanity of capricious gods. Such false names obscure true ones that no one dares speak, lest careless and impertinent utterance draw their attention from across the thorns. The lost use the word fae to describe anything that comes from the hedge or beyond it, hobgoblins, tokens, even themselves. But the true fae are those noble, mercurial, unknowable beings that stride larger than life across Arcadia and rule its lands with the divine right of conquerors. Most changelings see keeper as synonymous with gentry, but in truth, fairy is home to countless others who have no interest in humanity. They wage glorious wars over heart-bound trophies, pitting goblin hordes against one another until blood stains the sky. I'm playing music. This is my party. You don't hear it? Well, too bad. It's my party. You dare question me and my methods? Bet you hear it now. You'll realize me turning it up that loud means I can't hear myself think anymore, right? Here, listen. Can't have both. Is that better? Interrupt story time again and I'll throw you down the stairs. I'm just kidding. Welcome on in. The nerve. Well, I'm going to restart. Let's start the whole thing from the beginning. Just kidding. Most changelings see keeper as synonymous with gentry, but in truth, fairy is home to countless others who have no interest in humanity. They wage glorious wars over heart-bound trophies, pitting goblin hordes against one another until blood stains the sky. They plumb the ragged edges and dusty corners of their realm, seeking new voids to fill with their boundless selves. Fey explorers prowling the cold, empty wasteland beyond the borders of their Arcadia were the first to discover the huntsmen in their barrows there, but grew bored with these new playthings until their brethren found a way to put them to better use. A changeling desperate enough to escape her keeper could reach out to its rival, who keeps no human prisoners, for a hint to its weakness, though she may decide the price isn't worth paying after all. A true Fae is not a person, but a name wrapped in a tapestry of vows and deals. Deep in the mists of forgotten time, the Fae bargained with Arcadia itself, declaring that they would exist, that they would own the land entire and claim it as a vessel for their word. Dreams and facets in exchange for a web of arcane rules so complex, no one of them could ever know them all. At their core, the Fae are ravenous beings that must possess. They want, and in their all-consuming wanting, they strike bargains to sate their desires, whether for slaves, kingdoms, secrets, or spoils. Changelings who live and labor among them usually see only the tip of the gentry iceberg. But those brave and foolish enough to delve more fully into fairies' mysteries catch a glimpse of the truth. A true Fae's name is its heart, and its undoing. And all the vast kingdoms and beauteous treasures with which it surrounds itself are made of promises. And promises can be broken. So fundamentally, the gentry or the true Fae, the others, are near godlike in power within the realm that they reside. They do not follow and behave in ways that humans and mortals can understand. And they're not really even people in the sense that we would understand them as individuals. This is a different setting, Lauren. I don't know what that is, so I'm going to say no. So that's what the gentry are, right? We've got the gentry. Now we've been talking a bit about the hedge, haven't we? Or we've mentioned it a few times. It's even in the stream title. Correct. Whatever you're talking about is not the world building of this setting. It pulls concepts from folklore, but I wouldn't say it's anything that specific. Yeah. Nothing of that nature, no. It's a lot more almost like you know, fairy tale themed cosmic horror, to a degree. The Hedge is the borderland between the human world and Arcadia. But it's more than just a strip of contested territory. It's a whole world in itself. One that's always around the edges of the mortal world. In the lonely places, where yours is the only breath stirring the air. In the uncanny places, where fear quickens your step. In the liminal places, where you hang in the balance between here and there. An abandoned office park. Weedy grass breaking through broken asphalt. A graveyard. Spanish moss hanging from the low branch of a tree. A cold beach at dawn. Succulents dangling over the lip of a sandy cliff. It doesn't always rip you away from the world. Briars catching you and tugging you into some dark hollow of hobgoblins and malevolent fae. Sometimes the fairy glen is lovely and mild, with soft places to tread or lay down your head. Contact with the hedge is the risk you take in your reclaimed life. And risk brings not only disaster, but reward. The hedge shapes itself according to need, presence, and the available terrain. It has some constants. Its paths are always labyrinthine and confusing. Time passes according to different stars, and the land beneath you shifts under different skies. The character of the obstructions you encounter there will vary according to what you carry with you into it. including and especially what you are carrying in your heart. The thoughts, desires, or memories that shape you will skew the landscape you navigate. So that's your summary, right? That's your summary. That's all I'm going to give. I'm not going to read the entire goddamn PDF. If y'all are interested in this stuff, you should check it out. But these are just like basic concepts that I'm establishing for the sake of understanding of what I'm about to talk about, which is my, hi Iris, my character. The Hedge is like a nebulous border between our world and the world of the Fae. It is no less magical, but you affect it with whatever you bring with you. Bear, the GM, they're so cool. They're so cool. They described it a little bit like Silent Hill. How, like, Silent Hill shapes itself around, like, what is in the hearts of, like, the protagonists that you play, right? I wouldn't say it's Silent Hill in the true, like, in the aesthetic of those games, but more the concept of how the Silent Hill is basically torment, or like, it's pulling from your memories in your life and shaping the environment thusly, right? You know, I think everyone would prefer anywhere other than Arcadia, Shadow. I think you're going to understand real quickly why. Let me see. Here we go. So a changeling is effectively a human being who was taken by the true Fae and reshaped according to their whims, who then eventually, over an indeterminable period of time, found a way to break free of their bonds and flee back home. But they are fundamentally changed. They are no longer the person they once were. Whether they be physically or emotionally, more likely both, altered by their time in Arcadia. That is the character you are playing in this game. A person who was taken, changed, and then fled. That is the idea. And so here we have a little bit of information. The Fae are from Arcadia and of it. In Arcadia, they can shape the very fabric of the world, tell any story, be any villain, or hero, if it could suit them. They are inscrutable but not unknowable. They have voices, patterns of behavior, ways of moving through Arcadia, esoteric families they love and war with. The logic of their actions isn't always sound to an outside perspective, but given time and a safe place to stand, you could begin to predict them. Unfortunately, being able to sense the direction of the tide can't keep you from getting knocked over by it. And for most changelings, the motivation is indistinguishable from the act. Why do I read things? Thank you for the raid. Man, I'm really, like, so fucking chomping at the bit to get to the fucking meat of things that I keep getting interrupted in some way or another. Thank you for the raid, Blue. How was your stream? Hope the art was... Don't need to apologize. It's the way my brain's wired. It's the way I'm wired. Don't worry about it. But how was the art? Were you doing art fight stuff? I'm at 19 attacks as of now. I've got one more to do before the end of the month. Although I've been so caught up in art, in a personal art project right now, that I don't think I'm going to get that final attack to get to the 20. But yeah, welcome on in. I haven't been here a while. Hello, everybody. If y'all don't know me, I'm Spirit. I'm just a little guy, stream for fun. We are currently info dumping about stuff that's had me so fixated that I haven't been streaming for like a week and a half. You've done more than 30? Well, fuck me, I guess. What am I talking about? I won't be re-summarizing stuff. So for those who missed out on, like, context setting, my apologies. I'm going to carry on, though. Thank you for the raid. Don't feel obligated to stick around, though. If you need to hop out, do what you gotta. Yeah. The Fae are the instrument that created the Durance, which is the time you spent under their watch. The Fae might please themselves to follow rules in snatching someone away, but they follow them in their own way, and only as long as it entertains them to do so. You tripped, and accepted a hand up. You said yes to a pretty face whose whisper you almost heard. You walked through the wrong door and let go of the handle. You stepped onto a circle of bare sand ringed with sweet-smelling brush. You were framed by the trunks of 2 spotted sycamore trees. You picked a salmonberry from the low branches of a bramble. Then the air grew thorns, and something sour and strange wrapped around your heart and yanked you in. There would be a reason, because everything has a reason. Reasons to blame yourself, and reasons to doubt your memory, and reasons to let Arcadia swallow you up. Requests you made, favors you were owed, offenses you committed. Someone is at fault for every bent blade of grass or dusty cufflink or hot gasp of desire. And if you asked your keeper, that someone must have been you. Those are the things they wanted you to think when they gave a care to your thoughts. They wanted you to believe you alone were responsible for your suffering, and however they chose to treat you was far more gracious than you deserved. Then you would have gotten from someone fairer and less fond of you. But the gentry are liars, and you know that now. They told you they had good reasons, but in the end, they were there, and you were to hand. The things that happened next, you endured. This was your durance. And these are examples the book gives. One evening, for novelty and want of an earring, they tore you out of your life and sat a doll of straw and pennies in your place. They put your eyes in a crystal jewelry box, filled the holes in your skull with silver pearls and stardust, and left you buried in the sand like a forgotten toy. Then, when the nacre crept out of your eyes and covered your skin, they dug you up and hung you alongside a long golden teardrop that blinked slowly and lay still. Your eyes haven't seen your own face since. For petulance, you were stolen because you somewhat resembled a man who once attended a wild menagerie of sparkling beasts. He stretched and molded your face until you looked more like the one who got away, and in time you answered to what might have been that man's name. But as he often reminded you, you couldn't hope to be as talented as your predecessor until you really became him. If you don't start remembering soon, he'll reclaim this name you haven't earned. In a wooded glen on the edge of his estate, a dozen iron statues with half-familiar faces stare back. For avarice, your skill was rewarded. More and better tools, useful assistance, endless materials, each clockwork treasure whisked from your hands even as you paused to admire its smooth animated motion. But the praise was riddled with concern. Surely, with what you had at your disposal, you could do better? What was troubling you that so diminished the quality of your delicate brass machines? She knew you were capable of producing better work. Tomorrow you would do better. You had better. For entertainment, your living flame was coaxed out of your body and into a lantern. It went up in steam and smoke when you tried to climb back into it. For years after that, you lit the zoetrope that told unkind versions of the story of your life. When she grew tired of laughing at your charred body, broken hearts and missed opportunities, she put you in a drawer and let you burn down to a guttering spark. Each time she pulls you out and breathes life back into your flame, she asks you for a new story. You're running out of stories. I won't read the rest of these. But you get the idea. These are the fates of people who are taken by the true Fae. These are the kinds of fates that you experience. Some more terrible than others, but none of them good. Abuse and misery taken up to 11. Manipulative, neglectful, terrible. And I think we have all the set dressing that we need to start telling you guys about my character. I have some of this written out, and so I'll actually read what I've written, but I haven't finished writing it up, so from there it will be summary time. Alright? Shall we begin? Hello, Score. I will also reiterate some of these concepts if people forget or don't know them, but I will not go into as much detail. Weird. I played this song earlier, and it's decided that it doesn't exist in my library. There we go. Are y'all ready? It's time for the stuff that I've been working on. Let's go. I have a captive audience. You can't escape. Let me lower the volume a bit so that this music isn't outshining me, because y'all don't really need... Is the volume decent where you can hear me over, like, the lyrics of the song and it's not disruptive to my narrating? If I talk, it's not disruptive? Okay. Here we go. Who Caspian once was is knowledge not easily gained. You know what? Actually, hold on. We're going to just play more of the Silk Song music, because I think the lyrics are disruptive, and I think the Silk Song music might actually have more, better vibes for what we're looking for here, and just in terms of, the energy. Why is... There we go. Hold on while my program freezes, because it's a constant disappointment that can't do anything right. I'm going to be honest, chat. I am more interested in telling the story, so if y'all are having issues hearing the music, I'm just going to have to tell you to suck it up. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but I've reached the limit of my patience on tweaking settings and stuff to get something audible. If you can hear me, that's all that matters. The music's not even going to be audible in the VOD anyway. So, you just assume you're getting the VOD experience if you can't hear it. There are ways to do it, but I don't like futzing with the volume slider in OBS because sometimes I'll forget, and then the next time I play music, it's entirely too loud. No one tells me for like 4 hours, and half the stream was completely incomprehensible because people don't communicate. So. Also, for the record, the program crashed. So, great start. I've raised the volume to maximum. Is that sufficient for all of you? Also, hello, Colix. I haven't seen you in a while. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the dang music. Chat? Are we delayed? Okay, cool. Let's see if we can find a song. Not the fourth chorus. That's too intense. That'll do. Alright. Who Caspian once was, is knowledge not easily gained. Even Caspian himself struggles to remember the before times. Before the parchment and the parade. Before the performances and the punishments. Before everything. Caspian was, and still is, complicated. He spent much of his life feeling disconnected from those who were supposed to love him, with family who were not all that concerned with love and affection and simply did the bare minimum required. They only went out of their way once to reward him. On his 10th birthday, Halloween night, they took him to the circus. The performance was unlike anything he'd ever seen before, and it became a core memory that he often revisited for comfort when things in his life were not going well. He spent so much of his life feeling unable to make meaningful connections, with nobody who ever really felt strongly about him positively or negatively. He'd begun to believe he was broken, and nothing he did would make things better. At 25, his relationship of 2 years, the only one he'd ever had, fell through. It wasn't an angry breakup. His partner just needed space, as Caspian, being affection-starved, was incredibly needy and overbearing, and it became a bit too much. Caspian was devastated. The breakup reinforced those painful feelings, despite his partner still wanting him in his life, even going so far as to say they could absolutely rekindle the relationship later. Caspian left a note on their door and returned home. Across the country, back to the Pacific Northwest, back to his childhood hometown of Pinevale. He'd moved away shortly after attending the circus as a child and hadn't been back since. He wanted to try and start fresh, hoping to make new connections and push down the pain he was feeling from the breakup. He had a habit of running away from his troubles. He only lasted 2 months. Caspian has fragments of recollection on the last few months before the abduction, but he cannot himself remember what action he took while in Pinevale that invited his keeper in. He's unsure if he ever really knew what it was. But he remembers what happened to him with horrible, tearful clarity. Now we get to play the other song. Alright? There's your fucking backstory. I should also... Well, we're not done yet, by the way. But I should mention, chat. I should mention something. Something very interesting. Caspian isn't his name. Or, well, I guess that's his name now. It's the name we refer to him in the story, and the only name I've ever given him. But in the context of the world, the Fae stripped him of the name that he had all his life and gave him a new one. Nah, too dramatic. Come on. Too dramatic. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Let's see. Do I not have the accordion? I thought I had the accordion. Not accordion chase. Nope. Accordion Nim? Can this program stop freezing when I try to play a fucking song? I'm sorry, is it this hard to fucking access the information on my external hard drive? Why am I not allowed to just play mute? Like, it's a fucking MP3 file. Thank you. There, jeez, dude. My God. That'll do. I don't even know this is the vibe I want. You know what? No, this is not the vibe I want. We're gonna unmute desktop for this. Because I've made a mood playlist for this character. So, we'll just grab... I guess we'll play the song I was playing earlier. You know, Dirty Night Clowns. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. Lower it down a little more. Y'all can still hear me clearly over the music? All right. It had begun with a parchment pinned to his front door. The specifics of the contents are the only blurry part of this memory, though he remembers the gist. It was a contract, indicating his acceptance into the role of an acrobat in the circus, and that he would be collected within 30 turns of the moon. The moment his hand had graced the rough, sandy texture of the parchment, it felt off. Not painful, not numb, but wrong, somehow. After this, Caspian's life took a terrifying and confusing turn. He saw changes occurring to his body, beginning with his hand, which had changed color, with membranous webbing having grown between his fingers. Outside of reflections, however, these changes were invisible or intangible. He could feel them there, but he could not see them. First his hands, but then his ears became fins. Face paint. Oh my fucking god, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm not narrating. I'm gonna put myself out a window! Ah! Never stream story time. Never stream it. Never stream story time. How is Final Fantasy XIV, Inc? Hope you're having a good day. I'm not mad at you, I just keep getting interrupted. I'm trying to tell a story and I keep getting raided. I never get this many raids when, like, it's like just like a slow day, but when I'm like here trying to read and talk, it's just like boop, 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 boop. Everyone just charging in and being like, "What's up, bitch?" Slap me in the face. Fuck your story. How was your stream though, Ink? Hello. Hello, 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 hello. How was 14? You were playing it just to get the thingamajig, right? So you get the funny horse. I will not be playing it. I don't care for the horse. That's a whole nother thing to talk about in a bit. But yeah, welcome on in, Ink. Don't feel obligated to stick around, dude, as well. Oh no, that's buying gift subs for people not playing? Okay, well, fair enough. But either way, welcome on in. Please don't forget to take care of yourself, get food, water, anything else you need after you stream. But I'm going to get back to it. I'm going to reset where we were reading from. Alright, let's try this again. The moment his hand had graced the rough, sandy texture of the parchment, it felt off. Not painful, not numb, but wrong, somehow. After this, Caspian's life took a terrifying and confusing turn. He saw changes occurring to his body, beginning with his hand, which had changed color with membranous webbing having grown between his fingers. Outside of reflections, however, these changes were invisible or intangible. He could feel them there, but he could not see them. First his hands, and then his ears became fins. Face paint spread across his face and his eyes changed color. A clown nose appeared on the end of an elongated, cartoonish snout, and he began to shrink in his reflection. He had to look down to see his face, and his reflection would look up to meet his gaze. As the days passed, he began to avoid going outside at night, having felt the horrible, suffocating gaze of something powerful and beyond knowing following him everywhere he went. He did research, of course. He tried to find answers. Alright, y'all, I'm disabling everything. If, like, y'all saw me crash out humorously the last 2 times, that's it. I'm turning off the fucking redeems. Oh my god. You know what, y'all? Like, I don't have to stream. Y'all know that, right? I could end stream right now and go back to what I was doing. I don't have to be here. I don't have to take this. This is my theater, and y'all are the ones that keep on pressing the clown horn buttons and interrupting me. So cut it out. I'll stretch when I'm fucking done. God damn it. I'm alright. You'll get that stretch when I'm finished. We're gonna be here all day. This was a mistake. I'm beginning to feel. Amnesia, are you serious? That time for real. No, I'm turning him off. You just heard me say not to do that, and then you immediately did it afterward. So, no more redeems for the rest of the stream. At least until I'm done. Get out of here, Tom Cardy. If y'all are gonna be disruptive, like, that's the issue. Like, you throw fucking tomatoes at the performer on stage when you're not supposed to, and you get escorted out of the building. I did ask you to stop. So, the redeems will come back when I'm done talking. I wanted this to be an exciting and enjoyable thing, and now I just feel like I've made it sour by getting frustrated. So, I'll have to contend with those emotions later. Anyway, as I was fucking saying, turning the music off too. No music for now. As the days passed, he began to avoid going outside at night, having felt the horrible, suffocating gaze of something powerful and beyond knowing following him everywhere he went. He did research, of course. He tried to find answers online to what was happening, but how does one word such a question? Who would know what to do? If something so awful had happened to anybody else before him, how could they have documented it? All he could find pointed to fairy tales and folklore surrounding the fair ones, stuff he never took stock in, or knew much about. None of it helped. All this talk of inviting them in, of thresholds and rules, but nothing that told him what to do after they were already inside. He eventually stopped looking online, especially after Calliope music began playing through the speakers whenever he turned on his computer. Local libraries were a bust, nothing more than additional fairy tales and local folklore that could not help him. As he neared the final day, he realized what that feeling, the feeling that had spread across his entire body as his reflection had changed, was. It was the abstract but overpowering sensation that his body no longer belonged to him. That it belonged to someone or something else. When the dreaded day arrived, Caspian made one last-ditch effort to save himself. While the sun was hanging high in the sky, Caspian left his home and darted down an unusually quiet Pinevale street to retrieve a tab of paper from a posting stapled to a light pole. Experiencing something you cannot explain? Do you believe your house is haunted? Yeti Squatch rummaging through your trash? If so, please call me, Lou Abbott, local paranormal investigator. I'll do everything in my power to get to the bottom of it. With trembling fingers, Caspian dialed the number on the pull tab and waited. When the call went to voicemail, he frantically tried to explain what was happening to him. However, when the sickeningly whimsical Calliope music began to play through the speaker of his phone, he panicked and chucked it down the road. And now we're gonna play a song. This is when he realized he could still hear the music. Down the empty street, windows and doors of nearby houses swung wide, and out poured dozens and dozens and dozens of colorful... Let me try that again. I need a button to turn all this stuff off. Thank you for the follower, Gamer Thomas. It's like I get to the part, I get a rhythm, and then it's like... Think fast, chuckle nuts! Alright, back into it. This is when he realized he could still hear the music. Down the empty street, windows and doors of nearby houses swung wide, and out poured dozens and dozens and dozens of colorful, costumed performers and creatures of all kinds. Tall, gangly bird things with glassy eyes and tattered top hats, eerie masked harlequins with grinning faces, life-sized playing cards waddling awkwardly along, and disembodied, begloved hands waving their fingers in time with the music or beckoning to the terrified Caspian. This motley of madness then began to march down the road towards him, like some demented circus parade. A parade of demons and of nightmares. Caspian screamed and ran. As he ran down the empty street, buildings and street signs passing him as he went, he got no further away from the approaching parade. It continued to get closer and closer, as if he was running in place. Eventually, it caught up, and he was swept in amongst the performers, and they began to carry him along further down the road, tugging on his ears and his face. With every tug of an ear or a nose, they would draw out the shape he had been seeing in his reflection for the last 30 days. As his body changed and he began to further panic, a figure at the far end of the road could be seen as the parade carried him ever closer to it. Now I gotta get my head back in because I'm improvising this and I lost where I was. Thank you for the sub. I swear to God, I'm like not kidding y'all. I'm about to end stream. Like, I know y'all aren't doing it on purpose, but I've reached a point where if I keep getting interrupted by sound effects, I'm just going to end stream and we'll be back next week. Like, it's getting frustrating. Not blaming anyone at this point, because people coming in can't know, but it's a rapid, it's like back to back to back to back, it keeps happening, and I'm like, at my wit's end. And that feels a real big bummer, too, because I want to save this, and people want to watch the VOD later, and I don't like the negative energy being seeded into it by the frustration. But it's fine. It's fine. We'll be fine. Thank you for the resub comment. I do appreciate it. But anyway, where were we? Caspian had been swept up in the parade as it marched down the street, in the middle of broad daylight. As it did, it began to carry him towards a figure at the far end of the street. A figure that he couldn't help but notice, even in his panicked state, was growing taller as he grew shorter. As the parade closed the distance, this figure was some kind of harlequin, a dark morph suit covering its body and a mask covering its face. And as the parade stopped in front of this harlequin, it knelt down, grabbed Caspian's face, and took it off. Donning it themselves and taking on his own appearance. And then, Caspian was gone. Swept away to that place, a place under painted hills. Bear was the one who offered a suggestion on the parade, which I thought was really cool. The parade is inspired by paprika, but it's also from folklore, apparently. I didn't know that the Demon Parade was a piece of Japanese culture. So, but, it's effectively what happened to Caspian. His name was taken. But it's worse than that, gang. The rest of this is going to be me summarizing, and I'm going to show you what he's been turned into. Caspian has been turned into a fish. Specifically, sort of an acrobatic motley of... like, they're an acrobat. That's their role. They have been abducted to play a part in a nightly performance at a circus, a Fey circus. And it was the same circus that he was taken to on his 10th birthday on Halloween. One of the rare times that this circus can manifest in the real world. And as he was seeing his reflection in mirrors and surfaces of water, as his body began to change over that month-long period, he began to recognize the features he was seeing, because when he was at that performance at 10 years old, he saw what he eventually became now, performing in the act. Time is a forgotten friend in Arcadia. One could disappear for what might only have been weeks for you. Your durance might have been weeks. And then you escape through the hedge and return to the mortal realm to find that you've been gone for 50 years. Everyone you've loved has passed on or moved on with their lives. And your fetch, which is what that doppelganger is made of, it's your copy. When the Fae take you, they will sometimes replace you with a doppelganger created from sticks or leaves or any kind of detritus and woven into a illusory doppelganger who has your entire personality, all of your memories, and is functionally, physically identical to you in every respect. After 50 years away, you were gone for 3 weeks, the world passed, like 50 years passed, and your fetch lived your life without you. They married, they had children, and then they died. The world that you left behind is gone. Other times, you might have been gone for what feels like uncountable centuries, maybe, only to emerge back from the hedge and discover that no time had passed at all. Time doesn't behave the way it does for us. Are y'all ready to see my fucking boy? I designed him once before. I didn't like it, got some advice from a friend, and then fucking killed it. So let me go ahead and change the music as well.
I heard that there's a carnival. The music there is loud, the lights are wonderful.
Everyone gaze upon the amazing Caspian. Wait for it.
Let the games begin.
There's my boy.
Let the games begin. You can see the show anytime you like. When you feel alone, that's when they arrive.
Oh, he's cute.
How could you ignore such a lovely time? Lights
But, yeah. It's Caspian. I want to feed him peanut butter crackers. He's above such things. So, it's Spooky! So everyone, Spooky's one of the people going to be playing in this game. By the way. But he's an acrobat. I'm also learning so much about circuses and performances and stuff from our GM, who has also been sharing fucking, like, recordings of Cirque du Soleil shows with us while we've been hanging out and while I've been working on this, and it's been so fascinating. They're such a jack of so many different trades. They're a scare actor. They worked at theme parks. They LARP. This guy's this person is so cool. So, like, But yeah, so we've taken a lot of inspiration, and I've taken a lot of inspiration in particular from a lot of this stuff for Caspian. Spooky is going to be playing in this Changeling game as well. The people that are going to be playing in this game are my friend Fedor Spooky, who's going to be playing Margaret, the daughter of like some rich folks who have neglectful parents, who had a brief encounter with the Fae as a child and ended up bringing back a companion that she long forgot about. We're going to have a fellow. Everyone else is going to be a changeling from the same gentry. The name of the gentry and the name of the campaign is Underpainted Hills. And I love that as a name. Underpainted Hills is this Fae big top circus. Lulzy is going to be in it as well. So we've got my friend Vivian is going to be playing a cartoon character named Callie Burger Sauce. Okay. You know what? I think we could do this really quickly now before we get into the rest of it. I might even invite her back later. Miss Burger Sauce, it's showtime. I might need to actually put them on screen first, so... Give me a second, everyone. This is a production. Browser. Burger. That name it. K-A-L-L-I-E. Callie Burger Sauce. That is indeed the name, but, reactive. I need to go over here. Yeah, God, why do I have to log into things? The modern age sucks. I hate having to type passwords and such. It's all bullshit. There we go. Callie! Hello!
Ah, feels weird. Oh, goodness. Hello, everyone. I guess just... sorry, being taken from a piece of fiction and brought into the real world is, not exactly the most pleasant sensation. It's, kind of like looking at a battery.
Well, God, man, I wish I could go back with you, honestly. I think fiction sucks less. What, is it that bad in there?
No. Oh, but you do not even want to know. It's bad.
It's bad?
You're the one that made Caspian. You should know how bad it can get.
Oh, I guess that's fair.
You don't even know my backstory.
That's true. That's true. Well, why don't you? I mean, you've got the floor. You've got the spotlight and the microphone.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I was there. Oh, goodness. How many people, just, cause, like, what are you streaming this on? Justin TV, Mixer?
Oh, no, sorry. Justin TV don't exist anymore. This is Twitch. That's what it used to be.
Oh.
It became Twitch. It's owned by Amazon. It's all bad. It's all bad. It's a nightmare over here.
Yeah, I heard a little bit about that, but obviously, you know, I've been away for a while. But I suppose let's get into that. Hi everyone, my name is Callie Burger Sauce. Although it's not really spelled that way. It's German, but don't ask me. And I guess I'm gonna be one of the player characters for this tabletop game. I mean, let's be frank, none of this is canon, so you know, I can go.
Yeah, this ain't canon. It's like when they do those commercial spots before the movie comes out.
No, yeah, turn off your cell phones, make sure you're not smoking, or do, I guess it's your own bedroom for whoever's
Oh, wait,
watching.
we don't want to ban Granny Smokes from the venue. She's great. She's like a local treasure.
Oh, well, I haven't met her yet, so I guess, rip a fat one if you smoke them if you got them. But yeah, I suppose let's go into, oh goodness, because here's the thing, I'm having to fill blanks a little bit from, what I don't remember, because I'm sure as you told with Caspian, is that essentially, I don't remember everything. It's, last I think it was like 2014, 2016. Anything happened since then that I should know about, by the way?
Don't look at who's currently running the country. Let's just leave it at that.
Well, okay.
Oh wait, no,
my-
yeah, also pandemic. That was, I forgot about that. Yeah, there was a pandemic. It's bad.
what?
Anyway,
Oh,
I mean, you're a
goodness,
cartoon character, right? You should be immune from that.
I mean, I'll probably
eat
go
some
get
chicken
my
soup.
shots just to make sure.
Yeah, they'll have a big cartoon needle for you.
Oh goodness, don't make jokes. They might come happen. Because that is just genuinely how it works. But, so, yeah, 2014, 2016, around when I was taken and brought to the circus, and it was, oh boy, oh gosh, it was bad, real bad. So, I assume you can make assumptions based on how I look, my, lack of dimensionality. I wasn't obviously always a cartoon character, but, you know, they needed something entertaining, and they decided they'd stick a majority of me inside of a CRT television, and another part of me was torn out of my body, and they essentially took out the part of myself that was all of my bad and nasty feelings. Pretty much, for frame of reference, for anybody that's worried, anybody in the audience is like, oh, poor baby, I got better. It's, you know, a little bit better.
Callie did like the Dragon Ball Z fusion dance with their alternate self and became one again.
I guess you could describe it like that, but essentially, before all that happened, the Gentry decided, hey, let's take this part of Callie and separate it and make it into her animator, so that way we have somebody to sort of show her around and keep her on a leash. And you know, I obviously wasn't privy to that. I didn't exactly know that was what was going on. This character seems to lack depth. Oh, funny.
Good joke.
Definitely not the first time I heard that from one before. Yeah, that happens. Don't worry about it. You'll get used to it. But in general, you know, turned into a cartoon character, and obviously, you know, when you turn into a 2D sort of 90s Nickelodeon girly for the amusement of strange higher beings that you didn't even know existed, it's not fun.
No.
Essentially, you know, all of my own anxieties and past previous memories and all the really bad stuff just all coming to a head and whacking me over the noggin with it. But eventually, you know, I got out with the help of Dagmar. I don't know if you talked about them yet.
Oh, they're next.
Oh, no, yeah. Speaking of which, because a 2D gal's got to do her due diligence, I might as well bring up the fact that the person who's playing Dagmar, you know, did my model sheet, made me all look all pretty.
Yes, special shout out to Lulzy Robot. Sorry, Callie, you're gonna have a bit of a fucking thing pop up in your face for a second. Oh wait, no, never mind. It's over there. You're fine. I forgot where I put that thing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is weird. Like, I already come from like a cartoon world to be like, this is an entirely new medium I'm having to get used to. Normally I have more frames of animation, but it seems you know, budget was out on that one. Then
Yeah, I don't have that kind of
works.
money, unfortunately.
Oh, I wouldn't ask you to do that just for little old me. But I escaped because Dagmar told me a little something about how the Gentry Award was going to be showing up, and I was like,
Oh, yes.
oh, but hold on, I'm getting ahead of myself because again, I didn't know that my animator was, you know, me. But you were talking about how you know, Caspian was at that one circus show, and you know, the Gentry allow us through whenever the veil between reality and fantasy are at its thinnest. So, you know, stuff like Halloween, or I guess Christmas.
I think the solstice. I think the solstice. I don't know. Is Christmas the solstice? I don't know. I'm not very smart. I'm not really well versed on that.
and neither am I. So let's just make assumptions. You know, all the funny
Yeah,
holidays.
yeah.
on
The
around.
Arbor Day, bring your dog to work
St. Patrick's
day.
Day, stuff like that. But essentially, there was this one show that I was a part of, and essentially what happened is, I got up and did my performance, or I suppose we did, and this cute little tyke comes up and is just like, "Lady, you gotta be nicer to yourself." And there was a moment where it's like, "Wait a second, which one was that kid talking to?" So we eventually figured it out. It was obviously personal growth is already hard as it is. It's a lot harder when the manifestation of every single last one of your fears is turned into a separate entity, and you gotta come to terms with that, especially considering. Oh golly, how do I
Therapy.
describe this? It's well, not well, yeah, I suppose to a certain extent. But oh god, how do I describe this? So, time in the hedge is weird, like
Yes.
really weird. Like, it's all mixed up and it doesn't really matter. I was not in the hedge or under painted hills for an amount of time that makes. I was there for 6 seasons in a movie.
Yeah. No idea what that
Which
means to this day.
it's hard to, and people have asked, is like, oh, does that mean like only for your runtime or during the animation process? It's like 6 seasons in a movie. Unless you've gone through it,
You don't know?
you don't know what it's a thing you really got to experience. But I wouldn't recommend it.
I wouldn't recommend it.
But eventually, the war trumpet sounded, the circus caught fire, there were tanks and explosions and all that good stuff. And,
Oh, yeah.
that was my opportunity to hightail it out of there.
Sadly, Caspian did not quite get that chance. Well, they did, but we'll get into what he was dealing with shortly. But suffice to say, Caspian at that point had gotten a bit of an ego, because whether he was the favorite or not is not important. He was given a lot of attention by the gentry. They really wanted him to be the best he could be, so the pressure was high. When he did well, he was rewarded more than the others, but when he did poorly, he was punished even more harshly. But he got it in his head that he was like super important and mattered a lot more than he probably did.
Yeah,
And
well.
inadvertently almost sabotaged Callie and Dagmar's ability to actually flee when they did. The tent had only caught fire. You still had a few moments before the coming storm, as I recall, and Caspian was like, he just flubbed a jump in the previous night's show, so he'd been punished. He was out in the yard, not even in the big top, and he couldn't go nowhere. He sees you leaving. In his mind, he shines brighter because of everyone else in the show. So if you leave, he's less likely to do as well tomorrow. And so
Trust me, I
yeah.
was there.
Yeah, you were there.
Oh, goodness gracious. I mean, I'm glad that he got out, and again, obviously non-canonical, so I'll be
Yeah,
a
this
little
isn't
bit
canon.
kinder to her than how I will be when the show happens, but suffice it to say there's a little bit of resentment.
An understandable amount of it. But yes.
But, yes, exactly.
Well.
But I made my way out, and thankfully I was able to stash up in Pinevale, which I had never been to before.
Nice place.
I mean, it's nice because like it's the worst thing when you're having a conversation with somebody and it's like, oh, I know I'm from somewhere. Where are you from? I don't know. They were stolen by a bunch of pixie, like hoity-toity bunch of mother.
Oh!
So like, it's not fun. It's not fun to deal with. But
No.
not a lot of things being in the hedge is fun. So. But yeah, that's where I'm at now. I've been out and about in the world for about a year. I've been shacking up with the day courts, which is apparently a Pinevale specific thing. Usually it's like autumn, summer,
Spring,
winter.
yeah.
Yeah. But I guess there's not enough people around.
Yeah, I don't think they know that stuff yet. We'll have to get into that in a little bit. But yeah, it's good you're
I mean,
out.
who better than somebody who is in the fiction?
Exactly.
Just think about it, folks. Not only are you getting the little slip from my good friend Spirit here, but you're also getting a bunch of information from one of the star players herself.
Yeah. What? Okay, the sensor honk made me laugh. Of course it did. It's funny, if a little inconvenient, and
Yeah, I can't control it. Like I could I could go off as much as I want, like, or and it just doesn't come through.
no, unfortunately not. The more I hear of these, what are they, true fae guys again? The gentry, the true fae, beings, that they're more like concepts than people. They're wrapped in contracts and deals made countless eons ago. Like, it doesn't really matter. There's not really a way us mortals can truly understand what they are. We only see a fragment, a small sliver of them in their entirety whenever we are trapped within their borders. Best not to look too deep. You're better off not knowing, I would say.
No, yeah, like big old warning for everybody out there. I don't know what this world is like in comparison to mine, but don't risk it.
Oh, no. Don't. Yeah, like, I mean, just words have power, y'all. If anything, I shouldn't be saying the words I'm saying out loud on a fucking stream, because what if they are real? What if they're watching me now? Shit. There was a harvest moon the other night, which was a surprise.
Just you know, keep some cold iron nearby. If anything happens, I will keep an eye out. I'm a part of the. I mean, Court's job is kind of to prevent anybody else from being taken or help new changelings. So just send us a letter, and we'll keep you in our thoughts and actions.
Yeah, here's hoping it doesn't come to that, because God knows who's going to come out the other side. I've already been changed once. I can't imagine what they'd do to me a second time.
Oh boy, morbid humor.
Fortunately, what happened to me wasn't Fae related, but geez. Oof. They turned me back into what I was before. Like, what? I liked this. That sucks. I don't want to be a person. I don't want to be a human anymore. Who knows? They're enigmatic and unknowable.
You'd be getting off scot-free, essentially, to a certain extent. It's a downgrade, but, like, it could always be worse.
It could always be worse.
Having trouble placing the accent? Without getting too deep into it, because it's a bit of a touchy subject. New York, around? Flushing, maybe? This isn't my original voice, for the record. I used to sound like something else, but we'll leave it there, because, again, it's a little...
It's a bit, like, I don't think you should have to talk about your trauma on a platform in front of a... Like, I feel like you've suffered that trauma enough on a platform in front of an audience. I think we could spare you that kind of suffering now that you're free.
At the very least, hey, if y'all are interested, like, I know there's that, Est Frontier business, who knows? That other fish.
Yeah, a much more agreeable fish, I'd imagine. Easier to get along with.
Maybe.
Maybe. It's yet to be determined.
I don't know if I've ever met them.
No, I mean, no, that's, of course. Well, we'll see what crossover happens. It's just a TV show. It's an actual TV show. Oh, Underpainted Hills, next time. What happened to my pal Dende? Why is Dende dying in every single fucking setting that he shows up in? That's some pretty unfortunate luck. But, Callie, thank you for joining me.
Of course. Happy to be here.
I'm going to info dump some more. You're welcome to stay if you like, but I am going to pick up the mic again. It's...
I'll leave you to it. It's your stage, after all. I don't want to be taking your spotlight, especially considering I've had enough of that for one lifetime.
That's totally understandable. Everyone, give it up for Callie Burger Sauce.
Bye-bye.
Come on, yeah. Bye. Who was that? They seem nice. No, just It's a bit. It's a bit, chat. Come on. It's a bit. But yes, Callie. So Callie is one of several other unfortunate souls who were dragged into the circus by the gentry, by underpainted hills. Lulzy's character, Dagmar, was a investigative journalist in the 1960s who was digging a little too deep and was on the run from figures who wanted to disappear her. And the night that she was taken by the circus, she was being pursued. And then up in the sky, the moon grew a mouth and descended from above and swallowed her whole. Her fetch, being left behind, was captured afterward and presumably disappeared. But as a result of this act, the fetch revealed some important information about the things that Dagmar was investigating. But suffice to say, you'll have to wait and learn a little bit more about them later. Dagmar became a 6'8", almost like a cloth sack dummy that was a sword swallower. Seem nice. I hope they get 6 more seasons and a second movie. As long as those seasons are normal seasons and not like Arcadia 6 seasons in a movie. I don't think you want to wish 6 more seasons and another movie on Callie in Arcadia, all right? Let's hope it's like on a different platform. Like we'll remove it from fucking the Underpainted Hills like production line, and we'll put it on like fucking, I don't know, Netflix or Poob, or we'll independently fund it or something. But we ain't putting it on the OG platform. Let's be real. Let's not do that. All right, let's have some respect and kindness for the cartoon character on Tubi. Poob has it for you. Yeah. So, Caspian arrives in the circus. And let's put him back on screen for good measure. My sad, pathetic little sopping wet loser mess. Love him so much. He was terrified, of course. He can't breathe out of water anymore. He finds himself in like a little, like basically an orb of freestanding water wrapped in silver filigree with crescent moons, you know, as a design aesthetic for pretty much everything he ends up having to associate himself with. But this orb can grow and shrink depending on the whims of the gentry. If he does well, it's large enough for him to swim around a bit more freely and you feel comfortable and not cramped. If he's done poorly, it becomes very small. Seeming needle and thread we'll get to. Don't worry, we'll get to those. We'll get to those, Draenor. Thank you. They are unique to the changelings, right? Like, for mortal characters, they have things called, virtues and vices, which are effectively, like, if you do something to your or someone else's detriment that plays into your vice, you'll get an additional willpower, which is like a resource pool that you can use to add dice to rolls. And if you fall into and perform your virtue or whatever, I think you get, I think it's something else. I can't remember, but it's effectively encouraging you to roleplay your character based on the kind of person they are, right? So, like, Lou Abbott, my other character who was mentioned briefly in Caspian's backstory, the paranormal investigator, his virtue is loyalty, but his vice is that he's hasty. He rushes in without thinking and makes poor decisions in the heat of the moment because he's not good under pressure. But anyway, Lou Abbott, I'll get to it. Y'all, we'll get to it. We're not there yet at the moment. This is about Caspian, and I think he'd be very upset if we changed the subject before getting to finish talking about him, because he loves to be the center of attention, as we will get into. But Lou Abbott is, yes, my other character. He's a 21 or 27-year-old paranormal investigator. We'll also be listening to our recording today after a little bit, because we played in a World of Darkness game with our mortal characters, not our changelings, last Sunday. And it was fun. And we have another game this Sunday with those same characters, with the addition of Lulzy joining us, and I'm really excited. I am the one who brought him up. Yeah, I get it. You're right. You're right. You make a fair argument. What can I do? Let's see. Caspian found himself in like a little orb. Obviously, he's terrified. He just got like carried through by a fucking parade of bizarre performers and like stretched and pulled and tugged until he was no longer the person he was and is now this little fish. And now the training begins. You don't get to go straight into the act right away. We're in the boot camp phase, where the circus and its motley of both captured, lost, and entities either created whole cloth by it or separate beings that happen to also be Fae. Caspian now has to train to be an acrobat. Of course, at first, he's like absolutely not willing to do it. He's terrified and confused and wants to go home. But he's quickly shown why he should cooperate. As the water drains from his orb, turning its barriers not into just freely permeable surfaces, but instead glass, he is left in a tiny, confined ball without any water with which to breathe and left to suffocate for an indeterminable amount of time. Time, as we've already established, is nebulous. It is a distant, forgotten friend in the Arcadia space, in Arcadia. So, who knows? He might have been deprived of like, the ability to breathe for, like, fucking 10 minutes. It might have been 3 hours. It could have been days. Who knows? When you are within the grasp of your keeper, when you live and exist in Arcadia, no one dies lest your keeper will it. And why would your keeper want you to die? They don't want to kill you. They want you to be, at least with Underpainted Hills, they want you to be the best that you can be. The best that you can be. Think of Underpainted Hills like as Bear would have described it, an abusive pageant mom. They keep encouraging you and pushing you to do better and better and better. Because they know you can do better. Of course you can. You've still got way more in you. But after that time has passed, water is returned, and he is again... They approach him again, and it's like, it's time for training. And this time, Caspian does what he's told. Flips and leaps between orbs of water. It gets very crazy. The specifics of his act don't need to matter too much, other than that it's high-flying and defies conventional real-world possibility. Floating orbs of water in the air, diving and leaping from one to the other, then dropping out of the sky, bouncing off a trampoline, flipping back up into the air to return to where you were. Things like that. It's a bit abstract and hard to describe all of what he can do. Balancing an orb of water on its nose, launching it into the air, doing a flip and slapping it with his tail to send it rolling across the stage, then swimming through those same orbs in the air to catch up and land inside it before it reaches the edge. You know, those are just the small taste. That's even like the less abstract shit, right? But it gets weird. But boot camp lasts a long time. Again, time is nebulous. Who knows how long? A year? 5 years, 20 years, 30 years, how much time? Like, think about in the real world, how much time do you think those who perform in Cirque du Soleil have to actually train and like, you know, hone their mind and body to perform those extreme feats of acrobatic and dexterous skill before they are capable of performing on the big stage? Just imagine it like that. Time had to pass. Caspian may have now had the body capable of performing the acts that the gentry wanted him to perform, but by no means did he know how to use his body effectively when he arrived. But eventually Caspian gets to perform for the very first time. And as you all remember, he had a lifetime of feeling unwanted, of feeling disconnected, of wanting nothing more than connection and to feel like he mattered to somebody, to the people around him. And all this time, he tried to keep himself sane while he was here. He tried to hold on to who he was and to not give in and just do things to the letter of the law as was expected of him. In that time, he interacted with Dagmor, who sort of, after someone else at the circus had, helped her adjust and told her to hang on and, keep her grip on the world and her, like who she was, this individual, as we've all decided to call it, eventually drank the Kool-Aid and fell fully and completely into the mind space of someone wanting to be a part of this, being happy to be here, or at least forgetting enough of the pain of this, abduction that brought them here to fully and willingly embrace the lifestyle that they've been forced into, shouldering Dagmor with the role that this individual had once given, much to her chagrin. So she had reached out to Caspian to give him support and to, say that there's people there for him and, basically indicate to him as well that she was once human. Because when you're in Arcadia, whether it be in underpainted hills or in some other far-off place, it can be very difficult. The lines have been blurred. Who was once human? Who is like you? And who is just more Fae? But that first show, and I'm going to play this song, because this is a song I have on the playlist, imagining it, but the interplanetary, the transcendental cha-cha-cha might not be the vibe of the circus, but it it might not be, thematically appropriate, but in terms of, the weirdness of it, it makes perfect sense to me that this is a good song to kind of imagine it. Caspian does his very first performance alongside everyone else in the circus. Dagmor, Callie, an unnamed other player who we have not gotten to know their character very well yet. And during the course of this performance, where audience members are just as much a mix of normal people or Fae, like people who have been abducted and turned into audience members or other Fae creatures, it doesn't matter, you can't tell the difference. But during the course of this performance, Caspian, being sort of like the main act of sorts, as I've come to understand it, something clicks in his brain. After a particularly impressive show of acrobatics where there's a pause, where he has a moment to just survey the crowd and just take in everything that has just occurred and what will occur after, he sees a crowd of people looking at him, being in awe of him, finding him amazing and incredible, and that's when he falls off the slippery slope. A lifetime of insecurity, loneliness, and needing to feel wanted and to matter all came to a head in this one moment, in this otherworldly space in the midst of this insane circus performance. And after that show, he was no longer a part of the training. He was no longer in need of boot camp. He was no longer relegated to his tiny orb outside where the animals sit in their cages and where the sideshow acts perform, practice and train. He was allowed into the big top with the main acts, with the big shots. And in that last moment, I even imagine this, which I haven't talked about with the other player, but I imagine there's this one brief moment of sharing a gaze with Dagmor, who had been supportive of him all this time, before swimming, he's swimming into the tent and fully falling into the circus. Now Caspian is drinking the Kool-Aid. His orb can move around when he swims. He can swim and move it around like a hamster ball almost, full of water. But Caspian has now embraced the life. But it is not all fun and games. Doing well or excelling during a performance, you still must follow the act as you have been instructed. There is no, maybe a little bit of flourish here and there, but going off script is liable to get you punished just as much as, you know, like by doing it on purpose to elevate what you think would be a, you know, more interesting performance, or if you miss a jump and slam your face into the fucking stage floor. Yeah, God fucking damn it. Throws the sword to the floor, exactly. So, Caspian is, like, just objectively, I would say, it's unfair to compare their experiences because all of them have been changed and suffered in their own way. But Caspian has, to a degree, had it easier than Callie, than Dagmor, than our unnamed rope dancer from that I don't know much about yet. But I'm sure some of you have had the experience of being the gifted child, where, like, you excelled at things early in your life, so your family started to push you, putting you in, like, you know, the advanced courses, putting you in the gifted program, expecting more of you, to the point where it was never enough. For Caspian, when he did well, it was always, he got rewards, but it was like, you can do better. The rewards are generally, doesn't really matter. A lot of their time in the circus is hard to remember. Once you leave, a lot of those memories start to slip as you begin to regain some control of yourself and your life and return to the world that you were taken from. And looking back and remembering the circus or any other time that you've spent, any time, remembering your durance is something that will have an effect. It's good that you don't remember most of it, because it can lure you back. But suffice to say, doing well, he was allowed to socialize, interact with the other members of the act, to drink and eat and be merry and not be left on his own. When he didn't do as well, he might have just been left isolated, outside, in the sideshow area, unable to move his orb, stuck contemplating how he can do better, maybe even hounded or like, stalked by some otherworldly feline creature that would be part of some other, like, aspect of the performance. Whatever the case, at its worst, it could have even been long-term suffocation for doing poorly. I've thought about hypotheticals for things that might stick out in his memory. One in my mind in particular, aside from that first act, would have been one that I'm starting to think it makes sense for him, even if I find it absolutely mortifying at the thought of doing, which would be, he got so up in his own head about how valuable he was and how good he was that he elbowed in on someone else's act during the performance. And doing so, he was severely punished in a way that I don't even think I want to give description to. But it was definitely the worst he was treated. The worst that he could have mustered, at least the worst that he experienced while he was there. And he learned after that to never step out of line again. But he was still the favorite. And he started to develop an ego. And it wasn't an ego developed necessarily automatically, like he wasn't predisposed to being egotistical. That ego developed as a result of the sort of effect that being in a place like this and being fundamentally changed by these otherworldly forces can have. The thoughts were still his own, but by believing and, like, drinking the Kool-Aid effectively, he began to get changed. His thoughts became more detached from reality. He saw himself as invaluable, important, the most important part of the show. The linchpin upon which everything spins, the axle or axis around which every other act spins. Every act in the show, in his mind, was only there so that his light would shine even brighter in comparison. It got bad. Dagmar, having lost, basically, Caspian at this point, had still spent a lot of her time, this is Lulzie's character, poking around the circus and, keeping context, the investigative journalist thing, to try and understand what's going on and learn a little bit more, piece by piece, more information about this world and the gentry that keeps them and how it all works. And there's this little bit in my mind where, like, she can talk to Caspian, and she's gotten information in pieces just because he loves to talk about himself. He'll talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. Not all of it is relevant, but oftentimes it is. He's the easiest one to get information out of because he's the easiest to manipulate. But, suffice to say, Callie was 6 seasons in a movie. We don't know what that means. It could mean any number of things, but that is a nebulous label for a amount of time that we can't perceive. How does one talk so much and say so little? Yeah. Caspian, for his part, is still an empathetic person at heart, and at the very deep, darkest pits, hidden underneath all of his, like, you know, like, hidden under all, like, the fucking obsession and fixation on doing better and being the best and feeling so valued and pampered and loved, underneath it all is a complete and utter awareness that this is not real. This is not real, but he refuses to acknowledge or accept it. And that thought and that little pinprick, that little chamber in the back of his mind where he holds the only remaining memories of the life he had before, like, that is where, how do I describe this? Even when he's talking like an egotistical maniac, even if not that, even when he's being like a prima donna and being haughty and self-important, even in his most severe moments of talking like that, once you get to know him, you can see the empathetic and kind intent behind words that might not come across that way when said aloud. He's not always like this, but he's always like this at the circus. There's fragments of the life that he had before underneath, but he pushes them down because acknowledging them is too painful to bear, and it's easier to embrace what he is, to a degree, enjoying, despite the pain and the suffering caused when he doesn't do well. It's not just a projection. Like, it's hard to describe. I want to give you the impression that the ego has become a permanent aspect of him. This place, Arcadia, and his unique mental, like, makeup of feeling lonely and unwanted and wanting to be valued and to matter, played into this place having a permanent effect on his mind. He still cares about people, but he thinks differently than he used to. His thought processes and logic are different because he's Fae now. All changelings are. Callie and Dagmar and Caspian are Fae by their very nature. There is a distinction between true Fae, such as Underpainted Hills, and changelings, who are simply Fae. They've been touched by the Fae and changed as a result. He's been altered. There is definitely parts of it that he has, like, definitely, you know, there was definitely some ego that developed naturally and not, like, supernaturally, but most of it, I would say, is a permanent change to his mind, just like the permanent change to his body. But all this to say, this is when I get to a fun part. Not that it isn't always fun, but originally in the backstory, I'd given a arbitrary length of time because it was easier for me to parse, like, how long he'd been there for the sake of, like, the angst. And so originally it had been 30 years. But then I thought about it more. And I thought about it more. And I felt, again, time is nebulous. It's a distant, long-forgotten friend. All I want you guys to understand is that there is no longer a definitive amount of time that I'm going to give you, and I don't even have one. But you should understand that it is vastly longer than the initial established amount that I had given it. It is more than 30 years from his perception. Way, way, way more. But, again, you don't know, and he doesn't know. Time slips through your fingers like sand, and how many days has it been? How many hours even? Minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day, it is hard to tell if there's even been time passing at all. For the gentry have full control over the domain within which the circus is performed. What hope do you have of knowing what time has passed when the sun doesn't even rise and set consistently? When there are that the stars and moon may hang in the sky, but they are alien to you and do not match anything that you find familiar. You simply have to generalize and push past. But now we get to his escape. Hello, Alloy. Dagmar, who I should give a face to the name, honestly. You cool with that, Lulzy? I could grab your character because we had our lady, Callie, on here earlier. Where is your character? I'm tempted to grab your token, but I'll grab the actual reference. In fact, I'll only grab one part of the reference because I don't want y'all to see the rest of it yet because it's relevant to stuff that has not come up yet. But this is Dagmar. Behold. Sword swallower, knife thrower. Before Caspian's escape, before what I'm about to describe, Dagmar had been doing research, like basically like poking around, doing her investigative journalist stuff, and had managed to at least try to or manage to help another member of the circus escape. It's not really determined. I can't really remember if it's they did escape or the person didn't. But Dagmar tried to help somebody. And that was a very big mistake. She was a sideshow act. She was a sword swallower. But after this transgression, they were pulled aside by our ringmaster. They escaped? Yeah. And should mention, by the way, the ringmaster is effectively like an outfit, like I imagine like a top hat, gloves, and a big coat, but there's no one wearing it. It speaks and performs and does the ringmaster role during an actual act or show, but it tends to not speak when there is no show being performed. But in any way, Dagmar was caught, and she was promoted. How exciting. You're no longer a sideshow act, Dagmar. No longer will you have to swallow swords. I think we've got something better for you. Dagmar went from swallowing swords to intercepting them with her fucking body. She is now the target for the knife thrower. And you must understand, while her body might be made of like felt or cloth sack, whatever the material might be, doesn't matter. You must understand that however the body has been changed, I imagine the pain and feeling of that experience is still very real. So, yep, getting stabbed still hurts. Now we've established all context required. As a bit of a reminder for those coming in, Arcadia is the land of the Fae. The true Fae. Beings of otherworldly power wrapped in contracts and bargains made with Arcadia itself uncountable eons ago. They are concepts, they are more than people. They do have enigmatic and esoteric families and connections and conflicts amidst other true Fae, but their thought processes and what they are is almost completely unknowable to a mortal mind. They are not a person walking around that can be fought or reasoned with. They are a force of nature within their domain. The Hedge is the border world between Arcadia and the mortal realm. It is a place heavily affected by those who pass through it. It is more altered by those in Arcadia, the closer to Arcadia it is. But when you approach the mortal world, it shapes itself based on what you carry with you, especially what you carry with you in your heart. Akin to Silent Hill, if maybe not leaning so much into the specific aesthetic of Silent Hill's horror. And we'll get into the specifics of that later. Each person's passage from Arcadia to the mortal realm through the Hedge will be fundamentally different based on the people they are and the experiences they have had. There are rigid aspects of this location, but it is otherwise very much in flux and changes from moment to moment. A changeling is a person who was captured, a mortal person who was swept away by the true Fae, the gentry, as they are also called, and shaped and changed according to their whims before eventually fleeing their keepers and returning home. Alright, got that? Good. Dagmar gets a little bit of information, whether it be from a visiting audience member, another Fae, or some other method. It doesn't really matter. But Dagmar hears whispers. Whispers of something dreadful. Whispers of the lockstep march of distant soldiers, of gunfire, of whistling projectiles and fireballs and gas masks and horse-drawn chariots and attack planes. Something is coming. And as much as they don't know about the circus, what they do know is if they ever will have a chance to escape under Painted Hills, when this arrives, this may be their only time. It starts simple. The night before, Caspian missed a jump and slammed face first into the stage. The ringmaster brushed it off as a comedy, but afterward he was relegated to the sideshow, to the area outside the tent, where the little caged animals and other items are stored, where all the less important, in his mind, the less important performers spend their time. And then there is distant crackling, popping sounds on the air, on the wind. And then suddenly, the tent is ablaze. A fire that's slowly creeping across the striped surface. And Caspian might not even notice this at first. But he turns and sees who else but Callie Burger Sauce, who has recently reunited herself fully with herself. Animator and animation, one individual again, attempting to sneak away, having been informed by Dagmar that this was coming, and now aware that this is the moment, making her break. And Caspian is stuck in his own mind. He's so lost. He's been so completely taken by this place and what it does for him that he doesn't comprehend or even think to, like, why would anyone be leaving? In his mind, he doesn't care about that. Again, as we've established, in his mind, his act is all the better because of the ones around him. He shines brighter in comparison. Callie can't leave. He has to show them. He's going to do so much better tomorrow. He's going to prove just how good he is at what he does. Like, he made one mistake. It was a simple, like, it was someone else's fault, maybe, even. Someone else swinging the trapeze bar around fucked it up and didn't time it right. He doesn't see fault in his actions, but he needs Callie there. He needs them to be there to make his act better. So he calls out to her, like, wait, Callie, where are you going? Where are you going? We have a show tomorrow. Like, you can't just leave. You can't do this to me. In his mind, Callie is sabotaging him. And, like, he likes Callie. They're friends. He's not even necessarily angry. He's just like, where are you going? And in this moment, as far as my understanding goes, Callie, I don't think even responds. But resentment is built between other members of the circus and Caspian for a long time. When Caspian might still be suffering, he is still being, to a degree, treated better, or at least differently, than everyone else. Callie has been split between the part of her that hated herself and thought that her life was nothing but misery, and the rest of her, and forced to basically self-mutilate and, like, cartoonishly suffer for, who knows, for 6 seasons in a movie. Dagmar's been turned into a pincushion filled with knives. And Caspian's had it relatively easy. In comparison, although comparing each other is a weapon that could be used against changelings to sow infighting. But in any case, Callie has built resentment. And in this moment, in a sort of a harsh thought, if he likes it here so much, then he can stay. And Callie leaves without him. As the fire continues to spread, Dagmar approaches and makes one single attempt to tell him that this is our moment. We need to get out of here. We need to leave. Let's go. And Caspian can't process the idea of leaving right now. He can't. He's confused and, like, just not being receptive, and Dagmar knows that she has little time to waste. If she takes too much time trying to help Caspian, she will be trapped here with him. She did her due diligence. She tried to help him. Now it is time to go. And Dagmar also leaves. And while Caspian is still sitting there, sulking and confused, that's when shit goes completely fucking nuts. As he's trying to, like, it's like, it's a fire, what's the big deal? Not until a fucking nearby cage with some kind of otherworldly fake creature is crushed by the treads of a World War I tank that emerges out of the tree line and immediately fires a shot at another cage. Biplanes go sailing through the air in the sky above and start firing bullets and trailing holes through the tent. Following behind the tank is a chariot drawn by horses from a Roman chariot, in fact, and armored soldiers on its, steering it. It is now as if a war has suddenly arrived at the doorstep of a circus. And this is another Gentry's fault. This is from another book. I don't know if it's first edition, but this is something that Bear has pulled into the world building, our GM. This Gentry is called The War That Devoured the World. All it cares about is meat for the meat grinder. It cares little if its soldiers escape and flee back to the mortal realm. It would rather grab fresh ones. Those who disappear during war, wandering off into no man's land, disappearing into the tangle of barbed wire and emerging in the hedge, are taken by this Gentry and put on the battlefield to fight an endless, ceaseless, senseless war for no other reason than the very joy of the conflict. Injuries, lost limbs are sewn back on, and love letters are sewn into the flesh of its changelings with barbed wire. And these love letters change shape and shift. It's not great. As you can immediately see, they are also immortal. Remember, you don't die unless your Gentry wants you to. Those captured by the war that devoured the world, the only fate they get to suffer is endless dying, like basically being mutilated and dismembered and put back together again and again to march back into the battlefield and continue fighting forever. And when your Gentry has had their fun and they found no more fun out of you, you're boring, I no longer wish to use you on my battlefield, you will find your way back to the war that you had left from. Whatever battlefield that you had been plucked away from, you will find yourself emerging onto again, just in time to immediately step upon a landmine or be struck by a falling bomb, dying and being erased. That is the fate of a changeling under the war that devoured the world. And this Gentry is now marching on under painted hills. Caspian is terrified, completely understandably. He doesn't know what's going on. It's chaos. And then a soldier walks up, wearing a gas mask. And changelings seem to unionize. Darius, you say that as a joke. We're not there yet. Just you fucking wait. But a soldier walks up, wearing a gas mask. As chaos erupts all around them, they reach out their hand to Caspian, removing their mask and smiling in a way that does not really show emotion behind it, like a chimpanzee baring their teeth. Caspian's scared, but this individual is attempting to help him. And when Caspian is too, not receptive, obviously afraid of what is happening, this soldier begins to push his ball away from the tent like they're the goddamn Prince of the Cosmos, rolling them away like it's fucking Katamari. All the while, as they get further away from the conflict, Caspian starts yelling out, "Kidnapper! Thief! You can't do this to me!" Once he realizes they're not just waiting at a distance until the chaos dies down. This individual is an NPC, but their name is Warren. They disappeared on the battlefield during World War I. They lied about their age and joined the army and disappeared into a tangle of barbed wire and have been here ever since. For Warren, I think the term is bodhisattva. If any of you are more educated on religion and like philosophy, if y'all are aware, then I might have said that correctly. Warren has been there for so long, incomprehensibly long, that they have basically let go of almost every single material attachment. But rather than embrace true enlightenment and true enlightenment, they realize that if they fully detach themselves from all mortal cares, they will no longer be able to help others. For a very long time, Warren has been helping other changelings. Amidst the chaos of these conflicts and fights, they have been helping other changelings flee their keepers and return home. And now they have come to save Caspian. As they get further away from the tent and Caspian keeps fighting against it, the fucking ball of water becomes simply that, water. It falls away and seeps into the ground, and the silver filigree that wrapped around it simply clattering, leaving Caspian lying in the dirt and mud and underbrush to immediately start suffocating. They are no longer fully within the realm of underpainted hills, so their power is no longer as strong here. That orb can no longer be held together, but also Caspian can no longer be kept from dying. If Warren doesn't find water, Caspian will die. So Warren finds some water and has to contend with some denizens of the Hedge. In their view, from Caspian's perspective, although he is suffocating at the moment, they are some kind of fish creature who are like hoping that Warren will just feed them the fish that he's carrying. But eventually, some form of stalemate is struck where Caspian's tossed into the pool. And the next thing Caspian sees is Warren fucking fighting these things like it's goddamn Tekken. That's how it was described to me anyway. Warren does not see fish creatures. He sees fallen soldiers. Those who have died before, those that he remembers, those that they could not have saved. But in any case, they have escaped for now, but we are no longer in Arcadia. We have now entered the realm of the Hedge. Bodhisattva. Someone who essentially reaches nirvana but refuses to join Brahma. Yes. See, I need to do more research, but yeah, that's basically the concept behind Warren as a character. Some smiles show happiness, others show only teeth. Yeah, but at this point, Warren teaches Caspian a ritual. Caspian is fundamentally Fey now. We can, as Fey, he can make deals and arrangements and agreements with other creatures, and even with mortals, if they so desire. But in this instance, there was no hope of getting through the Hedge if Caspian can't breathe. They can't hope for water at every turn, at least not as readily as they would like. So, Warren teaches Caspian how to make a bargain with some form of aquatic predator. It does not matter what. All that we need to care about is that they did make a little deal. It's simply a ritual they perform. It's not necessarily that there was any exchange. It's just, the exchange is, you do this, I give you this, every time. And that exchange is, as long as Caspian, once a day, drags a mammal. So, like, normally humans are the ones available, but any mammal is dragged into a body of water that he is already in. For 24 hours, Caspian can breathe air. He doesn't have to kill them. He doesn't have to drown them. He just has to perform the act of an aquatic predator ambushing a land-bound, prey. So, after he's made this arrangement, he peeks out of the water, and Warren, having handled the problem, he grabs him by the ankle and yanks them into the pool. And then Caspian's able to crawl out and breathe. Just in case you forgot what my fucking little Blorbo looked like, let me put him on screen so y'all can appreciate my hard work, because I love this boy a completely healthy amount. He's also 3'3". The reference is out of date. I had meant to update the file, but he's not 2'4". He's 3'3". But in any case, I had some salient dialogue. Obviously, a lot of this is backstory. The game itself is not going to be taking place in this backstory. This is just what happened to him. Their life and what we end up experiencing is going to be their attempts to readjust to the material world, the mortal realm, and living there with their life having been taken in this direction where things have changed. Guys, y'all don't understand. No, you don't understand. Hey, you guys know me. When I run tabletop, I've never read the Dungeon Master's Guide or the Player Handbook for D&D 5e. I don't read PDFs that tell you the rule set for how games are played. I learn by doing, and I pick up on the patterns, and I figure out how they work in that regard, especially because most of the time those games are homebrew. If you want to know how deep in the paint this ADHD motherfucker got, I've been reading the goddamn PDF. I've been reading all the lore and all the world building and all the information. I have never done this much reading on a fucking tabletop setting in my entire life being into tabletop. I am completely lost in the fucking sauce. The last time, genuinely, I think the last time I've been this fixated on something to this degree when it came to creative storytelling, I do think it was fucking Mega Man Zero. This is going to be a lifelong attachment, I feel. I could be wrong. My interests might shift, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be a long-term fixation for me. But they're in the hedge. And I want to find some of the dialogue I wrote because it's really charming. I want to roleplay him a little bit, but he's kind of like a drama queen. He's a little ego-driven, and so let me get my documents here. So Warren, throws him into the water and deals with the fish, and then as they're going to teach him the ritual, right? And as they're getting ready to, Caspian's being catty and difficult as one would. And some of this is a bit too Flanderizey. I've kind of leaned a bit too heavily into almost pompous nobleman talk, but I really kind of want to just lean into he thinks he's the most important person in the room. Everybody loves him. Why wouldn't they? He's amazing. He's the amazing Caspian. Gaze upon his amazing feats of acrobatic prowess. He's the fantastical flying fish. Why wouldn't you love him? And obviously that ego is significantly worse because they're still fresh out of escaping the gentry. And they're not out of the woods yet. But let's see. Here we go. So, Warren explains the deal. By the way, Warren also doesn't have any emotion behind their voice. They always talk in a complete monotone. There is no excitement. There's no shock. There's no anger. It's just the same exact tone at all times. That is how they speak. Caspian grabs Warren and drags him into the water, and Warren will be like, fuck. Damn it. Shit. That's the level of, complete monotone Warren has. But anyway, they're agreeing to do... They're teaching Caspian this deal. And then Caspian, thinking about it, listening, looking, annoyed. And then he's like, I will accept this guidance as penance for breaking my shit. Go on, then. Dispense with the details, grunt. Shit like that. And then when it worked, it's well, I hadn't expected that to work. I'll be certain to express my gratitude after you've returned me to the big top. My performance is going to be putting everyone else's to shame, and I'm sure they've put everything back together by now. So I absolutely cannot afford to miss it. Let us be off, then. And Warren ends up having to carry him. Because one detail I think that I like, he does get his footing eventually, but Caspian has spent this uncountable amount of time in the water. He has not set foot on land or walked around in a very, very, very long time. So they don't really have time to deal with him getting his fucking land legs again, so Warren has to carry him. And when it becomes apparent to Warren that Caspian is not going to cooperate, they pick him up and put him over their shoulder, and then they start traveling through the hedge. And this one gets a bit angsty, but this is the part that I'm the most emotionally invested in, because it's really, this is where we start getting into the emotional core of Caspian as a character for me. Caspian throws a fit when it turns out he can't go home. And you know what? I'll play another Crane Wives song, actually, because this one I've been using for this kind of sequence a lot, and I like this song. It's new for me. The Moon Will Sing, I guess. But, yeah, kidnapper! Thief! You can't do this to me! Do you know who I am? The amazing Caspian deserves better than this! The show must go on! It cannot go on without me! Unhand me at once! But Warren doesn't listen. He doesn't. Oh, it's too loud. It's too loud, chat. Too loud. Let me lower it a bit. There we go. That's much better. Y'all kept complaining it was too quiet. Now it's too loud. Fuck. But yeah. But then, as it becomes apparent that Caspian is not going back, that Warren is not going to turn around, it continues. He starts to break down a little, slowly at first, like, I need to show them how wrong they are. How much better I can be, how much better I am than what they think. Let me go! And then Warren responds, right? And this is not necessarily fully, this stuff is all pre-game backstory stuff, right? It will never be enough. What do you know, Lockjaw? You wouldn't know a good performance if it kicked you in the balls! No response. And this is over time. But then Caspian starts to panic. Stop. Please. It's not too late. I have to go back. If I go back now, they'll have to forgive me. They need me. And it's at that point that small, quiet little sanctuary at the back of his mind, where his memories have been lying, where his memories of the world he came from have been sitting. That's when all of this stuff starts to really kind of come back. And he starts to really, truly see, now that he is no longer under the boot heel of his keeper, just how awful his life had been for longer than he can remember. And he starts to cry. And I haven't written this down yet, but this is something I really like. He's basically like just over Warren's shoulder at this point, crying, and then there's a moment where Warren needs their hands. They can't carry him like this all the time. They need Caspian to like grab on and then both hands to do some stuff or whatever. So it's like, have you come to your senses? Just like some pathetic sniffling, and then yes. Are you going to run away if I loosen my grip? And something I haven't talked about yet, but I talked about it briefly, I guess. Once you have become a changeling, you are Fae now. By your very nature, you are Fae. And while humans might not realize the power of a promise, oh, I'll be there at 9. Oh god, if anything were to happen to this character, I'd kill everyone in this room and then myself. Or things like that. Oh my god. There we go. Forgot to loop it. Those are, like, you know, we as humans understand, like, we as mortal men and creatures understand that these are not true promises. They're promises that are never intended to be kept. They are exaggerations. But this is not how the Fae works. And you, as a changeling or some form of Fae, these are now true contracts that have power. And Caspian doesn't know this yet. And I think Warren might, but Caspian doesn't. Caspian says, basically, I won't run away. I promise I won't run away. If you keep me safe. And Warren, understanding the power of that deal, agrees. And the trek through the hedge at this point is something I have not fully played out, because it took until yesterday for me to fully comprehend and understand how the hedge worked and what it was like. But suffice to say, their trip through the hedge is very long. Again, time is nebulous, anywhere other than on the other side, back home, in the mortal realm. It's harrowing, it's dangerous, it's terrifying. And it could be any amount of, like, it could have been, like, just say it was a long time. But eventually, that flight from their abuser, from their keeper, they emerge back home. Warren had no more attachments. They don't remember, like, they've been there so long, whatever home they came from is gone, or their at least attachment to it has long disappeared. The Caspian, so Caspian is the only one with an attachment left to the mortal realm, so when they emerge from the hedge, they emerge in Pinevale, the small Pacific Northwest town of about 30,000 people, and his hometown. The town he was born in and the town he grew up in. And something is wrong. As a bit of a mental image for you guys, the hedge can sometimes appear like an otherworldly gap in like the actual hedge, or like a copse of trees or some other space, but entrances to the hedge can be most likely and most often invisible. You're watching someone walk away from you to go down like a forest path, and as they pass between one tree and the next, and they disappear from your line of sight, they don't emerge from the other side. They walk behind a tree and cease to exist in this world and have entered the hedge. Someone disappearing, as we described earlier, in a fucking tangle of barbed wire on no man's land. Or disappearing beneath the surface of a small forest pond, or walking through a door in a forgotten house, or an archway in an old ruin, or through the doors of a mausoleum in a quiet graveyard in the middle of the night. It doesn't really matter. The entrance to the hedge is any place like this. It can just as easily be a place you stumble into by accident as it can be a place that you find and enter deliberately. You remember Coraline? Remember the door in their house that led to the other mother's domain? That could also be just as much a good way to represent how one could enter the hedge. But suffice to say, after who knows how long away, Caspian and Warren emerge in Pinevale. And the first thing that Caspian seeks out, after countless turns of the moon away from home, is to return to the home that he lived in while he was here. That brief window of time when he had fled his ex and returned to the childhood home, he had rented an apartment. And as they're heading there, Caspian having gotten some grip on walking again, they pass by someone walking down the street. It's early morning. The sun isn't quite fully up in the sky, but it's lit up enough that you can see the streets. The street lights are still on, but it's only a matter of time before they all shut off and people start mingling about during the day, doing their thing. And Caspian is suddenly, oh no, wait, this is bad. We can't, like, what if they see us? Except with nowhere to hide, there's no chance to really avoid it. But this gentleman, this jogger, runs by, gives them a wave and a nod and smiles, not really making eye contact, weirdly enough, looking at some space above Caspian's head, and they make no further acknowledgement and carry on. And Caspian doesn't understand what has happened here yet, but we do. We do. Y'all thought I only did one image, didn't you? Y'all are fucking insane. Caspian's gonna have multiple sheets. I've got like 2 more planned. Behold the next page. Behold Caspian's mask. Changelings have a defense mechanism to hide their true nature from mortal eyes. This is their glamour, but more commonly it is called their mask. They have no real direct control over this. Smells, sounds, and height differences are all accounted for. Even death will not dispel this illusion. Changelings, like Caspian, don't even get to choose the form their mask takes, and nobody quite knows how this appearance is determined. Because it seems the criteria changes from one changeling to another. As we established earlier, when a human is taken by the fair ones, sometimes they are replaced. Not every time, but sometimes. A bundle of sticks, some loose leaf litter, scraps of shredded paper, or any other detritus will be gathered and spun into a doppelganger. They are the same person in every aspect: appearance, personality, memories, everything. This copy is called a fetch. And just like the mask of a changeling, nothing, not even their death, will break this illusion. The fetch will carry on living the abductee's life, and sometimes may even do it better than the one they replaced. So, to a normal person, this is what our boy Cass looks like. He looks like this weirdo. What do you mean aside from burger sauce? What are you referring to there, you boy? This is so good. And he still has jazzy shoes. Thank you. Yeah. I'm really proud of this. I had to... Chad, I want you to understand my pain. I drew the perfect hand on hip, like palm pointed out, like, you know, wrist canted, hand on hip pose. But my artistic friends, in quotes, Lulzy and fucking Spooky, were saying the only way the sleeve could work is if I covered that beautiful hand that I was proud of drawing. Anyway, where am I? I crashed out for a second. And then I had to cover it with the sleeve, yes. But I'm like really pleased with this. Do amazing anatomy and then cover it all up with clothing. But yeah, so what are you talking about, you boy, when referring to burger sauce? Because this works for all changelings. Callie will probably not look like a cartoon character to mortal eyes. Only other changelings and those gifted with the true sight will be able to see a changeling or any other creature disguising themselves with glamour for what they are. But fundamentally, this is automatic. Caspian looks like this to a normal person walking down the street. And while he can't see this in reflections, he will later get a glimpse of this appearance, and y'all should understand something. This is not what Caspian used to look like. His name is gone, and even his own appearance, when he was still mortal, is no longer his own in the eyes of other mortals. Now we get to go to the painful part. Once they figure out that things are fine, they don't understand why they're not standing out, but they'll figure it out. Caspian finds the apartment complex and is kind of just shell-shocked, kind of wandering, looking around as if in a dream, like, this can't be real. Is this happening? This place existed. I've been here before. It's been so long. And at the door is, let's say, like an elderly tenant lady. Not super old, but probably like late 60s, like early late 60s, like, you know, something like that. But hi, can I help you? And they express, like, they ask about the apartment that Caspian lived in. Like, Caspian kind of is, like, distantly, like, is apartment 17 available? You know, just, like, does it matter? And she just says, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You probably heard about it, didn't you? There's a terrible thing last night. There was a terrible accident. The young man who lived there was, well, they drowned. I don't really want to be the one to gossip, but they died. They don't really have any family or contacts that I could contact to put their affairs in order, so we've been trying to figure things out. And then Caspian kind of walks into the apartment with, like, the landlady nearby. In fact, he's like, may I come in? Because as Fae, I don't know if they're allowed in without being invited. I don't know if changelings are affected by that rule, but they let her in. She lets him in, and he's, like, looking around at this apartment, and he's looking at the space, and things look unchanged. They look exactly as his distant, foggy memories remember it looking. And she's like, well, I don't know why I felt, In any case, basically Caspian says, I'm his brother, adopted. And she lets him in, and as he's kind of like walking around and looking at the space, she's like, I'm sure it's a lot and a little difficult, but I do apologize. I will have to get some level of identification, some evidence to prove that you're related to the deceased. I don't want to... I know it's a little... And then Caspian just does some things like... He always used to keep certain keepsakes and important documents in a compartment under the drawers here, or something like that, or behind the poster. A thing that no one who wasn't familiar with the individual would know. Right. And then, as he's like looking over stuff, Caspian realizes why things felt wrong, why they felt off. Do not forget, Caspian has been gone for so long, like from his perception, that he doesn't really have a way to describe the time he spent at the circus. Just that he was been gone for a very, like, a horrifying amount of time. It's in this moment that he realizes why things feel wrong. Because it has been less than 24 hours since he left. From the world's perspective outside, during the parade, as y'all remember, no one saw this parade. The parade that abducted this boy and took him off to the circus. Everyone on the street where Caspian was taken, all of them had this unusual, but not, at least not in their minds, anomalous desire to stay home that day, to not go out. They decided to call in sick. They decided to watch something they've been meaning to watch on Netflix. They decided not to go to that movie, or go to that party, or go to this event or function, or go on their normal daily jog. They stayed home. The only thing that the mortal world heard the day that Caspian was taken was the strange, echoey calliope music. Anyone who might have looked out the window during Caspian's, like, bolting in terror down the street would have seen a normal man jogging down the road. They would have seen them trip and fall on their face at the moment where, in reality, Caspian was being stolen away and replaced with their fetch, and that fetch would have gotten up off the ground, dusted them off, and carried on with their life. And then, as Caspian was off at the circus, over the next several hours, the fetch, through some misfortune, ended up drowning in a nearby river or lake and dying. And after that, in the early hours of the morning the following day, Caspian emerges back into the mortal realm after having been gone longer than anyone could possibly comprehend. And it's at that moment, realizing that, not knowing all that, like, you know, meta knowledge, but realizing he'd been gone for so long and no time had passed at all, he immediately collapses onto, like, the couch or the bed and just starts to cry. And that's enough to convince the landlord that this isn't, like, some kind of fraudster. And she's like, I'm sorry. We can work out the details tomorrow or another day. I'm sure that's a lot. I'm sorry for your loss. And then she leaves. This is Changeling the Lost. You're correct. Caspian is just a mess. if he had had anybody who might have missed him, they wouldn't have had time to. So that's where he's at. And here's some fun little details here. Time doesn't work the same in the Hedge either. So while Caspian, Dagmar, and Callie all escaped sort of in sequence, Callie first, then Dagmar, then Caspian, and might have had a similar length of time passing through the Hedge, who knows? They arrived back in Pinevale in different times. Most of them have been in Pinevale about a year before he got out. At least that's the idea we're going with right now. But there's some fun time fuckery I wanted to go with. Let's go back to the circus real quick. As you guys recall, Caspian went to a circus performance as a gift from his parents on his 10th birthday on Halloween night. He was 25 when he was snatched by the parade. While he was seeing his appearance change in mirrors and reflections, he was beginning to recognize the form that he was taking, because it was the form of a performer that he remembered seeing at the circus when he was 10. And then, one day during his long durance, during a particular performance, he was doing flips and leaping through the air with such grace and precision. And when he gazed out upon the crowd and looked at those in the audience, had he the mind to remember, had he not been so caught up in the performance and how special and valued and amazing he felt he was, he would have recognized his own face, the face of him as a child watching him. But now, in the circus, he does not even give them a second glance. But Dagmar ends up arriving in Pinevale before Caspian's abduction. At least that's like the idea in my head. I wouldn't say that's canon, but that's the idea I'd like to see or experiment with or propose, I suppose. The idea, not even necessarily that it's important to the story, just that I think it's interesting to really demonstrate how not linear time is in the realm of Arcadia. That Dagmar, having met and interacted with Caspian at the circus, and then emerging from the Hedge in Pinevale, not only fucking, like, let's see, she was there in the 60s, what is it, it'd be 2012, would be 6 years later, right? So it'd be like nearly 70 something years after Dagmar's, like, you know, Dagmar was kidnapped by the Fae and disappeared by whoever she was investigating. And she emerges in 2026, a few days before Caspian is abducted. Just as an example, time does not flow in ways that matter or make sense in Arcadia. And someone earlier made a joke about a union, and now we can stop going into the specifics of the lore or specifics of the backstory of Caspian at the moment. Instead, let's just talk about the Freehold. Remember when someone said that changelings need a union? That's what a Freehold is. Normally, they are courts, specifically. There is the spring court, the summer court, the autumn court, and the winter court. These are basically organizations and groups of fellow changelings who have banded together because being like a unit, like having solidarity amongst each other, keeps you strong and protects you from your keepers who would want you back. Each court applies to a different season where they have made pacts with those seasons, like the actual season in sort of a magical fae kind of way, and they gain special privileges from that. And additionally, these courts interchange their leadership with the changing of the seasons. So when spring ends, the spring court leader or courtier, whatever you want to call them, they step down and the one in charge for summer takes place. I'm actually going to read this a bit because this stuff's a little hard to explain for me, or at least summarize in a way that makes sense right now. So we're gonna jump back into the fucking book. Let's see. And then we are also going to get into some of the details on a sheet, by the way. So this is from the book directly. Fairy was a nightmare from which we longed to wake. But the fantasia followed us home. Around every corner stalks a foe intent on dragging us back. A reminder that this world kept no place for us while we were gone. Or a handful of magic that invites us to miss the wonder we left behind. Alone, we falter. We wander lost from refuge to refuge and seek belonging, safety, solace, fleeting wishes when every raven and rainstorm could carry a fair one along. In their desperation, those who came before us struck deals with the sun and the moon, with the turning of the earth itself. Protect us, they said, and we will honor you. Each of the oath-bound gathered others of like mind, forming a court to keep the gentry at bay. They found comfort in the season's arms, taking their lessons to heart, and so do we. Desire staves off the horror that haunts us in sleep. Wrath channels our passions and puts idle hands to glorious purpose. Fear empowers us to arm ourselves with the very weapons we fled. Sorrow keeps us from returning to paths best left untrod. Together, we do more than endure. We fight back, each courtier in her own way. So courts are just that. They are organizations of changelings that formed out of necessity to protect themselves from being plucked back out of their homes by the very creatures that took them in the first place. And each court has a different vibe. I'm going to read a little blurb from each of them and see if y'all can figure out which one Caspian chose. The first is spring. I should also mention that in Pinevale, the courts are actually consolidated. There's the day court and the night court. The day court contains those of spring and summer, and the night court is that of autumn and winter. So, desire is a flame. It's the fuel in the engine of ambition. It's the warm, rich red of passion and the pale, insistent blue of hunger. It's a will-o-wisp dancing just out of reach, leading the foolish to bad ends. You can't live without its warmth and heat, but feed it too much, and it'll burn you to ashes. The other courts don't understand, of course. They reject the philosophy of desire. They may call it selfish, or short-sighted, or shallow. Why spend your time chasing pleasures, they may say, with the others scratching at the threshold? Why don't you understand what's important? Those are foolish questions. The spring court knows exactly what's important. Passion feeds ambition and art. Hunger is an understanding of your needs. But most important, desire is the food of life. With laughter and joy and pleasure, changelings live. Without these things, they simply survive. Desire is the key to taking your life back or building a new, full life. It's an alluring philosophy, and it draws many lost who don't want to dwell on the past. And with the bargain, it even refutes the power of the gentry. Fuck you, it says. We don't need you. You didn't break us. You can't break us. We'll live and love and enjoy ourselves and forget you ever existed. So there's spring. There's more to it than that, but I'm not going to read the entire goddamn thing now. Now on to summer. Wrath is rejection. Wrath doesn't accept that things are the way they are, and there's nothing to do about it. Oh, wait, let me try that again. Wrath is a rejection. Wrath doesn't accept that things are the way they are, and there's nothing to do about it. When someone shoves a knife into you, wrath is the urge to pull that knife out and stab right back. Let spring and autumn and winter all try to avoid or mitigate their pain. Summer channels wrath to scream through blood-flecked lips, "No more!" Nobody spends much time debating whether or not they belong with the Iron Spear. Summer courtiers are those who drew a line and chose to push back. Maybe it was their own pain, loss, wounds, failure, humiliation. Maybe it was someone else's. But something awakened that fury in them, a wrath pure enough that they stopped thinking about flight and decided to fight. It's not always healthy, of course. Wrath doesn't make you happy, even if it dulls the pain and gives you something else to think about. It might lead you to sacrifice yourself for an empty promise of vengeance, but nothing gives a hunter pause like a beast that has decided it's not going to be prey anymore. There were other things that summer had to offer, so long ago, but the bargain with summer was paid in wrath. It's the oath of the blazing sun destroying shadows. It's the vigilance of the longest day. It's the spike in violence when the streets are baking and the AC is out. Then we've got autumn. Fear is a line in the dust. It's a boundary, an invisible wall. Fear keeps your enemy from crossing your threshold. Fear keeps your allies from presuming too much. Fear is a fortress, and the leaden mirror knows all the secrets in its foundations. The Ashen Court has a complicated relationship with their signature passion. Some of them revel in the rush, others consider terror the most rational weapon in a frightening world. Obviously, they all know what it's like to live in constant... What the fuck? I think that one's a typo, actually. Obviously, they all know what it's like to live in constant dread. Thanks to the Durance. But that could be said to be true of every Lost. The difference is that it takes a certain amount of introspection to swear the autumn vow. Spring and summer might suppress their old fears, and winter may hide from them. But autumn has to come to terms with those old scars. Why, then, doesn't the Ashen Court play more like the Summer Court? Why do they treat the dread of knives and gasoline and broken glass as secondary at best? The answer's pragmatic. As terrifying as the threat of violence is, it works best on mortals. The true Fae play by different rules. They don't even reliably have bodies to break or blood to spill. To get at what frightens one of the gentry, you have to threaten the rules they play by. And that requires sorcery. Nothing terrifies one of the grand game players like the realization that what they'd mistaken for a pawn has its hands on the rulebook. Autumn had many gifts to offer, but the Ashen Court chose fear. It was a power that flowed from lengthening nights and dead leaves falling from skeletal branches, of ripe fruits rotting on the ground. Autumn granted the understanding that death itself is not as frightening as dying. And then, finally, we have winter. Sorrow is a cage. It keeps a person from moving. It roots them in place, cold and unyielding. But people also will willingly lock themselves within it. They embrace the bar's strength, for they're just as strong as the love for what was lost. They close the door to keep others out, as if they were sharks. The Winter Court knows that sorrow can be crippling, but also inspiring. You just have to be certain you're the one holding the keys. It's easy for a changeling to be drawn to sorrow. All you had to do was love enough. The lost return home to find lovers in a false person's arms, parents dead and gone, children grown and unhappy. The life's work you built may be shuttered and lightless, The art you created may be destroyed or stolen. The winter court doesn't offer the same strength as summer and autumn, or the same abandon and hope as spring, but it has never lacked for numbers. Those who join the Silent Arrow don't want to forget. Sorrow's strength is twofold. Turn it against your enemies, and you strike at their will to fight. Turn it inward against yourself, and you can see through false hopes and useless temptations. The Silent Arrow keeps loss, regret, guilt, and despair in their quiver. They're dangerous things to handle, but they have to be. So many of the gentry aren't prepared for the pain that comes with losing something you truly loved, because so many of the gentry weren't capable of truly loving in the first place. Winter has always been a season of sorrow. Light is in shorter supply, and darkness comes early. The modern understanding of seasonal affective disorder offers a more scientific illustration of a relationship with winter that some people have always endured. The longer the night, the easier it is to mourn. So those are the 4 courts. Again, spring and summer are bundled under day for our setting, and autumn and winter are bundled under night. Of all that shit I just read, because surely you were listening, chat, because now you've got an assignment. Which one did Caspian end up with? Which one did Callie end up with? Which one did Dagmar end up with? Spring, okay. We've got 2 for spring, for Caspian. I would assume. Winter, given how he broke at the end. Spring. Okay. Spring or autumn for Caspian. Alright. Y'all pretty much read me like a book. Caspian, like, it was spring. 1000%. It's not just wanting to forget, but it's also, like, that appealed to him the most as someone who had spent all this time performing. And even though the memories of his time there have now become a lot more blurry and nebulous and indistinct, he still remembers the joy of the performance, of the act. And he, at this point, that's a skill that he was forced to develop under duress. Yeah, his body was changed, but the skills he built as an acrobat, those are his own. So of course he's prideful about it. And why wouldn't he want to show off and party and demonstrate his prowess to all who could see? Winter for Dagmar? Really? I thought it was autumn. Oh, man. Spring or autumn for the cartoon lady? I'm pretty sure that Callie Burger Sauce. I'm pretty sure Callie Burger Sauce. I think she picked spring. Pretty sure she picked spring. That makes perfect sense. Yeah. But yeah. That's kind of all the info dumping. I always get anxious. I mean, it's not done with the info dumping. I'm always anxious sharing character details like that on stream because, especially when I get that, like, deep in the paint, when I get this deep in obsession with something that matters to me, there's always the fear that it will slip my grasp and be run off with. Like when the gentry enter your dreams and steal away items and thoughts and carry them away and display them on glass shelves and crystalline daises. You know, I don't like the idea of someone taking something that matters to me and running off with it. Caspian is in the spring court. You were correct. You had it on the money. Like, I was basically talking about, like, Caspian is a performer. And while his time at the circus is now a blurry memory, although, like, because if you remember it with crystal clarity, then it's very difficult to not want to go back. But he remembers the joy of performing. He remembers. He developed that skill. Yes, he was changed by the gentry to fit the mold and the role that they wanted him to play as their favorite. But now he developed that skill while there. He developed those acrobatic skills of his own, like by his own strength of will. Like, yeah. He didn't want to be there initially, but he grew to love it. and he grew to be prideful of his skill as an acrobat. Why wouldn't he want to celebrate? Why wouldn't he want to demonstrate his prowess for all to see at parties and gatherings? Spring was basically a shoo-in immediately. He didn't even listen to what the other courts had to offer. There was nothing else that he could have possibly wanted. He had no interest in hearing the rest. And now we can answer some questions about his sheet here. Not that one, this one. Seaming. We have seaming, needle, and thread. Now I'm excited about this part because this is where because Caspian started as a concept. Lou, my other guy, my mortal, started as a person, and we put his backstory together later, where Caspian's backstory came first, and then I had to work backwards and figure out who he was. And it was picking his seaming from the book that solidified it for me. Now, you might be wondering, what the fuck does this mean? Here we go, more reading. You know of us. No, you know us by the tales you tell to children. Should they fail to heed, the fair ones will steal them away in the night. We were those children once. We were Hansel and Gretel, whose breadcrumbs turned to ash, and we gorged ourselves on the sweetest lies, and they rotted our dreams. We played our roles and spoke our lines, and our costumes became our seamings and kiths, our second skins. But we won't be your bedtime story anymore. Now we wear those skins like armor and build our own briar walls, our courts to prick our keeper's long fingers and bloody the merciless huntsman's eyes. And we will live defiantly ever after. Run, they said, and hush. Burn, they told us. Freeze and whisper. Smile. Rend apart and build anew. And above all, forget. We forgot for a time, and we supped on enchantment, and the taste was honey laced with blight. Our captors remade us in their image, or in forms befitting our dreadful tasks. In thunder dreams and maypole songs we heard the calling of home, and though our forms were new, old memories stirred. With sharp eye and slim shadow, with bright flame and keening cry, with clenched fist and clever ruse, we ran and did not look back. But in the mirror, now our breathtaking scars remain, the marks of fairy that remind us we'll never be as we once were. Never again will we be innocent or human. Never again will we daydream in drab sepia or know the pallid touch of ennui. And never again will we be powerless. Our transformations have made us more. Different, yes, and strange, but we aren't alone in our new seemings. We may have lost ourselves, but we have found each other, and in that, we see what we have become. So, effectively, a seeming is like... It's hard to describe, but I think y'all can get the impression based on the description there. It's sort of like the role we played in like, it's like what we became, the person we became, whatever role we filled while we were under the gentry's boot, now being wielded as your identity and shield against further harm inflicted by those very same forces. And seemings include things like beast. You know, like the big bad wolf, or darkling, or elemental. But the one that we want to look at yeah, I guess we could read the little blurbs for each. Beast, a tale of abandon. His earthy scent, his arresting gaze, his rough-edged grace. You never do this. But just this once, you take him home. In the giddy rush of it, of him, you feel alive. Morning comes like a lazy blush. And watching him sleep, you know you'll do this again. Once upon a time, a wild creature lived in a wild land. It had food to eat, shelter from the elements, and confidence that nothing would ever prey upon it. One day, it fell into a hunter's trap, and for the first time knew fear. So, I'm not gonna read all these because I don't think I can summarize these as well, but each of these corresponds to the form you took in whatever role you played. Some of them are easier to summarize than others. Like, Wizened is a little easier to describe because it's like the earlier description we gave of the clockmaker making impressive feats of, like, mechanical prowess and then having that stuff taken away. And, like, you can do better. You can do better. Being worked till your knuckles were, like, working you to the bone. Like, in favor of some, like, esoteric goal or desire of your keeper. That's, like, the Wizened, as an example, right? But we're gonna get into the one that is Caspian. And that is The Fairest, a tale of perfection. Once upon a time, an empress reigned, beloved by everyone. She was the most beautiful of all the land's people, the most perfect of form. Each day, her tailors fashioned a new outfit for her to wear, each more lovely and extravagant than the last. And each day, her tailors paraded her through the city to show off their work. See how the elegant line of her leg enhances the cut of this exquisite dress. See how her peerless poise keeps the birds in this crown from flying away. Her heart was hollow. Despairing, she tore the clothes from her body and let the horses of her parade chariot trample them into the dust. She strode the streets naked and filled her heart with the satisfaction she felt at the shocked stares of the people who truly loved her clothes more than they loved her. With that, she commanded them to step aside and took her rightful place at the head of the courts of the lost. The fairest is adored, whether she wants to be or not. She possesses all the things everyone wants: looks, talent, money, friends. She speaks and the world listens. She leads the charge and others follow. A gentle touch, a lingering glance, one compassionate word. These hold all the power she needs to lend strength to the doubting and win over the reticent. None can stand against her judgments, whether she passes them down from an executive's chair or spits them across a barricade at those who would take away her people's freedoms. She meets opposition with sang-froid and supports with warmth. If she's impervious, it's only because she refuses to be put in her place. And if she pries, it's only because she's had enough of small talk to last a lifetime. While the wizened maintain a freehold's complex etiquette and operations, the fairest hold their fellows together with inspiration and bold decisions. When their companions falter, crushed under the weight of their ordeals, they can rely on their muses to pick their spirits up again. Even when someone else wears the crown, a fairest is always there at the center of attention, swaying hearts and minds. Others may envy them, but the sovereign bear the burden of leadership because to do otherwise is to cheapen themselves. Nobody sees the hard work the fairest puts in to live as a person instead of a figurehead. She endures enormous pressure and lives up to impossible expectations every day, and does it happily, because by shattering them beyond anyone's wildest dreams, she proves she's worth so much more than they think. She isn't the picture they paint in their minds of who she is, and she isn't a frame for them to hang their trappings on. And she doesn't care if they don't like it. Meaningless niceties are sometimes necessary, but she prefers kind to polite for those who deserve it. But she loves her many assets too, and wouldn't give them up for the world. She earned them, and she uses them to get what she wants, and to hell with those who resent her for it. In her heart of hearts, she clings to them because they remind her of what was intoxicating about Arcadia. She desperately wishes she could go back and rule there, in truth. Claim the magic and pleasures of fairy for herself, and banish its cruelties forever. Since she can't, She makes her own paradise wherever she goes, and woe to anyone who gets in her way. So that's Caspian, right? I'm realizing some stuff about this reading here that makes me realize I might need to do some slight tweaking to his personality, just a little bit. But I love that, right? He was favored. He was the center of attention. He was the main act, at least as far as my understanding would go. So of course, he's gotten in his head. And like, he is amazing. He is great. He is the amazing Caspian. He has performed feats of acrobatic and dexterous prowess that no one else could match. And now that he's home, well, he will not settle for anything less than being seen for the person that he is, for the amazing individual that he is. Not as, like, whatever, like, you know, whatever you imagine or think of him. Whether you think, oh my god, it's fucking Caspian again. He's over there talking about how cool and amazing he is, or like, oh, like, I hate that guy. He sucks. He always walks around with some air, like, smug sense of self-importance. I fucking hate him. He doesn't care what you think in that regard. Like, he shouldn't, at the very least. Because, you know, it's hard to describe, but we're working on it. Because I want there's a nuance to his mentality. He talks a lot of talk. He still sees himself as very important. And a lot of that is also, I think, bravado. But I think I'm figuring it out right now, chat. I do think a lot of the ego is a mask that he wears to protect himself from the pain. And, like, because he's, you know, but he also does believe it. Like, to a degree, he believes his own hype because that hype is real. He is impressive. He's done amazing things. So, like, why not, you know, be proud of yourself and what you can do? But some of it gets a little out of control sometimes. That is when the sort of alteration of his thought processes comes into play. Almost like an instinct had you been turned into an animal. Sometimes he gets a little too big-headed and has to be brought back down to reality lest it get out of hand. I have read some of it, but I don't really want spoilers anyway, but it's like a lot of this is being... Not everything here is going to be taken for the game anyway. They took the fish out of the circus, but didn't take the circus out of the fish. Exactly. He's still at heart a performer. I think I might want to talk to my GM about his personality again. Like full one-on-one reset. Because I played a lot of ideas. Like, we've done a lot of jokes, is the thing, gang. Let's get into some of the humor we've played up with Caspian. Because, like, some of it I did like. There's a part of me that likes a character who displays this massive ego, where they're always, like, talking about, like, you know, like, they talk about themselves a lot. They get, you know, it's like, you know, I will grace you with my presence. I know you all love to have me around. I light up every room. You know, this kind of person that's so smug, not even smug, but, like, so haughty. Not even haughty, because that's a negative angle, right? So boastful that it's kind of almost suffocating and insufferable. But if you know them, if you understand them and have spent enough time with them, you can see the care that like the care coming through even their most, like, here, let me just read what I put on a sheet, right? Near compulsively egotistical and boastful and self-aggrandizing, an attitude cultivated by many long years of manipulation and fey magic warping the way he thinks. Rarely speaks plainly, generally composing himself as the most important person in any room he's in. Sometimes realizes he's doing it, and feels fleetingly embarrassed about it. But he usually requires external help to notice. He may talk down to people around him. However, he rarely actually thinks less of the people in his life. And once one gets to know him, one can see the empathetic and caring intent beneath even his haughtiest of statements. Like, I love the idea of a person, like, someone's come to understand and know you, know the heart of you, to the point where, like, you could walk up and say some, like, wildly self-aggrandizing shit, fully believe it, and instead of this person groaning or being, like, annoyed by what you've said, they'll just, you know, they will see what you mean, or accept it as a part of you. You don't do it to hurt them. You love them. You care about them. They matter to you. They're a person that's important to you and in your life. It's just that you're not the best at showing it sometimes. Like, you know, for those who aren't looking, they're not going to see anything other than an insufferable guy who only thinks of himself. Not that. That's not it. Remember his backstory. Caspian always felt unwanted, unvalued, like he didn't matter to anybody. And that is part of the reason he fell so deeply into, like, the fucking sauce when he got into the circus, because it was not good for him. It was like junk food. Instead of true, actual, meaningful love and affection from real people that cared about him, it was this fleeting, like, you know, adulation from those watching him perform, but it was enough to trap him. Like, trap him in that thought process of his mind. But now that he's gone, he still did those things. He's still one of remarkable skill and deserves adulation. But no longer the adulation that was falsely given by these fucking, you know, these crowds of strangers. But he longs for connection. He wants friends. He wants people to care about him. So it's a mix of, like, believing his own hype, knowing maybe in some way deep down that he is difficult to be around for a lot of people, but also knowing that he does have a brightening effect. Like, he does light up the room. I don't know. Like, it's hard to describe. I still like the idea of it's being compulsive, because deep down in his heart of hearts, he still feels alone. Because now it's like there's this fey effect that he has on mortal people that kind of draws them to him, or at least he feels like it is. I don't know if he necessarily fully understands that just because, like, it's like his time there has affected him, and he's fundamentally different now. His way of speaking does kind of draw people's gaze. He does kind of, like, you know, he kind of becomes the center of attention by his very nature as a person now. He's struggling, I think, to separate, like, he's trying to separate himself from what he's become, as if whatever he is now is a source of fey influence, rather than just him. It's him. And I think that might be where I want to go with him, right? There's small parts where he gets a little too boastful and he gets too... He believes his hype a little too much, but this is him now. Like, it's like all of it was influenced in some degree, but he's no longer under his keeper's boot heel. So that's him now. That's not a bad thing. You know? But anyway, the humor. Here's a good one. Caspian goes to a convenience store, and he picks up, like, a candy bar, and he promptly opens it and starts eating it and is getting ready to walk back out when the store owner's like, wait, where are you going? You have to pay for that. And Caspian looks over and is like, what? Pay? What do you mean pay? I don't think like, you know who I am, right? If anything, you know, you kind of owe me for just coming in. Like, I understand. It's alright. Like, it's okay. Like, I know it's very confusing, but, you know, like, you do owe me this candy bar. Like, it's all good. And then Warren having to walk up and be like, I'll pay for it. And then Warren reaches out and places a crisp singular dime on the countertop. And then when he finds out that's not enough and learns about inflation, he just takes his beret off and throws it on the floor in frustration. Because the last time they've had to pay for anything was when they were entering the army in World War I. Money is not... a dime don't pay for shit no more, my guy. And then they both get kicked out of the store. They probably worm their way out of getting in trouble for it. Or someone else pays for it. But either way, Caspian's, like, outside, like, sitting on the corner of the street with Warren standing next to him. And he's like, I can't believe they would do that to me. And then Warren being like, "You're acting like a little prince again." What? You... and then just Caspian putting his head in his hands like, I can't believe I just fucking did that. That's embarrassing. Which I think still works canonically, right? Like, that's what I'm talking about, where it gets a bit extreme, right? He forgets himself and where he is, and puts himself on too high a pedestal. He is still amazing, but he's not so amazing that he's like above like the trivialities of like the day-to-day living of everyone else, right? He's still, all these rules still apply to him. You know? Stuff like that. I love this guy a lot. I've been kind of back and forth on his personality a bit. Because again, it's sort of like, you know, you've been turned into another thing, and there's like, I'm confused, right? This is a system and a world that's so fascinating to me, but it's also been so alien to me. I've been over here, I say pestering because that's not really the word I want to use. I've been grilling our GM, Bear, who's been so cool. Genuinely one of the coolest people I've gotten the pleasure of meeting. I like everyone I've gotten to meet through the course of playing in The Last Frontier, and now eventually in Underpainted Hills, has been delightful. I'm deeply grateful to know Vivian and Spooky and Bear. It's been so wonderful. But Bear, I've been filling their DMs with thousands of questions about the world and how it functions and how this would work and how that would work, and running ideas by them, and them finding ways to make my ideas that felt like offshoots or AU concepts to actually work within the realm and framework of his backstory. And there's parts where it's like, find out in game, or I can't give you an answer, dog. It's fucking alien, weird Arcadia phase shit, and you're not really gonna fully understand how it works. I was asking for specifics on how big are the grounds? How big is the tent? What is it like over there? It's like, you can't truly know. Leave it up to your imagination. Same thing with your trip through the hedge. And it took me a while to internalize that there isn't like a set-in-stone, rigid way that this would have played out, right? There's a chance that every single one of our changelings, Callie, Dagmar, and Caspian, are all going to remember the circus looking or feeling just a little bit different. Maybe Caspian, it was more like moons and stars and cool blues and purples, and maybe the colors were a lot more vibrant and chaotic, and like maybe the tent was patchwork and things were a little different from Callie's perspective, and maybe things were grimmer, more sinister and unsettling for Dagmar. We don't know. It does not follow traditional and conventional mortal logic, and yet that was a thing that took so long to figure out. The lands wax and wane with their masters is a great, very poetic way to phrase it. Very much dream logic, a different portrayal of the same play. Yeah, their experiences all were the same. Like, they suffered the same way. Like, that was still true. But they might have perceived their experiences there ever so slightly differently. And there's no way for me to know every single piece. And here's the funniest part, and maybe a little bit of an unsettling part, chat. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. This is not a secret. I struggle with thought loops and seeking reassurance when it's not needed, and this can cause friction sometimes with people around me. But people still enjoy my company and don't hate me for these, like, I wouldn't call them flaws, but parts of me. I've often used my brain to describe my mental illness. Okay, cool. I guess my program froze. Is there any particular reason you felt the need to do that, Music B? What do you mean the sound device locked up? Hello? I was in the middle of a sincere thing, you piece of shit. Piece of shit. Piece of shit. I relocated my whole library, lost every single playlist, and you won't even play my music right because it's on a fucking solid state external hard drive. Try this again. Jesus. But anyway, I usually I don't distance myself. I use my brain to describe the intricacies of how my mental illness affects the way that I think. But that's always sort of not been a good way to do it. And it's something I've been, as of literally the last week, been trying to cut out of my vocabulary. I am all of me. If we want to quote a fucking song from a Shadow the Hedgehog. But all aspects of my mind, my OCD, my ADHD, my anxiety, my depression, they're all elements and facets that make me the person that I am. The person that you see floating in front of you, making jokes and being a little weirdo on stream. But my brain is also very fickle, and it's very easy to fall into traps. And the realization that I had during the course of working out Caspian's backstory was a very terrifying and very funny. Had I been in Caspian's situation, I would have fallen into that trap just like him. Stuff I don't talk about because I don't know if it's something that I need to talk about in therapy or work on, or if it's not a flaw necessarily because I don't actually act on it. But a fact about me that I've never talked about. I like attention. That might seem like a silly thing to say. I like feeling important. I like feeling like I matter. Whether that be like, something is like, oh, I'd love to moderate for my friend's stream. Not just because I actually do genuinely want to help, but it's also like, I feel more valued by being given responsibility in the space that my friend occupies. Or being a streamer and a VTuber. Feeling like, you know, having all of you here does tap into maybe like a small bit of ego. Not a big one, but it's like, I love performing. This is fun. I wish I could have done this when I was growing up. I wish I had grown up in a different scenario to allow me to perform in a more, more. Like, I've seen that when watching, like Bear sharing the Cirque du Soleil shows, sharing, like, street performers at fucking theme parks, and, like, you know, scare actors at haunted attractions and stuff. That stuff looks fun. That looks fun. I feel like I would love to do that if I wasn't saddled with anxiety to the severity that it is for me. And it's like, I ponder a life that I might have had my parents been better people, had I not been forced into the army. What kind of life would I have led? Would I have been a performer? Would I have been, like, a theater kid or some kind of, like, you know... I feel like performing would be something I would really love to do. But, like, that stuff taps into a part of my brain. I like feeling important. And having the realization... Here's where it happened. I was thinking about how, like, cool it was to be at the circus, because it sounded cool. And to a degree, looking at it from the outside, ignoring the suffering, being, like, magically whisked away and given the physicality to perform amazing feats of acrobats and stuff, doing stuff like that and performing sounds fun. I got trapped in that same thought process with Circuit of Freak. The freak show in that setting is not sinister in the way that Under Painted Hills is. It's a shelter for those who have been mistreated, the weird and the othered, and they are allowed to perform genuine acts that accentuate their weirdness and otherworldliness, but not in a way that is abusive and exploitative. And I loved that setting as a kid. I loved that setting fully and completely, and I still think about it to this very day, even though I haven't read the book in a very long time. And I was looking at Under Painted Hills in a similar light, through a similar lens, even with the understanding that Under Painted Hills, it's abusive. You will never be good enough. You will always be attempting to like, you know, achieve a goal that you will never reach. And it was when I was thinking about, like, what about, like, an alternative, like, story where Caspian gives up and realizes he loves it better there and turns back. And I was given a very jolting, very jarring, very unsettling wake-up call. About the setting. Like, I wasn't being scared shitless real life, you know, but from the lens of me falling into the same patterns and traps that Caspian was. What happens to Caspian, guys, if his keeper takes him back? For context, the keeper may arrive technically in person, quote-unquote, to capture you if they so desire, but if you have fled their grasp, returning is not something you want to do. Not because they'll just be mad for a bit or because you'll be trapped under their boot heel again. No. How dare my plaything run away? How dare you? I gave you everything. I pampered you. I gave you this whole circus. I gave you a performance. Like, I gave you everything. An adoring audience. A stage upon which to display your finest qualities. And you have the fucking nerve to run away? Your gentry, your keeper, is not going to come in person to take you again. Instead, they fashion a shell and put inside it every aspect of their desire and fury and want to bring you back, not necessarily so that they can just keep you again, but so that they can punish you for what you have done. You belong to them. How dare you? This hunter has their desire, their want, their greed, and maybe even their anger at, like, you will come back. I am taking you back no matter what. And that hunter can take on any form. I don't know what kind of hunters Underpainted Hills would take or send. Bear has kept that a tightly guarded secret because that's stuff that we'll have to find out when the game happens. FOIG. FOIG. Find out in game. But suffice to say, being taken back is not something you want. And I asked, just because I was curious and I wanted to know the stakes to better play the character, what happens to Caspian if the circus catches him and brings him home? Air quotes, home. It's very indistinct, but the idea is that the circus would carve his very soul out. They would carve piece after piece after piece of the soul, the fundamental essence that makes Caspian who he is. They will carve every last bit of that out of him. For however long that takes, until all they have left is the part that they truly want to keep, leaving the amazing Caspian, the performer, as effectively an empty shell that does flips. Caspian himself is effectively dead, but I wouldn't say he truly is. I want you to understand that this is a difficult fate to imagine, but in my mind is effectively a fate worse than death. I have no mouth, and I must scream. You will perform in this show, but you will no longer be you anymore. Some aspect of you will still exist. The lights will be on, but no one will be home. Horrible. And I bet you can only imagine how much worse it would be for other gentry. At the end of the day, Underpainted Hills doesn't want to torture you. It doesn't want to... It's not cruel. It just wants you to perform the best show possible. But it will not tolerate those who defect and run away. Not good. And now that I've established that, that was the slap in the face I needed as a person to understand this is not good, actually. Being at the fucking circus in this instance is bad. And even funnier, realizing in an embarrassing kind of way how similar it is to those dipshits that identify with BoJack Horseman and Rick from Rick and Morty. This is a cautionary tale, dipshit. You're not supposed to you're not supposed to aspire to be these fucking dog shit pieces of, like, garbage. These are bad people. You can feel bad for some of them and understand that they're suffering in their own way, but you should not aspire to be them. They are not good people. This is a similar situation. Me failing to read the writing on the wall that says, "This is abusive and bad, you need to leave." And it's very funny and very fascinating and made me realize how much I've actually put of myself into Caspian as a character. Maybe the backstory and its specifics of breakups and stuff don't really apply to me, but this feeling of wanting to matter to the people in my life, worrying that it takes very little mistake, very few errors on my part to lose connections with people, meaning that they never were strong to begin with, these general feelings of, like, it takes so little to fuck up enough that a friendship is over, when it's never been proven to be true. No reality that I have lived in has ever proven that. Like, the only people that have done that to me are few and far between, and those experiences are not ones that I should have internalized as fact about life. And yet they are, sometimes. I've described relationships with people in my life as a tapestry. A tapestry that depicts me and that person. And every time I do something that upsets them, no matter how small, it's as if someone had stained the tapestry, spilled something on it. And with every mistake, more stains appear on the tapestry until it eventually falls to pieces. That's not how relationships work. It's not like you make a mistake and it's like you've moved the peg closer, you've walked one step closer to the edge of the plank to jump off and into the sea filled with ravenous sharks. It's not like every little disagreement, little argument, little tiff is a permanent march towards an inevitable ending to the friendship. That's never been how it works, but that's been a long time internalized way I've thought about the world. I won't go into detail, but I've been having some, pretty severe issues with OCD of recent memory, to the point where I've finally called and rescheduled therapy and had my appointment this Tuesday, and we will be having another appointment on the 11th, and I will be having one every week going forward. The goal of cognitive behavioral therapy and working on coping mechanisms and strategies to help break myself out of this sort of obsessive thought processes that I found myself trapped in for pretty much my entire life, as well as working on the depression and the anxiety. That is a goal. I talked at length about these problems with my therapist, but all that to say that all of this has kind of been channeled into Caspian as a character, to a degree. Right? Maybe not the OCD, but definitely the compulsive need to matter and be important. I need to provide some form of, benefit to the people around me. If I'm not funny, then why do people keep me around? I mean, I don't really feel that so much anymore, but that's kind of I joke about it. Do you realize how many years of complex emotional trauma I had to go through to get this funny? That's kind of where it is. You develop this, compulsion, or this, you develop this kind of sense of humor. And willingness to make jokes and crack wise and make people laugh, because if you make people laugh, they'll feel more inclined to keep you around even when you make mistakes. That was sort of the early, I think, reason, or at least the blanket reason that ended up kind of happening over time. Nowadays, I don't feel that way. I still have those looping thoughts of feeling oh, my friends hate me, blah, 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 but I feel a lot better now than I ever have. But yeah, Caspian has a lot of me. I would say Caspian has more of myself in him than any other OC I've made. Full stop. Even ones that were supposed to be self-inserts have had less of myself in their creation and in their personalities than Caspian does. Which I guess it's all the more appropriate that he has such a similar outfit to me. I like the big sleeves, okay? I like the big sleeves. I like the floppy sleeves. I want clothes like this. I'm not kidding. This outfit that I conjured for his fucking mask, I want this. I want this outfit. I want these, big baggy sleeves. I want the little upturned pointy genie shoes. I want to dress I can't say this word on stream, I'll get in trouble. So, literally, I love the idea. I just want to dress like you take one look at me, and you're that guy is the gayest man I've ever seen. I want you to look at me and see the fucking wardrobe I'm wearing, and immediately understand my vibe without having to have me open my mouth at all. And it's a hard thing to want that while also being deeply terrified and insecure about how I am perceived by the people around me. You know? But I want to get there. I want to go LARPing. I didn't realize what LARPing was like, because again, it's just I was misled about what fucking tabletop was like until I listened to an actual podcast. I didn't know what LARPing was like until I watched a video showing a fucking LARP event in California. Showing what LARPing is like. It's everyone there. It's imagine the Renaissance Fair, but instead of it being you go there to get drunk and eat a turkey leg and buy some fucking funny merch or whatever, instead, everyone that you go with, yourself included, are arriving and dressing as a character, and you are in character while you're there. It's like D&D. It's like you're playing a guy. Except you get to dress as the guy and go out and do stuff. And knowing this now, not only it makes me wish I was not an anxious, riddled mess, it's also making me so fucking pissed that LARP has been taken as a word to mean pretending to be something you're not in a negative context. It sickens me. It infuriates me. We need to stop taking benign and words that have, context that matters and has, a positive context and then warping it into something poisonous and toxic and wretched. I'm fucking sick of this. I let goon slide because it's funny, and I will admit, I feel like being like a goon, being like a guy with a baseball bat, you want me to break his kneecaps, boss? It's like, it's funny, right? Being like a goon for a villain is not as overtly, like, that name having different connotations now has less of a negative impact on any particular group of people or, like, you know, subset of, like, culture. Whereas turning LARP into a poisonous word is having a direct harm on people who do that for a living and enjoy that lifestyle. It sucks. I'm not interested in American Revolutionary reenactments. I'm gonna be completely real with you. That ain't LARPing to me, Goatmutt. That is celebrating the history of a country that's in turmoil right now that I don't really feel proud to be a citizen of. So, you'll forgive me if I separate revolutionary reenactments and Civil War reenactments from pretending to be a funny wizard. You know? That's different. TV has always depicted LARPing as idiots wearing cardboard suits and swinging around swords made of styrofoam, which, not to say that can't be part of it, but instead of that suit being just boxes and the styrofoam being a very obviously from, like, packing material you got out of your Amazon delivery, but carefully and, like, finely crafted outfits made by cosplayers or just people passionate for the hobby. It's fun. It's always been depicted in a sort of, like, disparaging and mocking way, and it's always driven me nuts, in a sense, because, like, that's how they've treated D&D in a lot of, like, media on television. They treat tabletop as, like, a thing that a bunch of, like, friendless, girlfriendless nerds with, like, severe acne, bottle cap glasses, and, like, you know, are just kind of gross, sitting around a table in their basement. Okay, you're withered, Gorgalath, cast the evil mighty spell that will summon forth Crommire from the depths of the void. I cast magic missile, and it's like y'all are making it sound fucking stupid. It's a collaborative storytelling. Like, I fucking hated the way that this shit's been represented in media. It's the same with LARPing, and now that word's been co-opted by fucking Gen Alpha, who thinks it just means you pretending to be someone you're not. Like a moron. Like, I hate that. I hate it. Furry is treated similarly. Exactly. It's just othering certain cultures because I don't get it. That's weird. Maybe if you opened your eyes and understood it beyond your surface level cringy reaction, you'd realize that there's a lot of elements of this that you might actually like. And maybe, just maybe, if you opened your heart, the world would accept you and allow you to be the person you could truly be instead of this hateful, cynical little bitch that judges everything around you with such disdain and scorn as to be repulsive to be around. That got a little heated. I'm like, man, I said some fucking strong shit about that. Like, Bear has been one of, like, Bear has shown videos of, like, scare acting they've done and showing street performers and Cirque du Soleil. And I've never in my life realized that that was something I liked or thought was interesting. I've never really watched circus performance. I've never really watched or looked into LARPing or anything like that. And seeing it through the lens of someone who does that stuff, maybe not the circus stuff, but doing stuff like, you know, doing LARPing and doing scare acting and all that, God, I would love to live a life like that. Going out, not being locked inside an apartment all the time, afraid of the world. Going out, dressing up, hanging out with like-minded and wonderful people. Having a fun time pretending to be a weird guy. And then going home, washing up, having something to eat and going to bed, satisfied that you did something meaningful with your day. That, just describing that got me a bit teary-eyed, because I mean it, sincerely. I want a life like that. I want to do stuff like that, and I know it's not impossible. It's not that I can't do it. I'm absolutely capable of living a life like that, but I am not even remotely close emotionally to being prepared to handle the fear and anxiety that comes with embracing a lifestyle like that. Because we've gone away from Caspian to talking about me, and I'm okay with that. I like making jokes on this stream. Y'all might have noticed moments on the stream before where I have not responded well to looking foolish, right? Sometimes I'll do something, act really like, be self-aggrandizing, and then I'll make a mistake, or I'll die, or there'll be a bear, or something funny will happen, and I'll go immediately from being smug to being immediately like, oh no, and getting taken down a peg. And that's, that's me, that I'm a joke. Like, that's a joke at my expense, to a degree. Like, I'm maybe leaning into it a bit, but, like, at the end of the day, I am making myself a clown, right? But sometimes those moments will happen, and I won't find it funny because I wasn't in on the joke. I'm not able to embrace when I'm being laughed at, or, like, I'm not, like, something was funny, they're not trying to be hurtful, but, like, I did something foolish, it came out in a funny way to other people, but to me, it just feels painful. Like, the idea of being the butt of a joke that I'm not privy to or a part of or wanted to be a part of is something that's a deeply seated flaw of mine, like, that's coming from the insecurity. I care too much about how people perceive me. So it's like, I only want people to laugh at me if I also think the joke is funny. And even then, it's like, it's so much deeper than that and hard to describe, but effectively, I don't know if I would have the strength of heart to be someone being a clown. Like, being an actual clown. I don't think I'd want to be a clown, right? But clowns take many forms. It's not just, it's not just the fucking, like, the guy with the big, like, red afro. It's like, honk, honk, look at me, tee-hee, ha-ha, look at my big fat shoes. Sometimes clowns are like, they got the white makeup and the pointy nose, and they've got, like, a helmet with spikes on it, and they're, like, jumping out at you at the fucking county fair and screaming to scare you, and then running over and sliding along the ground and emitting sparks from these things on their fingers and leaping at someone else. Just going around and spooking people at the goddamn theme park. Sometimes a clown will be a guy wearing a goddamn pig mask, holding a chainsaw, and, like, menacingly staring at you after, like, another actor at your scaring performance at your little, like, scary haunted house, you scared them off and chased them with a chainsaw, and they're like, keep moving. Sometimes that's a clown. Sometimes a clown is a person in a giant fucking suit on stilts with a fucking bird mask and, like, controls to make it clack like their goddamn Big Bird. It's not just the fucking one-to-one clown at a birthday party, But being the butt of the joke is something I don't think I'm capable of doing. But I've realized over the last 4 years that I love performing. I love putting on a show. And while I don't necessarily do well with uncertainty and things going wrong, this is something I greatly enjoy doing and would love to do in a capacity beyond here. There's a lot of hurdles I need to climb over first, though. In terms of self-worth, of happiness with my physical appearance, confidence in being in the presence of other people, like fighting through the anxiety of socializing and engaging with people I don't know, being willing to let things be unknown, being willing to let myself look a little foolish. Like, even if I'm in on the joke or not, being willing to be the butt of the joke or to be embarrassed or to make a mistake and, people look at it and be like, wow, that was a little embarrassing. And then being able to live with that mistake and move past it without it feeling life-ruining. Because it's not. People don't hold... Like, maybe people will remember if you make mistakes or do something silly. But, like, generally, if they're good people and they matter to you and they're folks that care about you, those will be moments you look back at and laugh instead of feeling harm or embarrassed about. That's life. That's what life is like. And it's taken so long to really come to the understanding that these are things that I really need help fixing. I mean, I've known for a long time, I suppose. But I want to reach a point where I can. The LARP I was involved in was very physical. The combat during the day was full force, full contact. No magic, no special abilities, only what you're personally capable of. Off the field was when the RP part came in. Bardic circles with song, bacchanals around bonfires and stories of the days of battle and battles past. Yes. That, like, I might not be into the physicality of, like, going and fighting people, but, like, at the same time, it's a lot like those videos you see on YouTube of paintball games and airsoft games, where they all gather, they have, like, some rules and regulations on how it goes, and then you go out into, like, the fucking urbex, like, empty buildings and stuff, and you go, like, bam, bam, hit, and then they leave, right? It's like that, except instead of it being framed as, like, a military exercise, it's framed as a goddamn D&D adventure. Or like a fantasy setting, where you're clashing with goblins and wizards and beings from other worlds or whatever. It's fun. People need to stop worrying about looking foolish. Being foolish isn't a fucking problem. Like, and that's me too. Like, man, you know what maybe I need? Maybe I need, like, trial by fire shit. Like, I just need to be dragged out there to experience it. Like here, I got a costume. You want to play character? Let's workshop a character. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, this is the kind of guy you want to play? The kind of person you think you'd have a good time playing as a character? Awesome. Here's your outfit that I'm lending to you. We're going to go and do this now. And, like, go for it. Like, the thought of doing that to me right now is a fucking straddling the line on the fence between so terrifying that I want to throw up and so freeing and exciting and, like, I would love to do that to the point where I want to cry. Like, I don't really have the luxury of experiencing these things here, and my position with the financial stability, the lack of a car, the lack of local friends, blah, 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 a million excuses. But I want to live that life, and I want to live that life before it's too late to live it. VR chat LARP is not what I'm talking about. I love VR chat, but I'm at this stage now, chat, as a whole, where I'm tired of spending all my time locked in this fucking room. I want to experience the world. I want to be able to have memories that aren't me at my computer doing a thing, me at a computer doing this other thing, me at a computer. I'll remember that funny time where I played that video game on stream and that funny thing happened. I want to have a memory of going to the goddamn fair. It's late at night. You can smell, like, the autumn air drifting through, the breeze, rustling the leaves, and then getting, like, a guy in a costume jumping out at me while I'm walking through a funny little haunted house. Or maybe even, at some point, being the guy doing that. Or being the guy doing funny little jokes or interactions with people on the street, at, like, out in front of the fair, like, as is expected to be. Or anything like that. Going to a LARP, like, it's late in the evening, you can smell the fucking campfire burning and the food being prepared, and listening to song and people all collected together, dressed as the characters and people that are important and matter to them, playing a part and being a part of something. That's the kind of memory I want to make. It's not that I don't like being a streamer. I love doing this and have always appreciated and been deeply grateful for the support I've had here. But this is not enough. I'm tired of this being all that I do. I'm tired of existing. I want to live. Remember when we were talking about my fucking Blorbo? That's how you tell how deeply tied to this character I am, that it just so seamlessly shifted from him to me. Blorbo is a fucking internet slang term. Blorbo is just like, you're funny little guy. You're like OC, you're fun little character that you love so much. Humans are built to explore, see new things. Part of how we've made it this far as a species literally boils down to the exact need we see to we'd have to see and do new things. Yeah. Blurbos are how we explore ourselves. Exactly. I just think it's funny how deeply I've put myself into this guy. I mean, admittedly, I'm not an ego-driven person, but I feel like I would have the capacity to be if I was a little less anxious. If my anxiety was not as strong, I think that would be enough for that self-awareness to drift away, enough for me to be a little bit insufferable. But I'm starting to think, just by talking about all that, maybe I should lean more into just how I am as a person. I always avoid trying to play a character that's just me, because fundamentally, that's kind of weird, and I sometimes question, because I second guess even myself, what would I, the person, do in this situation? But projecting more of the way I talk to people, my personality and mannerisms, like, that might be useful to me. Spirit, I know I say this often, but seriously, I've always been so proud of you when you say this stuff. Thank you. I'm constantly stuck in this place of worrying about doing something wrong. I don't know if I talked about this before, but chat, you know all these times in the past, I'm going to do it again anyway, all these times in the past where the chat's gotten quiet, and I would be like, so how's it going, chat? What are you up to? How's your day? Just suddenly prompting the chat to respond when it's been idle for a bit. Turns out I was seeking reassurance. Feeding into my OCD and the thought loop that by the chat being quiet, that means stream is dying, you're boring, you've hit the end of your rope, you've reached the point where people have lost interest, and you're struggling to maintain any kind of actual, like, entertainment value for people, and everything you love, all the joy you get out of performing and being a streamer is slowly slipping through your fingers. And the only way to make that thought go away is to be like, chat, hi, are you still there, blah, blah, blah. And it's always temporary, isn't it? It's always a temporary feeling. But the reality of the matter is, like, 80% of the chat is just lurking, doing other shit. Whether the stream's muted or not, who cares? They enjoy your enough. Y'all enjoy what I do enough to be putting me on the side while you're doing other things. And it is agony, utter and complete agony, trying to ignore that screaming desire to seek that reassurance and dispel that feeling, because it's always temporary. And that's what the cognitive behavioral therapy is going to be for. It is to give me the methods and the tools to think differently, approach the way I think differently, so that this can stop being a problem, so that I can start managing it better, realize when it's happening, shut it down, and not let the negative feeling being produced by the thought to spiral me into feeling like shit. Because at the end of the day, 98% of the things I worry about are non-existent problems, or problems that I have manufactured in my own mind. That I have, like, I describe this to go back to Caspian and the Fae. Some of the things I believe and fundamentally treat as laws and rules upon which the world, like, you know, functions, are rules that I arbitrarily, at some point, made up as a result of trauma and hurt. That I've become so ingrained in my fucking belief system that I forgot that they were things that I made up as response to being hurt. They just became a part of me. A bad part of me. A part of me that needs comfort and needs, like, some reworking. I wouldn't even say bad part of me. It's a part of me that's suffered. A part of me that's hurt. And that needs to be fixed. It's just like Caspian. It's just like him. It's like I've been, like, touched by the Fae in a sense that, like, my thought, my logic upon which I view, like the lens through which I view the world is warped by, you know, things that have touched me and interacted with me in the past, and I need to reach a point where I can dispel that, like, that I can pull that lens away, cast it aside, and see things for how they are, rather than how I have long convinced myself that they are. Sometimes a hushed crowd is the work of a great entertainer. That's genuinely a really good way to phrase it. Thank you all for being here. I'm really glad I got to share my guy with you. We're not done yet with this character, by the way. But I've really had a lot of turmoil lately with the OCD and, like, getting up in my own head about things that have not given... There's been no evidence to support them. There's been no reason to think or believe that this is a factor or a thing happening, right? I've just somehow got it in my head, and because there's uncertainty, what if it is? And then my brain, nope, then I start treating it like it's true, when it's not. No, you're not annoying your friends by talking about your character so much. No, you're not annoying your GM by asking a million questions. They live for this shit. They said it's juice for their engine, dog. Like, go for it. You're not boring your chat by info dumping about your OCs or playing the game you're playing and seeing that it's quiet. Your chat's enjoying being here. They wouldn't have the goddamn tab open if they didn't want to be here. Like, they're just busy doing other stuff. People can't be typing at their keyboard every second of a stream, especially when it's 5 goddamn hours long. None of these things are true. And yet, I get in a place where I convince myself just through, like, quick and rapid-fire nonsense logic that it is happening, and I start feeling bad, and then I seek reassurance to feel better. I validate the thought, and then it comes back again. The only winning move is to not validate the feeling, because it's not my fucking problem. If someone's mad at me, then they'll tell me. Otherwise, I ain't gonna fucking worry about it. I shouldn't have to. It's not my responsibility. I'm not gonna fucking read your mind. You got an issue with me, you bring it to my goddamn desk. You approach me after the show and you tug on my little sleeve while I'm hovering up in the air talking to somebody taller than me, and then I float down like, what's up? And you're like, hey, you did this thing on stage that really kind of upset me. I don't want you to do that anymore. Or like, hey, this thing bothered me. Could you maybe not do that? I'm like, oh shit, dude, my bad. I'll work on it. Thanks for telling me. And then we all move on like fucking adults. We don't harbor resentment and think, man, that fucking jester guy sucks. He keeps doing that one thing on the stage and it really makes me mad. It reminds me of like some trauma in my childhood. And I know he's doing it on purpose. Where it's like, oh, I don't know if he's doing it on purpose, but I don't want to tell him because I don't want to deal with that. But I'm going to keep getting angrier and angrier about it until the next time we interact, I'm going to want to fucking punch him in the face and tell him that I hate him. Like, we talk it out like goddamn adults. And that discussion and clearing the air with issues that we have does not stain the tapestry. It doesn't pour a little kerosene on that one plank on the bridge. It doesn't pour a little oil on each individual plank that connects your side of the bridge to theirs until all of it's covered, and then you can set it on fire and it all burns. That's not how it works. Relationships are not like that. Genuine, good, and kind people aren't going to just abandon you because you were a bit annoying a lot. Like, being annoying isn't a crime. It is not a reason for someone to stop being friends with you, at least not a good one. It's if that annoying thing is causing other interpersonal conflict or frustration. And even then, that friendship doesn't just immediately fall apart at the seams. You talk it out. You figure out what's going on. You come to an understanding of why there's an issue. You shake hands, you hug, and you realize that everything's fine. Or, there was a problem, we cleared it up, and now I forgive you. Like, the problem's over. You don't need to keep dwelling on it. Oh my god. I don't know why just saying I forgive you really got me. Oh my god, that really got me. Like, I almost started, I actually did tear up a little. Fuck. I think, suffice to say, life is complicated. Relationships are complicated. But the one thing that isn't complicated is that if you communicate with people who love you, that friendship will last forever. And there's no sense in entertaining the idea that something horrible is happening or that you've caused some irreparable harm. Because unless someone tells you, that thought ain't true, dog. It ain't real. Life is not simple, and there's beauty in that, even if it's scary. Absolutely. Sometimes it cleans and restitches the tapestry. But even then, stains aren't permanent. And even, if anything, like, I still think the tapestry analogy helps to describe my view, but is describing a flawed worldview, right? The usual interpersonal conflict, and even big ones, like where like you upset someone or piss someone off and then you don't want to talk to them for a while. That isn't a stain that's going to damage or destroy that tapestry unless it's like really severe. And like, I've made my mistakes, but I've never made mistakes like that. Nothing I've ever done in relationships with people in my life I would say was that damaging. Anyway, sometimes stains are what lend the nostalgia and sentimentality of clothing. Kolix, how beautifully and insightfully said. That's very poetic. Acknowledging a need to change perspective is a major sign of growth. It's one of the hardest things to do. It is very hard. And it's been a roller coaster lately as well, considering how there has been, like, I don't even want to necessarily say friction. I don't have a word to describe it, but there's been some relatively harmless frustration, mainly on my end, with how I've been able to handle things happening in my life amongst people that I care about. And there's been a lot of turmoil in, again, those manifesting thoughts that aren't true, feeling guilty about things I have no reason or need to feel guilty about, all because of maybe a nebulous moment in the long-distant past that fundamentally colored the way I think about things and made me think, oh, if I talk too much or ask too many questions about my OCs and stuff I care about, I'm going to get someone upset at me. And they're not going to tell me until it's the breaking point and they're mad. That's not true. It's just fundamentally not true. Someone in my life hurt me by behaving in that manner. And they're not in my life anymore. And that's not a thought process or a behavior I need to keep, like, I need to stop policing myself from being passionate about things I care about. If there's a problem, I will be told. And the hardest part is fighting through that spiral, wanting to banish the thought, but feeling it's such a crushing grip on your thoughts that you feel awful. You know not to seek reassurance because you know it's irrational, but the irrational thought has a stranglehold on your mind. And Jesus Christ, dude! But it has a stranglehold on your mind. And it's like, I need to figure out how to get rid of that. Like, the biggest issue is the emotional spiral that comes from these thoughts. Because, like, it's difficult. Yeah, that was loud, wasn't it? It was fucking so loud. I have posters that have tears and rips near every corner because I used to tape them up and move them every time I rearranged my room, almost yearly. And those tears just remind me of different places and walls I had them on, in a home I no longer even live in. Almost losing my job made me change perspective. Yeah. I think I've been living kind of in a malaise for a long time. I've been living in a little safety bubble. Because I have the military disability. And the crippling fear of going outside. And then, admittedly, when COVID hit, it kind of made a perfect storm of unfortunate situations that kind of fed into that fear and anxiety and encouraged the worst of those habits of not going outside, of avoiding people, because now, unlike before where it was just the nebulous and a terrifying ordeal of being known or having a stranger look at me once in passing and then be wondering for the next 6 hours whether they thought I was weird, now it was like if I go outside I could fucking die. Not only that, having freshly moved out of my old home thanks to my therapist coming in clutch and getting me the benefits I needed to actually fucking live, I moved to a completely different state that I'd never been in before. At the start of a global pandemic where I was unable to really get familiar with the area that I was living in, and then just kind of stagnated. My car got towed, and I never really went anywhere. I don't know anything about the city I live in. Like, I've been here for 5 years. I've been here, 6 years. I've lived here since 2020. I've been here longer than I was back in Georgia when I got out of the military. We're now at 1 year past getting out of the military, of getting out of the, I'm 1 year out from how long I was in Georgia. I was in Georgia for 5 years. I've been here for 6. And I'm also realizing I've been out of the Army for 10 years. It's been 10 whole years since I got out of the military. as of this month, as of 2 weeks ago, it will be my 10-year anniversary of being discharged from the military. I got out when I was, I believe, it was 10 years ago, and I'm 34. I was 24 years old when I got out of the Army. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, yeah, 6. 18 plus 6 is 24, yep. Aw, I miss my friends. I was going to wrap up soon and say hi to my friends. No, they're gone. Bye. Oh, well. We've been in call all fucking week. I can live with one day without it. Would you be in poor taste to say congrats on the freedom anniversary? Nah. I feel like it's worth celebrating. The Army sucked. It's also nice to meet other folks that, like, had a similar miserable experience, even if they weren't in as long. It's like, oh, yeah, no, that was dog shit, dude. That shit was bad. But let's get back away from the sort of real talk. I told y'all I had a lot to say, and y'all can tell how deeply meaningful Caspian... You can tell how deeply meaningful this character is to me. First, I want to show you something funny. So this is Caspian. This is his design as it is now. Right? I'm really proud of it. But this is not Caspian's first fucking iteration. His first iteration was bad. Oh, Daniel, were you not... Oh, you missed all of the world building then. Yeah, this is my Changeling the Lost character. The amazing Caspian. You get to see the original. I drew an entire art piece for this character first. And every time I look back at it, after having made this one, it looks worse and worse. So, y'all are familiar. First off, let me show you some context. For those of you who have been watching the stream as of recently and been here regularly, frequently over the last couple of weeks, or at least the last month and a half, 2 months, I've been really excited about a different game. The Last Frontier, which is not dead in the water, by the way. Viv is in the process of a big move, so she ain't got time to be doing any ding-dong DMing. So, the game is on a hiatus, and it was during that time that my GM, that our current World of Darkness GM, Bear, offered to run a one-shot for us. In the meantime, just, so we can still hang out on Sunday and do a thing, right? So that's kind of where this fall into the Changeling the Lost stuff came from. It was sort of a gradual thing that came about because of a slight difficulty with Fabula Ultima's mechanics. But that character in Fabula Ultima it's from a sci-fi magic sort of game. It's, the space themed, but, that character was Marlowe. And this art was done by my friend, Dundeka, who I adore and love very much, even though we haven't spoken in a while. But this is Marlowe. He's 3 feet tall. In the game at this point, people have learned that he was formerly human. But he's on the run from a corporation, Hadel, who wants to get him back for reasons he does not know why. He got captured recently in that last game by a bounty hunter. But that was Marlowe. Now that you have the context of Marlowe, you can understand why I was not happy with this reference, as well as why I also think it's kind of bad now. Everyone, I present to you Great Value Caspian. Behold, gaze upon my works, ye mighty in despair. It sucks so bad. It's just Marlowe again, but he's a clown. It's not good. But I did cook with the outfit. Right? You could tell that the outfit's pretty much identical. I don't like him. The reason I don't like him is specifically because it's just Marlowe again. It is important that I have characters that are distinct from one another instead of just being aping the same shit repeatedly. And the more I look at it, the more I don't like it. It also doesn't really match his energy very well. Right? He doesn't feel like an acrobat. The only stuff that I chose, and like design-wise, I picked the look It's not just, oh, jester, because I like jesters, and that it's a circus. If he's an acrobat, in my mind, there's something very visually appealing about the long tail trailing behind him as he leaps and dives through the air, but also the socks on his hat trailing behind him, and his sleeves trailing behind him. There's like a flow and sort of like almost an elegance to what I can imagine of him like diving and leaping through the air, almost like a dolphin at times, and having these elements of his outfit trail along like a shooting star. That's an excellent way to describe it, Daniel. Hi, Dutchling. Thank you for the resub. But I was never happy with the rest of it. This character, to me, I mean, admittedly, Caspian's current design doesn't scream acrobat, but this certainly doesn't. It didn't feel cohesive. It was missing something. And on a whim, I reached out to a friend. I reached out to Taxiderby, who I think is pretty cool. I reached out to them because I had a very distinct vision in my mind of what I wanted Caspian to be. It was vibes-based, but there was enough nebulous, like, hints and dashes of blurry images that I knew what I wanted was something akin to the kind of, like, character design that I'm used to seeing from Taxiderby and Kobold Factory, and even a little bit from Chow Fanatic. Two of those people being folks that are actually friends. One of them who I'd like to get to know better, but I haven't really gotten to speak with much. But suffice to say, they had a different, like, living experience than I did. They grew up with different influences and inspirations. Two of them definitely, or at least one of them, definitely played Klonoa as a child, and that had an impact on their philosophy on character design. But not just that, they're all much more skilled artists that have had a lot more time in their field as, like, doing what they do. And so I reached out to Taxi, and I'm like, hey, could I get some art advice? I'm not really happy with this character design. And, like, here's his backstory, a bit of details about what's going on with him. I would really like some help with workshopping ways that you might suggest I fix this, right? And one of the biggest things I was suggested was, and I think that was, like, the changing point, was making his snout longer. That was it. They didn't show me any examples. But then I'm like, wait, you mean kind of like this? And showed an image that I'd already saved before that I liked the design of. And they were like, yes, exactly. And then I did that. And realized how much more personality and how much more I loved Caspian after doing that. Along with advice, just generally on... I'm just gonna call it shape theory. There wasn't really a label given to it. But when you're making a character design, you want to be consistent, you want to be cohesive, and the best way to do that is to pick one or two elements that you want to incorporate into that design and kind of focus in on those instead of worrying so much about adding anything extra. And one of the biggest ones for Caspian was the crescent moon, because the moon has an association with the circus, and I'm going to get to that soon. Oh boy, you thought we were done with Underpainted Hills? I've got a whole nother OC to talk to you guys about, motherfuckers. Get ready. But, suffice to say, the moon is deeply associated with the circus, you know, with the harvest moon and how it can appear during certain, like, holidays and during solstice, and especially on Halloween. And the fact that, like, with Dagmar, Dagmar was taken when the moon grew a mouth and descended from the sky and swallowed her whole, right? There's a lot of moon-like imagery associated with the circus, so I leaned into that. And I think the nose also works really well. It's not just that it sticks out, it's curved and gives sort of like a crescent moon shape to his head, at least somewhat, right? There is a bit of, you can probably a lot more easily see that influence with this character design, I think, which was like the goal. Additionally, there's the different like moon phases as a pattern on the tail. The tip of the tail is shaped like a crescent moon with a fin of that nature. Additionally as well, I gave him proper frog legs, and while it wasn't the initial intent, I initially was trying to like work with something akin to like a beta fish for the ears. But it didn't end up working out. It ended up looking good, but wasn't what I was looking for. But Chow Fanatic said that he's got a bit of frog, he's got a bit of seal, and he's got a bit of flying fish. And I had not even done that on purpose. But of course, a flying fish makes perfect fucking sense. He's a goddamn acrobat. So it ended up all working out. And so all of these elements, as well as making significant effort to actually differentiate the similarities that he did have, the original design with Marlowe, making his hands different, giving him the full, like, fingers, giving him 3 legs on his feet, and just generally trying to make him look like his own guy, instead of just, again, fucking great value Marlowe. I also tweaked a little bit of the colors, added the bell around his neck, and bada bing, bada boom, we've got a fucking sad boy. And this was my doing. But I'm deeply thankful to Taxidermy for assisting. Like, seriously. Super thankful for that help. Because I don't think the changes would have happened, and I would not have probably fallen this deeply into being attached to him as I did if I hadn't gotten a design I was happy with. Now, let me finish with Caspian, and then we'll use this final hour to talk about my other boy. But let me give you a little sneaky peeky at some other stuff he can do. We haven't finished making his character sheet yet, but news for you. Caspian can benefit from the contracts that bind the Fae that he came from. At least that's my understanding of it. And he can make contracts of his own. Basically, because he was formed by the Fae, the benefits of the contracts that the Fae have long ago signed with, like, Arcadia and the world, the benefits apply to him too. To a degree. He's Fae now. There are certain abilities that we've been looking through the list to pick, and there are some that really speak to me. One of my favorites is Mirror Walk, which means exactly what you think it does. If it's a reflective surface, he can walk through it. If he's been to that location before, he can do it for free. But he can use mirrors to travel. And I love that even more because he's also a fish. So if there's a puddle of water on the side of the street, and he wants to get out of there and go somewhere else, he can dive into the pool of water and reemerge in another body of water as well, as if it were a mirror, provided that surface is smooth and reflective. Additionally, there are some funny abilities in here that I'm still torn on which one I want to pick, but I want to read this one to you from the book. So, the Royal Court is the name of this contract. And each of these contracts, by the way, have a loophole where if you can, like that one I just displayed, if Caspian has been there before, he does not have to pay the cost of glamour, which is sort of like the currency, I think. It's like you draw from the glamour that you use to disguise yourself to perform certain abilities or something. I think that's how it works. But for the Mirror Walk, if you've been there before or are familiar with the location, then you do not have to pay for it, which is the loophole, where you can skip the cost. The Royal Court. First off, the whole ability is forbid violence from breaking out in a mediated setting. And there's further additional abilities you can gain if you're specific seeming. Since he's fairest, social violence is also forbidden. So you gotta be nice. You can't throw punches and you can't call someone a slur. And you want to know what the loophole is? The loophole is a 5-minute long speech. If you can talk without stopping for like more than a second for 5 minutes in total, you get to do it for free. And that's so funny. And I absolutely want to do that. I want to filibuster in-game at some point. That would be amazing. That sounds so fun. But the other one I'm torn from is one that I think I might not pick for now because this is sort of Callie Burger Sauce's territory. And that is discreet summons. For one scene, draw out a desired size 1 object, or, with 2 glamour, invite a hobgoblin to perform a task. That might sound like, what does that mean? Discreet summons is fucking hammer space. You reach into a fucking space and pull out a thing you want. That's the cartoon character's whole deal, right? The only reason I'm leaning on it is because the big sleeves, the idea of him, like, rolling up one sleeve, reaching into another, and fucking pulling out something large to use is so fun. But I think we're just going to make that like a flavor thing. Because we only started figuring out weaponry today, which is fun. But there are a few others in here. One of them is obvious. 7-league leap. Clear 10 times your yards with a strength plus athletics leap. So 10 times whatever this stat is for your changeling, yards. Remember, yards are 3 feet each. So 10 times, like, say, let's just say arbitrarily, because I don't know it off the top of my head. Say Caspian's ward is like 4. 10 times 4 is 40. So with this fucking contract, Caspian can leap 40 feet through the fucking air. Because of course he can. He's the amazing Caspian. He's an acrobat. How dare you question his ability to do feats of flying, like, fantastical shit. Oh, you're right. Yeah, it's 120 feet. 40 yards, 120 feet. 120 feet at some certain point. But you start with word 1. So it would still be fucking 30 feet jump. That's still crazy. That's non-human, right? I definitely did the math wrong again, and this is the 3rd time I've done some incorrect math in association with this character and making their sheet, or looking at their sheet. But anyway, that was like a given. A 30-foot jump is still absolutely nuts. Yeah. Caspian, hi Vivian! Caspian walking up to the courts for a job like, 8-foot vertical leap! No, just kidding. 30-foot vertical leap, jumps into the ceiling. Ah! Forgot that he had so used to there being high ceilings, he slams into the ceiling and falls down. It's especially impressive for someone who's like 3 feet tall. Yeah, exactly. Hello, Viv. Now that we're breaking kayfabe a bit, you okay if I talk about it? By the way? Up to you. I know that you, I don't want to subject you to the horrible ordeal of being known. But it's totally up to you. Get stuck in the office ceiling panels like a lawn dart is really funny. Yeah, the fact that you're the player. Yeah. Yeah. That's... I guess we figured that out. Yeah, the Arson is Vivian. She is amazing and delightful, and I love her, and she's awesome. And she's so funny. And a cool DM, and I'm gassing her up so hard that her head's going to inflate bigger than Caspian's, and she's going to float away. But, Viv was Callie. Arson in chat, she was here earlier, reprising her role as Callie Burger Sauce. So, yeah, Viv is fantastic. She's also our GM for Last Frontier as well. But yeah... so those are let me show you guys then. Wait, the other ability, right, I forgot. The main one that we're messing with here is called Summon the Loyal Servant. Thank you, Common, thank you for gifting Viv a sub. Thank you. Now Viv can use all my funny little emotes. Dagmar had glimpse of the distant mirror. I think that's different. I think that one's the one where you look through the mirror to see things, not use it for transport. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Also, I forgot the vertical leap. Some of the... Oh my god. What is a treasure train? What the fuck is that? What does that mean? A treasure train just started in your channel. Oh. Participants get 35% off on 5 or more gift subs at level 2. Okay. Well, you do what you will. I'm not going to force you. I appreciate y'all's generosity one way or another. Oh, your character. You were talking to Kolix. Okay. But, oh yeah, the leap. The leap one, the loophole is kind of amusing to me. I'm not sure how it would apply yet, but boots, you just need boots newly stolen from an enemy is really funny. Okay, and Mirror Walk, I was wrong. It's not familiar with the place. Getting it for free requires knowing the name of someone reflected on the other side. So if he sees someone on the other side of the mirror, or knows the person's name on the other side, he can use it to jump to them. Right? So if you're friends with him, he can jump through your mirror and pop up in your house. Well, maybe not the house. What the fuck are you doing? That's 12! I should have known this was going to happen. I can never escape it. You know what? What if I leaned into it for funnies this time? You think that would deter people? Thank you all so much for showering me in these well-deserved gifts. Please don't stop. Shower me with more. I'm worth it after all.
Get financially supported, nerd.
Fritter. Caspian coming out, exactly. Channeling Caspian won't help. It's like, you're not going to deter us because we know what it's like underneath, if you say so. All right, my adoring fans, carry on, if you wish. That feels so wrong to do. Like, like, in a way. Channel record train is 13. Fuck it, we ball. Well, what are you waiting for? Oh my fucking god. Thank you so much. Again, 10 gift subs. Wow, Drainar. Very generous today. I appreciate it. Yeah, it like my body is like rejecting it. It's like I'm rejecting it with every fiber. It's like, no, we're gonna do it. Level 6 is crazy. I'm gonna try and focus and carry on with what I was talking about while y'all are being insane. The other one that we're focusing on is Summon the Loyal Servant. Conjure a loyal servant from the elements for a scene, like a weak hedge ghost. They love ya. They really love ya. They love me. They really love me. Thank you all so much. But there is only one way that this would work for Caspian. And it's thanks to Bear that this idea manifested more solidly, but I'm the one who's been drawing the weird little freaks. So I'm going to show you a screenshot. This is not done yet, because I was working on it today. But behold, oh my fucking god, 5 more gift subs, you crazy people. Keep them coming. This feels so wrong to do, and I'm gonna fucking explode. But behold, what are these little weird? What are those? Look at these little weirdos. So, summon a loyal servant, the idea being that, like, he can pull out a bell from his sleeve and toss it to the ground, and it will sprout a little body. They're basically, their heads are bells. So, they'll sprout a little body, and then they'll do stuff for him. And they take on various forms. In my eyes, I'm going to treat them like, the forms are subconscious, but I really want to lean into, like, some of the shit I've been seeing on Cirque du Soleil. Just, they're clowns. Oh my god! So much adulation. Thank you. But, so they'll, like, various clowns, right? Because, again, when people think of clowns, they mostly think of, like, the birthday party clown with the red afro and, like, the fucking goofy face paint and the goddamn polka dotted outfit or whatever. But clowns are all sorts of shapes and sizes. If you've ever seen Cirque du Soleil, you've seen it. We've been watching one, we watched it twice, actually. It was a steampunk-themed one that's, like, really, really cool. There's some really cool acts in that one. But there's all sorts of different makeup and styles of clown. So I just like the idea that these little guys are all themed just differently. They'll just be wearing like a different outfit, and it will be subconsciously influenced by Caspian himself. That's why this one over here is at Parade Rest. That was influenced by his friendship with Warren. The one on the left is because our GM is also a lover of Guilty Gear and fucking suggested Bedman as a source of reference and inspiration. So if any one of you fucking freaks out there are like a Guilty Gear freak, you probably saw that. Or maybe you didn't. I don't know. Ain't your fucking dad? Keep up what act? I am deserving of all this financial support. We're only at level 8. Do you truly love me, chat? Do you? You gotta prove it. Level 8 isn't nearly enough adulation, I feel. Blanche agrees if you heard her. She also thinks that that's not enough. You got 3 minutes. Urge to punt rising. Why? What's the problem? Oh my god. Sometimes the only way to fake it is to just fake it until you make it. And then you'll believe it. What? See, she's telling you all how much I deserve it. If anything, if you should be doing it for me, but if you really can't seem to bring yourself to, do it for her. She wants more snacks. So is Callie getting a cut of this, or... We can discuss, Callie. We could discuss splitting or sharing the dividends, perhaps. How's that soundboard treating you? Goodness. Can I help you? Can you get your disgusting, dirty little butt out of my face? Thank you, you little gremlin. Oh my god, don't fall. No. What? What? Oh, she just wants to be pampered. You're the fairest here. Fishy jester. God. Y'all, I'm not kidding though. Okay. Whoa. What? Yes, you really are. You're really demonstrating just how much you love me. But is that really the best you can do? I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't keep it up. Are you fucking crazy? Oh my god.
You heard in chat. Hit him harder.
No, I didn't tell you to hit me fucking harder. Oh my god. Oh. You kind of shattered the facade. You broke the mask, and now I'm trying to recover emotionally? Are you insane? No, we can get back in character. We can do it. Surely it can't get any crazier than that. Ugh. Come on. Y'all know you have more disposable income than that. You don't need things. Do you really need that commission this month? Surely not. Car repairs? The engine light doesn't mean anything anyway. As long as it still works. Still starts and you still drive from place to place, right? Well, I'll let the engine light stay on. It'll be fine. I would put it to much greater use. Mortgage your house for me. You got it. See, Viv's got the right idea. Mortgage your house for me, chat. Yeah, y'all are funding his commission. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So, chat, while y'all are considering your financial options on what items and personal effects you need to pawn at the local hardware store, the local pawn store, and discussing, payment plans and all that, Caspian, some of his other stuff, we worked on a weapon idea yesterday. We just talked about it, him having a spear, which I thought was really fun. And I got to, and Bear showed a lot of fun videos of people fighting with spears. And also, initially rejected as an idea, but the more I thought about it, rope dart / yo-yo. And some of you might be saying, didn't Azure Pistachio already have a shit like that? Like, yeah, maybe. But, like, Azure Pistachio is basically in limbo indefinitely, because that game ain't happening anytime soon. So anyway, Behold. That's the wrong one. You've seen him already, but behold him anyway. Have you seen this fish? Well, now you have. Well, you got 1 minute and 30 seconds, chat. But, bam! Spear and rope. Dart. / yo-yo. I'm imagining almost like maybe by some magical logic, the fucking star can swap with the orb. Oh my god. But, like, him twirling it around, I also love the idea, not for mechanical benefit, just for, like, where would he keep this big thing? Like, listen, Miss Burger Sauce is the one who's got the Hammer Space, like, copyright. I can't be I gotta come up with my own stuff, right? But at the very least, I'm allowed to store my personal effects in the sleeves, just for fun. What do you think the sleeve... Where does Caspian keep his arms? In his sleeveys, obviously. And by arms, I don't mean his, like, arms, I mean his weapons. Duh. That's where they go. Up his sleeve. Oh my gosh. An anonymous gifter with the 5 subs. And Watercloak with the 5 subs as well. And Lauren with the insane amount of subs already, as well as Daniel Rotwind for the gift. And Lauren. Lauren and Drainar. And Kolix. Thank you all so very much for all your generosity. I don't want, just because I'm self-aggrandizing, doesn't mean that I can't appreciate it. I do deserve all this support, of course, but I will at least acknowledge the supporters. Like, you deserve to be rewarded for doing what is effectively the correct thing. God! Ugh! Ugh! Ah! Ah! Just over here in the corner, throwing up like a cat, hacking up a goddamn hairball. Ugh! I hate doing that. I hate it. Anyway, carry on. But yeah, just... The idea I had is that he has, like, the rope dart to swing around and hit guys with. Or, like, launch it out and pull it back in like yo-yo. But the spear, to, like, twirl it around and thrust it out and stab at things. But also to jam the tip into the ground and climb up on top of it. And to use that as a vantage point to do more rope dart stuff. Or another one, I haven't drawn them yet, but I want him to have, like, these little orbs or projectiles. Maybe not the bells, because we're already using those a lot. But him, like, being able to throw them up in the air or juggle them and then spin the spear around and use it as, like, the flat side of the blade to launch them at things. I think that's very fun and visually striking in my mind. I think that's really interesting, right? Because, like, he's dexterous. He's probably done, like, juggling stuff as a part of the acrobatics act as well, right? Like, that, balancing stuff on his nose... like leaping into, like launching it into the air, doing a flip, and then slapping it with his tail to send it flying, stuff like that. Or, Common, you son of a bitch! Oh my god, you're a goddamn genius. Fuck you, I'm doing that. That's amazing. Jab the spear into a wall and then use the rope dart like a trapeze? To, like, swing around? That would be amazing. Fucking absolutely. I love that. I often struggle sometimes to visualize choreography in my mind. That's amazing. But yeah, like, also, I guess we could pull a bit from the humor here. Gang, did y'all forget that he doesn't look like a fish in the real world? If you did, let me remind you. Normal people see a normal dude who's like 2 feet taller than he is. You're running out of time, by the way, chat. You got 2 minutes. 13's our record. Surely you want to do better than that. Oh god, now I'm starting to sound more like the circus rather than than Caspian. Surely y'all have the capacity to donate more. Surely we can overcome the level 13 hype train. For those who weren't here earlier, let's give a bit of a summary. Because he's a changeling. Changelings have a defense mechanism to hide their true nature from mortal eyes. This is their glamour, but more commonly it is called their mask. They have no real direct control over this, Smells, sounds, and height differences are all, for the most part, accounted for. I would say that smells maybe they'll be justified. Like you'll smell really good. They won't really know what the source is, and they'll just think that you dressed nicely or use nice cologne or something. Even death does not dispel this illusion. Even a dead changeling will appear to mortal eyes as nothing more than a mundane human corpse. Changelings like Caspian don't even get to choose the form their mask takes, and nobody quite knows how this appearance is determined. Findom is a bit far, yeah, I think a bit weird. If you want, you can show the doodle of the huge height difference between... Yes! Yes, thank you, I forgot. I got art Lulzy drew of Dagmar interacting with Caspian that I adore, by the way. Dagmar is 6'8", Caspian is 3'3". I should also show you something else, chat. It's not on the server. Where did I save this? You made this for me, and I don't remember where the fuck I put it. Treasure Train success. Well, chat, alas, you have failed to reach the full and true heights of what I believe you capable of when it comes to showering me with generosity. But now that the hype chest has been gained and the goddamn hype train is over, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? 86 gift subs? Are you fucking mad? Are you insane? What the fuck are you, y'all not need that money for things like food and like rent and shit? What the hell are you doing? Are you out of your fucking mind? Of course I'm insane. That's why I'm in therapy. I thought you knew this. I'm mad. You're mad. We're all mad here. Get back into your fucking hidey hole, Mad Hatter. Just because I'm a dragon doesn't mean I hoard my money. That makes you better than most, I would say. You're lucky I didn't have the income. Plus, last I heard... Well, I'm going to go ahead and pump the brakes on that. I have talked about it before, but it feels a little weird and a little unsettling that you remembered that piece of information. Where I live is a mystery. Whether that's true or not is not really for you to be suddenly talking about just casually like that. Yeah. Be aware. No harm done, but I've already said it out loud at some point, but let's not make it a tally list of like all these details about the little guy. Thank you. But suffice to say, now that the ego bit is over and we're done pretending to be a fucking self-aggrandizing little shit, thank you all so much for that. It really means a lot. Like, I don't live off of the stream. This is a hobby. But that money does help. It lets me be more flexible with the things I grab. It lets me buy things I need that I've long needed. I'm honestly going to be buying some dishwasher-safe cookware because I'm at this point where I've been preparing food more regularly and would like to do so and be able to just stick them in the dishwasher and be done with it instead of being, like, having a sink full of shit because it will destroy the Teflon anti-stick or whatever if I put it in. I need an air fryer. I'd like to maybe get a toaster oven at some point. But barring all that, financial support does mean the world to me, and I do appreciate it. I don't do subathons. I don't generally ask people to give me money. I might do a subathon next year to celebrate 5 years. But I don't really know what to do in that regard, or how that would play out in terms of, like, you know, reporting earnings and income of, like, of some kind, because, you know how that is. And even ignoring all the necessities, being able to, like, that also just offsets the cost of things I need so that I can focus on getting things I want. Like an example, Lulzy, who's saying it as a joke, but yeah, I am commissioning Lulzy for like, I've not commissioned Lulzy in a significant amount of time. Not in at least 2 years. and even longer before that. And I'm excited to commission her. I love her work. She's great. Y'all should also check out her stuff if you've not seen Lulzy's work before. You should definitely go and commission her. Her commissions are, as of the moment, open. So you should go to her page and go fill out the Google form if you want something. But it allows me to buy things that are like self-indulgent. It allows me to like enjoy luxuries that I don't often get to enjoy. Like, I sometimes lament not having things. Things shouldn't matter, but it's nice to have like a home filled with stuff that like reflects you as a person and makes you feel like you exist. You know, having like pins on the pin board, little stuffed animals of your favorite characters, like, you know, magazines or books or posters of things that you like. I've never had those things. Not really. I've only recently started to actually collect those things in my life. Is that fucking Niji? Holy shit! I love Niji. I didn't mean to scare it. Like Niji finally shows up in somewhere not Discord, and I immediately am like, oh my god, it's Niji! He finally has a Discord! They finally got a Twitch account! It's the... How you doing, Niji? I'm not going to be able to get to... I don't think I'm going to be able to attack you before the end of the month, but I do have your boy on my list to draw no matter what at some point, especially with my more recent actual energy in making stuff. I'm going to try and find time to make something for you. You feel like an old man on this? I just need to type. That's it. Easy. Twitch confused me. It confuses us too. Look, I'm the one streaming on the platform, and I don't fucking understand it either. Wasn't it Justin TV at some point? Callie, can you back me up on this? I don't remember. I don't think I was here when that was happening. But thank you all so much. The financial support is always welcomed, even if I don't ask for it often. It does really make a huge difference for me. And these last several months, y'all have been more generous than in previous, and I am thankful. The point is to have fun. Yeah, but I guess that's like an OCD thing. It's one of those thought loops. It's like, I said I would do it, and then I don't think I'm going to be able to do it, and they're going to be upset or sad or disappointed, and it's like, hey, bud, real talk, put my hand on my own shoulder and looking myself through my own reflection. Hey, bud, they don't care about that. So stop. Chill, dude. But all that yapping, I didn't hear no bell. I mean, Art Fight's not over for another couple of days. I think they're going to be ending it on Monday, because they're giving us a few extra days like they always do, because there's always some, like tomfuckery with the website on the first couple of days. So they want to make sure people get the actual maximum time that they want to do the thing. You have made a lot of art this year, though. That is true. I've done, like, fucking 19 attacks. Some, like, multiple attacks in one day in some cases. I really did pop off. I only did one more attack since we last convened at stream. I want to show y'all. And I want to break kayfabe on the... Like, first off, Cowboat is a longtime friend. We met by chance. Just like me, Cal, like, Draenor and Cal kind of arrived in my life at around the same time. And they're both very important people that I care very much about. And I'm thankful are in my life, even if, like, lately we don't talk that much. Like we're always jumping from interest to interest, especially me. I'm, like, erratic and inscrutable, as is my nature. But, both of these individuals have helped me financially when things have been rough, or when I've needed assistance, or even if it's just, I wanted to grab some food like, I didn't want to eat the stuff I had and wanted to eat something a little bit, like, you know, a pick-me-up instead of, like, just the microwavable meals. And they have spotted me on many an occasion, with never any expectation of something in return. And Cal in particular, earlier this year, projected just this joke of, like, hey, just in exchange for me getting this thing for you, just, like, draw Steve sometime. And he definitely extended that as just, like, something simple. You know, something not super chaotic or crazy. Well, I may have gone a bit too far in a few places. You can already tell by that fucking resolution. God damn. I never just draw a guy. Almost never. Look at Steve. You want to see the last drawing I made of this motherfucker, by the way, of Steve? You want to see the last time I drew this character? Let's see. I believe it would be in... not that folder. Yep, there it is. The last time I drew this motherfucker was with this. You could see a completely different signature. And this was made 3 years ago. It was drawn kind of hastily, but this was 3 years ago I drew this as just a gift for donations on stream. And now look at where we are. It's a dynamic pose. His hand is holding a fucking... He's holding a I mean, I did heavily reference an image, but he's holding a goddamn margarita and a gun. And then we got Cow floating up into space. I'm just really pleased with this. I tried to do an interesting perspective with the ship. I will be honest, I'm not super happy with the details inside, but God, if it didn't make my day showing this to Cal while I was in call and hearing his, like, fucking stunned reaction. It really, that's what Art Fight's about, baby. It's not about, like, getting free art from people. It's about making someone's day with a piece of artwork. Yeah, and, like, yeah, like, I always knew it would end like this. You've improved mildly. It's great to see how much you've improved. Thank you all. Look, this is in the same folder. Look, it's Lulzy. Look at that. I think this is the one I did for Lulzy. I did one for back in 2023. Oh, the name of that file, by the way, was Drawing is Like Riding a Bike, except the bike is on fire. I didn't make it longer than that, but I know the rest of it. It's like, drawing is like riding a bike, except the bike is on fire, the road is on fire, and the world is on fire, and you're in hell. I think I also drew... Yep, there's Boo, because he was playing a lot of F-Zero 99 at the time. I still kind of like the composition of this one. This one still makes me smile. I really like that one. No, that was a file name that long. And then I think this... I want to say this was Noipale. I could be wrong, but I think this might have been Noipale as a zebra. Like, this was before they had the current Sona, I think. Maybe. But yeah, it's been a long time. Oh, well, wait a minute. That signature has a spider on it. You trying to claim his art as yours? Hey. Hey, Lauren. I got a secret for you. Get real close. Like, real close. All right. You ready? Ready for the secret? Wrestling isn't real. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to show you some of my other boys. It's not? Video games make him real, but that's a different discussion. So, Caspian has a funny spear, a funny rope dart / yo-yo. He can leap fucking 120 feet with that special ability, but even with only one ward can jump fucking 30 feet. He has like some beck and call little like bell minions that can help him with tasks. And he's just a funny little fish guy, and I love him. Also, failed to notice, if y'all didn't notice it on the sheet, the face paint and the clown nose are part of his body and do not come off. The Jester outfit he can take off. I like to imagine he might have different Jester looks, depending on, like, performances or whatever. But, we also just, I like the idea of, like, him wearing normal clothes underneath the fetch. Or not under the fetch, sorry, underneath the mask. But whenever he has to do any of those powers, like summon his little minions, or, do his big leap, or any of the things that require, like, actual fey magic, the outfit just manifests back on his body. Like, it'll overwrite whatever clothing he's wearing, and he'll be a Jester again. Like, with the rest of the clothes. Like, he fundamentally will manifest that outfit whenever performing anything related to the contracts that he associates, that are associated with him. Bellhops, I was calling them the Jingle Squad. Honestly, Bellhops is a little funnier. Oh, he can take it off. Like, here's the thing you have to understand. Caspian is not a character that at this stage, this look for him is not a source of embarrassment or humiliation. It is a source of pride. He loves it. And also, to pull a little bit of terminology from actual circus acts, at Underpainted Hills, like, and just at any circus, there are two different roles that you fall under as a part of the performance. There is talent and clowns. Clowns can still perform impressive feats and do like acrobatic skills, but it's all in the service of jokes and making themselves look silly. They don't look like they're meant to look like silly and absurd when they're doing it. Like they're supposed to be out of their depth and like doing something clumsy and visually dangerous for the laughs, but it's still like an impressive feat of skill. That is the clown. So as just an example, like Callie is a clown because Callie is, you know, like as a cartoon character is being subjected to by the animator physical violence in the form of cartoon violence, like getting clobbered on the head with a mallet, having a piano dropped on their head, stuff like that. That's all like daring, and the animation is impressive, but it's all in service of getting a laugh out of the audience, which means that that is a clown. Caspian is talent. Because talent is, it is not in service of a joke, it is in service of showing something amazing and impressive, right? Doing death-defying stunts on the Cirque du Soleil stage of, like, you know, balancing on a ball, like a plank on top of a orb while swinging back and forth on a bigger platform through the air. That's talent, right? Doing, like, the rope, like the twirling rope shows and hanging ropes and swinging around in the air high above the ground, but there's no like pratfalls or visual gags regarding it. It's purely for the acrobatic skill. That is all talent, right? There is a difference. They are all equally skilled and amazing in their own right. Like, just because you're a clown doesn't mean that you're lesser or less important. It just means that the role you play in the show is different, right? Your role is to laugh, is to make folks laugh and be funny. Like, and you can be funny while doing like crazy shit. Whereas the talent, it's just about the crazy shit. So with Caspian's mask, he appears to be taller than 2'10", right? Yes. So, like, all that to say, by the way, just to finish the thought, Caspian maybe felt humiliated and embarrassed and awful about being plucked out of his fucking life by the circus. And I would say he's afraid most of all, but it's also humiliating and like kind of degrading to be put in this body, put in this outfit, and then forced to jump through hoops, right? Fundamentally, in his eyes, at least at the beginning, being treated as a pet belonging to this otherworldly being rather than being treated like an individual with wants and hopes and dreams. But, like, as he started drinking the Kool-Aid and fell fully into, like, the idea of being this performer, that vision dropped away and instead was replaced by someone proud of what they've accomplished. And that still is the case, because why shouldn't he be proud? The outfit isn't something he finds humiliating more. It's his identity. It's part of him. That's something that he loves. He doesn't mind being in that outfit because that's him. That's who he is. But anyway. When we talked about the mask, it covers for all discrepancies between the changeling true form and the mask. Height differences, he'll just be taller. And Caspian's visual experience with interacting with people taller than him will be them not making eye contact with him. Right? They'll look at a space above his head. Right? And make eye contact with the mask that he can't see. Which Bear raised a very harrowing or kind of spooky idea of, you walk down the street and someone walks up to you and they greet you or they speak to you and they make direct eye contact with the changeling underneath the disguise. Imagine that. Like, everyone else you interact with looks at the eyes of your mask, but this one person walking by makes eye contact with you, the 3-foot-tall fish. Do they know? Was that just a blip? Were they just being weird? Did they actually see me? Can they actually see me? Who knows? But that's kind of how it works. Like we said, it's a supernatural automatic effect applied by just the nature of the world and of the word, or the weird, or the... I think it's the weird, maybe it's the ward. W-Y-R-D is the word, and I don't know how to say it. But in any case, regardless, it is a automatic effect. You don't have control over it. You can pull energy or like energy from it to perform feats of fey magic, and we even discussed that only in an act of complete and total trust can a changeling dispel that glamour for someone not a changeling. If Caspian were to meet a mortal who he truly and deeply trusted beyond anything else or anyone else, he could allow that person to see what he truly is. They would not be able to see any other changelings, but they would be able to see through his mask and see him for who he is. And that's really it. I think there are ways that the glamour and the mask can be dispelled if you really exhaust your abilities and really drain from it, like pull from it to do stuff. And I've heard that maybe you can hide it if you want, but by default, it's sort of like breathing automatically. Like there is no effort needs to be expended, and no effort was ever expended to make it exist in the first place. But rambling. I promised you a thing. We talked about the other character. We talked about all of Caspian's bullshit right now. There's still more stuff I want to do. Let's get a quick peek at his little cage that he was in while he was in the circus. If I can find it. Ding dang nabbit. Ding diggly diddly ding dang darn. Oh wait, I've Clip Studio Paint already open. I can just go and open the file. I'm silly. I'm so silly. I'm so silly funny. I make funny little jokes, and everyone laughs, and everyone loves me. All right, let's see. I'm gonna open a new file. Oops, nope. That was incorrect. That's not what I wanted to do. Where'd it go? Hold on, chat. Where the fuck did it go? Where is the orb? I demand and require the orb! There we go. Found it. Caspian needs it to breathe. There we go. God, why does it always default to the white background when you do make from clipboard? Alright. So, first off, I'm going to show you the orb that he lived in. I actually drew this. This is how obsessed I am with this motherfucker. First off, while at the circus, this is sort of the orb he lived in. The silver bits are silver filigree. They're like sort of like silvery metal parts that kind of just are attached, air quotes, however you want to imagine it, to the outside of a ball of water. There is no glass here. If you were to reach out your hand and touch this, your hand would be submerged into a ball of water. Nothing is visually holding it into this shape. All it is willed into this shape by the gentry. Now, if Caspian is being a good boy and performing super well and awesome and cool, then the orb is about this size. He's got enough room to like kind of move around, stretch, and he can swim back and forth and roll this thing around like he's a hamster in a hamster ball. He can poke his head out of it, socialize and interact with others if he so chooses. Right? But like, so, like, I'll even show you, like, yeah, he can swim around in it. If he so chooses. And often some of his acts will require him to, like, swim around and roll the ball across the stage and maybe even up little tracks and elevated platforms and then, like, launch through the air, leap out of it and leap into another one, etc. Or even balancing it on his nose. It's all magic. It's all larger than life. Nothing that, like... Anything that you could imagine being done at Cirque du Soleil is already within the realm of possibility, but imagine that, but escalated and elevated to a level that would be unsafe and almost impossible by real-world standards. And that's kind of the kind of shit you should be expecting from this circus. But, if Caspian misses a jump, and he falls and he lands on his little face, and everyone in the crowd's like, And the show is disrupted fundamentally by his failure to continue to, perform the act with complete perfection. Then, Caspian is punished. It's a little too big. So let me, actually zoom in instead and screenshot that this way. There we go. Depending on how well he's doing, these silver filaments, this filigree, can effectively constrict and shrink the size of the orb until it is as small as possible. And this is just the tip. It can't shrink any more than that, obviously. At least not in the context of how I imagine him being punished. But here's where it can get a little bit worse. Remember what happened when he first got to the circus? And he refused outright to do anything, and asked and begged to be sent back, and that he doesn't want to do this? If he's doing poorly, or he really messes up, or he consistently messes up, they will drain the water from the orb. The water and its permeable barrier will be replaced with air and glass. So it will go from a little ball of water to a ball of air, where, like, he's stuck inside it and cannot breathe. It's a small enclosed space with nothing that will allow him to actually breathe. And since he can't die, you can imagine how horrifying and awful it would be to be suffocating and not reaching an end point where that just stops and you cease to be. It would just continue with agonizing migraine headaches to the point where he might even eyes roll back into his head, blacking out, still in pain, but at that point barely even perceiving the world until the water is returned, and he is in significant amounts of pain for a significant amount of time after this, and expected the following day to do the act right this time. Don't mess it up. We know you can do better than that. And again, time is nebulous. I'm imagining his time there was significant. But yeah, now we're done with Caspian, and he's going to be super disappointed, and I'm sure all of you are too. Like, everyone loves the amazing Caspian, the amazing, magnificent flying fish, but it's time to show you my mortal. And I'm going to show you, I've shown you him before, actually. He's a goofy guy with, like, messy hair and a fucking photo camera, like a photography camera. His name is Lou Abbott. He is a local, lifelong resident of Pinevale, and a deep believer of the paranormal. What I am going to show you is the artwork that my good friend Lulzy, who I love so much, made for me. Chat, can I also say how impressive it is that I managed to do an info dump for the entire 5 hours? I don't think I've ever info dumped for the entirety of a stream before. I've done info dump for the most of it, but I don't think I've ever info dumped the entire time. But behold, look at my boy with the sticks in his hair from having, like, dug through the underbrush to look for clues about, like, the local cryptids and shit. Again, done by my friend Lulzy, who I love. Where is it? Where's the folder? It's in my folder. It's my art. 2026 CSP files. There we go. And then finished art for 2026. And then the art that I made that I kind of slapped together pretty quickly. God, why do I work with 6,000 by 6,000 size canvases? This is insane. You need to get help. Anyway, there he is. It's Lou. So, Cryptid Seeker, I have so much trouble avoiding these guys. Look, he's not there to cause you harm. There's a genuinely kind of depressing reason. I don't know if I talked about Lou's backstory, but in the world of darkness, The supernatural lurks just beneath the surface. The world is a lot more terrifying, a lot more dangerous than the normal average person has been led to believe, and maybe will never even encounter or see. Lou's always been a little bit of a weirdo. He's, even from a young age, had an interest in, like, cryptids and folklore. Mainly cryptids. I kind of like the idea that maybe he was briefly into, like, folklore stuff when he was very young, but it shifted to, like, you know, stuff like, you know, Mothman, the El Chupacabra, the Grafton Monster, stuff like that over time. Maybe even a little bit of ghosts. He had a fraternal twin brother named Ezra. Their parents sucked. They weren't like, you know, like punch and kick and push you down the stairs abusive, but they were not good people. They were probably, like, the father was an alcoholic, mother was extremely vain, cared more about herself and how she was perceived by others, and didn't really give these kids the love that they deserved. And they never really were super close. But Lou was extremely close to his brother. They were fraternal twins, so they weren't identical, but they were born around the same time, and they were deeply connected and loved each other very much, as brothers do. And then, when Lou was 16, the family was driving along a sort of mountainous road outside, somewhere on the edges of Pinevale. Mom was, you know, being snippy and dismissive about something, and the father was, you know, shouting and yelling about another thing. Meanwhile, Lou and Ezra were in the back seat, just, you know, maybe playing a game on, like, maybe playing a little video game. But, like, maybe playing on, like, their Nintendo Switch or something. If he's 27 now, yeah, I think the Nintendo Switch would have been out at around then. Yeah. But Lou sees it first. He looks up for a moment, and he stops playing his game. Because down the road, in the beams of the headlights of the car, he sees something that he has never forgotten. Something, like, large, emaciated, with long ears and gnarled fingers ending in sharp claws. The only thing that he really can describe it as is some form of bat-like creature. Since he even has posited the possibility of it being a vampire, as absurd as anyone else outside of, you know, those in the know would consider. Like, it's just too absurd. But it's in the road. And then, before he can say anything, before he can even fully register it in its entirety, the car slams into it. The parents are startled and shocked. It crumples and dents the hood of the car, clinging, wrapping its arms around both sides as the car sort of careens down this street at night. And then, as its claws reach around the edges of the car and start, you know, effectively reaching for the windows, the father, in a fit of panic, swerves the car violently to the left. In the chaos, they had forgotten which direction they were going. On the right is actually trees and other obstacles. Things that could potentially, at the very least, like, damage this thing, knock it off the car, and maybe, like, they would escape with their life. But the father instead swerved off the cliff, and the car tumbled end over end, Lou's window breaking on the way down before it nosedives straight into a lake. Lou never saw the creature again. He doesn't even remember if it escaped the water. But in those moments, as the car was sinking, flooded with water, Lou was able to escape because his window was broken. And he swam all the way to the surface. It was only once he got there that he kind of came to his senses and realized that he left his brother in the car. Now, he was 16. This wasn't his fault. And leaving his brother to die is not something that he did maliciously. And, like, could his brother have told him, he would have told him it wasn't his fault. But as soon as he was on the surface, local fishermen picked him up, who happened to see the event. Ever since, Lou has blamed himself. He wasn't attached to his parents. I wouldn't even necessarily say he loved them. It's a sad thing that they died, but they didn't care about him. The emotional damage was done by losing the one person in his life who truly understood him. And from this moment on, Lou has been determined to prove that the supernatural and the paranormal are real. Because he saw what he saw. Everyone in that car saw that bat monster, that creature, whatever it was. They all saw it. And he wants to prove it. If anything, in honor of his brother, to provide closure for the accident, and to genuinely understand more about the world he lives in. It's mainly for his family, though, his brother. Like, he wants closure. He wants to prove this thing was real. His uncle took him in briefly, sort of, like, bought some stocks and stuff, got Lou a bit financially settled somewhat. And that eventually paid out for Lou in the long run. Lou's not rich, but, like, this has provided a steady amount of money that's allowed him to effectively live his life without fear or concern about, like, you know, will I be able to pay rent? Am I going to have to find some kind of job? It allows him to pursue this hobby fully and completely. It's actually quite fortunate. It's just a shame that his fucking uncle is a loser, grind-set, dipshit influencer guy who made it big on crypto because he got in early and then promptly just left Lou to his own devices. This guy goes and gets up in the morning and takes his ice bath and eats like a raw egg and then goes on TikTok to talk about the fucking grind set and how, like, anyone can make it big, blah, blah, blah. You should get into this thing. He's probably into AI, too. Bastard definitely jumped on the fucking NFT and AI train. Not a good guy. So Lou doesn't have any connection with this guy. He's got his own money. Like the uncle set him up, and the uncle has no interest in touching whatever they gave him, right? Like, he might be a piece of shit, but he's not that kind of piece of shit. Like, even though he was kind of a dickhead, that guy came out and, like, helped Lou in, like, the only way that he probably would have been able to as, like, a guardian at any point. Like, it's not ideal, but considering the type of person he was, probably, you know, the kindest thing his uncle had ever done for anybody in the family, more than likely. But suffice to say, 11 years later, we now arrive to the now, and where we get to some of the fun stuff. We're not going to share it today, because unfortunately it's a 3-hour-long game, and we don't have that kind of time. Common, you don't want to send anybody to the circus. There might be very few people you would want to send out, but I'll be honest with you, they can still escape eventually. The last thing you want is someone who's wretched and awful to come back with more power than they left with. Even if they're fundamentally changed from the experience, you don't want to send, like, fucking a shitty right-wing politician into the fucking hedge taken by the Fae, and then they come back and now they got the ability to spy on people, jump between mirrors, and all this other crap. That's the last thing you want. You don't want to be giving these kinds of people that kind of power. You damn well know they're not going to learn anything from being out there. They're just going to get worse. Generally speaking, we have to have solidarity here. The changelings need to have solidarity with each other, and so do humans. Although humans have no idea. No, I'm gonna say it's not like that, ya boy. If you were to, like, deliberately sell someone out to the gentry, to a true Fae, especially without knowing truly what kind of Fae that you're dealing with, not only are you putting yourself at risk, because the last thing you want to do, even if you're doing it for your own self-serving needs, you do not want the true Fae to know you exist. You do not want them to have eyes on you. Your best chance of not getting fucked with is to not draw attention. So you doing that is a risky play. But say it worked out. If you did that to someone, that would be like picking up, like, grabbing this guy you don't like and handing them off to Am from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Except Am, at least, you know, they're being hateful, and there's something more knowable about their motivations, and despite how cruel and terrible they are. But being able to have your body warped and shifted and changed in any way that the Gentry desires, potentially, as an example that was from the book, you were turned into a statue holding a lantern with a flickering flame along a long, winding, and lonely road leading into a large fortress. And over your many, many long years, however long it's been, uncountable numbers of years, as a part of your durance, the others that have been taken with you, their lights snuffed out one by one by one, until you were left alone, standing on the side of an old, ruined road at the foot of a ruined and abandoned castle. And that was your existence for inscrutable amounts of time. Too much time. Incomprehensible amounts of time. Left alone as a statue, unable to move, unable to talk, unable to do anything. Until one day you were able to basically make it somehow, through sheer force of will, or through some form of luck, or finally understanding the nature of the space that you've been occupying, you made a deal with some elemental force, allowing your stony body to step forth from the pedestal once again and run through the hedge back home. But how long were you there? How long have you been gone? A day? Thousands of years? Millennia? How long have you been gone in the eyes of those you left behind? Who knows? But you don't want to subject anyone to that. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm just trying to paint the picture of what you're doing. And honestly, everything past like the fortress and the setup of this thing I made up myself. Like making a pact with an elemental force to move your stone body once more. That shit I made up. Like, there was just examples in there of shit that they do to changelings. Right? So, anyway, that little tangent, Lou, and his uncle's not a bastard. He's like a shithead grind set influencer, but the dude's helped Lou out. Lou lost everything. And while he's not like a father, and he's not really close to Lou at all, and Lou probably doesn't like him too much, Lou at least respects and appreciates the kindness that his uncle gave him when he did, because Lou would be in a vastly different situation without his involvement. But Lou now is 27. He's been in Pinevale all his life, and he's spent the last 11 years thoroughly and exhaustively getting into paranormal, like, message boards and cryptozoology forums and getting into photography as well. He is a very good investigator. And this might gonna sound like, I think this is impressive. At the moment of the game that we played last Sunday, Lou had only ever seen what happened with the vampire or whatever that their car crashed into when he was a child. When he was a teenager. He's done exhaustive research, gone all over Pinevale, looked at things online. He might have even flown out of town to go other places to investigate other locations, but I think he's focused almost exclusively on his hometown of Pinevale. And while he's experienced something that we'll get into shortly, that definitely, that he, in that moment, in an out-of-character fashion, chose to think was fake or a nightmare. Lou has not seen anything supernatural. He's had no visual, actual, confirmable proof. But the impressive thing is if someone were to, if a changeling were to walk up and they had their knowledge and they looked through all of Lou's findings, they would discover that Lou has been correct at least 60 to 70% of the time. About 60, 65, I think. 65% of the research and information and investigating he has done has borne actual, legitimate fruit. Like, he might not have had actual evidence, but his investigation was sound, and he was correct in his assumptions based on evidence presented. For someone who has not seen any evidence, that's a hell of a track record for someone who hasn't fucking seen anything more than the crash that killed his family. So here we go. Now we get to have some fun tying these two together. Now, this is dubiously canon. I've expressed that I'm willing to let the GM run the show because I've gotten a little obsessed to the degree that I'm, like, starting to, like, play out scenarios that are supposed to technically happen in game, but they weren't against it. They didn't dislike this idea. But it's like, it has to work. Remember when I talked about the parade that marched down the street and took Caspian away, but from everyone else's perspective, they heard some strange music, but just saw a guy run down the street, trip, get up, dust himself off, and walk off. Who would then proceed to get hit, like, would basically proceed to drown, like, a few hours later and be dead. But people heard the music. And Lou heard about people talking about the music. He didn't hear it himself, but he started investigating because it sounded strange. He started talking to people on that street, and he learned multiple things. First off, he quickly dismissed the assumption that it was either someone playing Mozart or someone, or the local ice cream trucks. The logic being, no. Look, it's not the ice cream trucks. I've done extensive research on that. There are like 3 different companies that run their ice cream trucks around Pinevale, and none of them have any desire to change their brand. They are constantly at war with one another in regards to their branding and their image. They don't change their music. They're very competitive. There is no drums in any of their music either, so it's not the ice cream trucks. I can guarantee that. And it's not Mozart because, I mean, come on, you've heard Mozart. I've heard Mozart. From what I've heard, last I checked, I don't think any of Mozart's more classical works contain calliope. And if they do, not like this. Not the way I've been hearing people describe it anyway. Lou also got a fucking phone call. Remember? Did you guys fucking forget the phone call? Lou got a goddamn message. He got a voicemail from pre-abduction Caspian. Now, here's a part where we need to kind of elaborate a bit. Lou also has a radio station. He has his own setup in his apartment. It's not really like an apartment. It's more like a house that he's renting. It's got like wood-paneled walls and stuff. He's got the posters and everything. You know, the kind of thing you would expect. Sort of Mystery Shack adjacent almost, without any of the fake bullshit inside like Stan has. But he has a radio show. He goes on one of the other AM stations, right? One of the free ones. And he plays primarily Lemon Demon and ska, but between that he has talks where he just talks about his the supernatural elements that he's been researching and other stuff. He's also not a conspiracy theorist. No, birds weren't replaced with robots. No, they're not putting chemicals in the water to make the fucking frogs gay. Yes, the moon landing was real. Yes, vaccines fucking work. Because Lou's not a dipshit. He believes things that are backed with evidence and science. People landed on the moon. We went to space. The government is not run by fucking lizard people. They're run by horrible, rich bastards and oligarchs. He is also a bit of a Brennan Lee Mulligan in regards to his opinion on the capitalist structure of society, but that is an underlying opinion rather than a strongly worded one that gets him in trouble. In any case, he believes in the supernatural. He does not believe in fucking pseudoscience or any of that nonsense. But he has people call in. Right? People call in. He leaves flyers all over town, and he even says the number on the radio show whenever it's between music playings. And he mostly gets prank calls. The sad thing about Lou, and what makes the loss of his brother so painful, is that he's basically a pariah. He doesn't have friends. He's kind of considered to be the local weirdo, the local kook. I would say he's treated in a similar way to, I think, like, people have a similar opinion of him that I think folks would, like, a vibe similar to Grunkle Stan, and how a lot of Gravity Falls don't like Grunkle Stan. But in Lou's case, it's not because he's a fucking grifting asshole. It's because he's a fucking weirdo. And, like, the worst part is people know what happened to his family. People sympathize. That was not a secret. It's a town of 30,000 people. People heard about the car accident that killed this kid's entire family. They're aware of Lou's history, at least a lot of the people, especially folks who have been here for a long time, right? Also, hello, Catman. But, suffice to say, he's a pariah. He's lonely. The only person who he ever knew truly understood him and was close to is dead at the bottom of a lake. They did retrieve the car, for the record. But, or maybe they didn't. I might have to ask the GM, because I'm thinking about stuff like that. I think it might be sadder or more interesting if the car was left there for reasons unknown, like maybe it was just too unsafe to retrieve. But in any case, people know about his history, but they kind of don't give him the time of day. They just think he's a local weirdo. Spooky's character, Margaret, has a group of friends that listen to his radio show and make fun of him. He has a bit of a rivalry, air quotes a rivalry, with the local news crews, who often show up at places at the same time he does, because he's also investigating things. And they're like, oh, it's this guy again. Can you clear out? Get out of here. There ain't no fucking ghosts. There ain't no Yeti Squatch. It was just a fucking grizzly bear digging through someone's trash. Now, can you fucking buzz off? I got a fucking news show to run, and I don't need to have your weird ass digging through the bushes in the background looking for fucking Yeti Squatch footprints or whatever, right? People like this. You know, people like the music, but they don't really like their talk show. So all the calls he gets are pranks. Or a lot of them are. Lou is not stupid. Something you should understand about him is that he's also very hopeful. And it turns out that I was wrong about his virtue. His virtue is not loyalty. His virtue is hopeful. Despite everything that he's been through, despite the loss of his brother and his parents, despite his ostracizing by everyone in the town that he lives in, he has hope for the future. He's optimistic. He wants to prove the supernatural is real, not just for his brother, but for himself, because this is stuff that he does genuinely love and find fascinating and care about. It's a sincere passion. He is a very hopeful guy, just inherently. So, he hears people make pranks. They'll do the prank call like tee-hee-hee. Like, oh, there's a guy smoking a cigarette down in town, then he just promptly fucking spontaneously combusted or whatever. Like, and Lou, like, writes it down. He treats it in his mind like this is probably a prank, but he researches it anyway. And the most interesting thing is almost every prank call he's gotten every single one of them has had some kernel of truth. Most of it might have been bullshit, but every single prank call he's gotten had some tiny kernel of actual truth to it. He's good at what he does. And that brings us to the fucking voicemail of Caspian, frantically talking about, like, clowns and invitations to, like clowns coming to get him, being watched by, like, you know, like, feeling like the moon is gonna get me, clowns are gonna get me, like, the clowns are coming. Some shit like that, right? It was probably the clowns. It was like, the clowns are gonna get me, you gotta help me, I don't know what to do, I don't recognize my face in the mirror, my reflection makes no sense, I need help. And Lou only got to this voicemail after Caspian was gone. There was no hope of Lou ever saving Caspian. And even if he had gotten in there to intervene, it would not have been something he could have done for long. If at all. Because if there's one thing that Lou has a blind spot with, it is the fair ones. The other, the gentry, the true fae. He doesn't know. He doesn't, he's somehow, his biggest blind spot, at least in my opinion, is that. So he's investigating the music. He's determined that it was anomalous, not sure why, remembers the weird phone call. He goes to that street to ask people about the music and whatever, and he dismisses, like, the ice cream truck thing, and he gets an unsettling but not necessarily specific impression that something is weird. A lot of people on that street, pretty much every single one, had some reason or another to not go outside that day, at least during the time that this supposedly occurred. He doesn't have any reason to suspect, like, it seems odd to him, but he doesn't have any reason to suspect it's anomalous, it's just kind of a bizarre turn of events. As he's walking down the street, looking around, his foot kicks something. Something that rolls along the ground and comes to a rest at the curb. And he kneels down and picks up a silver bell. A silver bell with filigree and shapings around it that look a little bit like a crescent moon. Y'all have seen these before. The same bells that make up Caspian's new outfit. Notably, though, the bell is lacking the little jingly bit inside that makes it ring. It's just a hollow metal ball. He looks around, finds it a little strange, puts it in his pocket, and he heads home. Over the course of his time in Pinevale, especially since setting up his radio show about 6 years ago, maybe 5, he's only ever had 2 interviews. he's always wanted an interview. He's always wanted to have people, experts on, stuff like that, but he's never really able to, like, pull any strings or get anyone to give him the time of day. The 2 times were, the first time was about 3 years ago. He invited a guy that, like, someone had reached out to him expressing an interest on being on his show. And because he was so excited at the prospect of having someone on, he didn't do the vetting process that he should have. And quickly learned that this guy didn't just believe in the supernatural, if he even didn't believe it at all, actually. This guy believed in the kinds of shit that Lou fundamentally was against as a person. He believed in the anti-vax movement. He believed in the pseudoscience. He believed in the moon landing conspiracy. And Lou, upon learning that live on air, immediately dropped his usually very friendly attitude and just told the guy, shut the fuck up, get the fuck out of my house. If there's one thing Lou doesn't tolerate, it's misinformation. That shit causes real world harm. People listening to the radio might have thought it was weird. It's like, wouldn't this guy believe in that shit? All these conspiracy nuts believe in that shit. But Lou is a cut above that. Here we go, though. The second interview, and one that y'all should pay attention to, was with a local legend. Not even a local legend, just a local. We mentioned her briefly. Way on early when Callie was here guesting with us. Granny Smokes. That's the nickname. Granny Smokes is sort of like a title that she's gained over the years. She runs the local drive-in movie theater. She got that name like as a nickname basically for Margaret, Spooky's character, would sneak out at night, and the local community watch, like, she's a darling to them. They'll get onto her if she does any mischief, like stealing things or shoplifting, but they don't rat her out to her parents that she snuck out. She'll sometimes sneak into the drive-in movie theater, and Granny Smokes, who runs the place, will let her watch the movie for free. But if you bring her a smoke, she'll get you some popcorn. Granny Smokes has been here a long time. I'm not sure how old she is. But this is an NPC that Spooky and I and Bear kind of manufactured and created together for this setting. Right? And I love her. But she was Lou's second interview. And hello, Brave Doodle. Lou did the vetting process, and, like, he's heard of Granny Smokes. He's probably interacted with her a few times. She's polite. She's sweet. She's like, Bear described Granny Smokes as if the Grand Meowster chef from Celiana and Monster Hunter World was like a human woman. Like the babushka, like big jovial, like, you know, like the round and jovial cat, the cat creature that was like making food for you in Iceborne, right? But like as a person, you know, very lovely old woman. So Lou is excited because this woman's been in Pinevale for so long. And she talks a bit briefly about the history, and he even talks about it because Pinevale is a funny history. And this funny history is specifically because of the GM continuing to forget the town's name until we solidified it because I remembered it. But I posited this, and this is canon now. Pinevale is not the name that the town has always had. The town's name has changed an absurd and almost cartoonish number of times over the years since its founding. Every time there's a mayoral election, it's been established that the mayor just decides to change the town name. And as a result, all the signs have to be changed. The town has gone through dozens of names. Some of them didn't last very long. Some of them have a funny little cult background, like some of them being... But they're always some, like, weird variation. It's like, you know, Crestvale, Pinecrest, Pinevale, just the names being changed enough that it's become both a tradition and a bit of a game where, like, local, like socialites will, like, auction off the old street signs that have the old town name. Lou actually has 2 of the town names. He has 2 of the old ones. He has 2 different names. He was unable to get the OG town name, the one that was like the original sign, rather. He's got 2 of the signs, effectively. But, like, it's gotten to the point where there's, like, security deployed by the city to protect local signage, because the second that the mayor announces any name change, people go out there to fucking snatch it. It's a game. But, yeah, Granny Smokes talks about that history a bit. But aside from that, and going off, like, on little tangents and stuff, she doesn't really play ball with him. He asks about supernatural things, you know, elements of, like, the paranormal, and her responses are either, like, you know, sort of dismissive and then going on a tangent, or being like, wouldn't you like to know... Like, wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? Levels of, like, kind of dismissal, but, like, tongue-in-cheek. And Lou, for his credit, is respectful. He's, you know, he does his best to treat her with courtesy. He takes all those bits of, like, deflection in stride. And overall, like, I almost like the idea that maybe even people listening in, that was probably their favorite moment of, like, the favorite time they've listened to the actual talk show aspect of Lou's station. Not just for Granny Smokes, but it felt more like something people wanted to listen to, or at least a lot of folks, like, because they don't believe in the supernatural. So having it be a little bit more grounded, or steered away from that, was something that people liked, I guess. But in any case, when it was over, Lou thanked her, and because he picked her up, he went to drive her home. And for those who don't know, he has two vehicles. He has a Vespa that he drives everywhere, and it's busted to shit. And he has a Jeep. One of those sturdy motherfuckers. Like, this thing could outlast the sun. It's stocked fully with safety equipment, seatbelt cutters, glass breakers. It's got flotation devices and stuff. I even love the idea that even though he is deeply terrified of water, he has, like, maybe, like, after splurging a bit, has, like, some scuba equipment and other stuff in there, and on the off chance that something really catastrophic happens. But this thing is a monster. This is his car. So he's driving home with Granny Smokes, and he's like, thank you, but, could I get, I promise I won't talk about it on my blog, I won't bring it up on my radio show. It'll purely remain between the two of us, but could I get a question answered honestly, please? Like, just once. If you don't mind, just for me. And Granny Smokes, for her credit, like, she likes Lou. Like, she's been here a long time. She knows what he's been through. Like, they don't know each other, but she doesn't think he's, like, a bad dude, so she agrees. And Lou has 3 possible things he wants to ask. One of them was about the vampire. Like, the thing that his family crashed into. Another is about the Yeti Squatch, right? But as he's thinking about this, he's reaching into his pocket, remembering the bell that he had picked up off the road earlier that day. Remembering the calliope music, the strange phone call, the fact that no one wanted to go outside that day. And he asks her, so, I don't know if you heard about this, but there was some strange music, calliope music, some kind of, carnival stuff playing downtown, or like earlier, like yesterday or a few days ago. People have dismissed it, but I know there's something to it. I don't know what it is. And it all doesn't add up. And I just wanted to know if you had any thoughts on this. And, like, I found this on the road where people said they heard it. And he's driving with one hand and pulls the bell out of his pocket. And when he does, Granny Smokes grabs his wrist. And that startles him, and he turns to look at her, like, back and forth between the road and her. And she says very firmly, "Pull over. We need to pull over now." And Lou, this is a shift in demeanor. It's very serious. It's like, pull over immediately, young man. So he takes it seriously. He pulls over, and he gets out of his Jeep, and he's like, what's going on? I don't understand. And she simply puts her hand on his shoulders and, like, guides him, like, to the edge of the road and steps back and just says, like, I need you to rotate 3 times widdershins and then throw the bell into the woods. Lou isn't sure what that means. He hasn't heard the term widdershins before, and she elaborates that it's counterclockwise. So basically, rotate 3 times in place counterclockwise and throw the bell into the woods. Confused, but just being like, okay, there's something to this. He does as he's told. 3 times Widdershins, and he chucks the bell into the forest. And as he's turning to ask Granny Smokes what she's talking about or what this is about, he hears the bell jingle when it lands. Something he knows it shouldn't be able to do because it was missing the parts required. After that, she basically gets him to look her in the eyes. Now, young man, until you are safely past the threshold of your home today, until you are safely past the threshold, do not look at the moon. And then she gets a little bit calmer, and she's like, now, I would like to go home. My programs are on. Can we get going? Lou is shaken, obviously. Who wouldn't be? He drives Granny Smokes home. And as he's heading back to his apartment, his rented house, his hands are gripping the steering wheel, staring straight ahead. The sun has gone down, and he can feel the desire, this overwhelming curiosity. He wants to look at the moon so bad. But there is something about Granny Smokes' demeanor, something about the way she spoke to him that felt real, that felt serious. And if there's one thing Lou trusts, it's that gut feeling. And this is how Bear described it. I don't want to take credit away from Bear, because this was all Bear's kind of concept, and I love it in terms of like what happened here. Many cultures speak of a man in the moon, a face that you can sometimes see during certain clear nights or on certain phases. A benevolent smiling face or some form of visage in the surface of the moon. If the man in the moon was indeed real, that night, while Lou was driving home, they were looking only at him. He gets home. He gets out of his Jeep, and he walks over to his door. And at this point, this is dubiously canon. We kind of treated both as like either could have happened, because I loved both. But Lou gets to the threshold of his door, like he's got his keys in hand, key and lock, and finally, his curiosity gets the better of him, and he turns away from the door and looks at the moon. And immediately, Lou feels this overwhelming, dreadful fear. The fear that a prey animal would have in the gaze of a predator. Like something dreadful, unseen, but very, very dangerous is looking right at him. And then he starts to hear the calliope music, faintly, as if at a great distance, where you would strain to hear it, but it's a quiet night, and he's 100% certain he can hear it playing. And in that moment, he frantically and in a panic turns the keys, flings the door open, runs inside and slams it shut behind him. He takes a deep breath, deep breath, and tries to forget it. It doesn't work. He goes to feed his pet snake that he feeds every day. His pet snake is always super eager. They're familiar with the time that they go get their little snacks. So they're always waiting, kind of slithering around in the containment, waiting for that food. When Lou goes to get them their food, he finds that his snake is hiding in their little alcove where they normally don't go. They know their pet. This snake only hides in there when it's afraid or stressed. It's at this moment that Lou decides he's not sleeping tonight. It isn't until morning when he steps over to check on his snake, and they seem to be more... They have eaten their food. They seem to be basking in the warm sun lamp in their container, that Lou lets out any kind of sigh of relief and feels this overwhelming sensation that he had a brush with something awful. This experience for him was hard to describe. If he were to tell somebody this happened, they would dismiss it as paranoia. As like, there's no evidence or proof for anything that actually physically happened that you could use to justify the fear that he felt in his heart when he was looking at the moon in front of his home. But Lou knows himself, and it might as well have been, it was real to him. He doesn't remember which part truly happened. They bleed together. Did he feel like he was being watched, or like something was waiting if he looked? Was there something out there that looked right at him when he turned to spot the moon? He doesn't know. Either of those things could have occurred. All he knows, at least all he's choosing to know, is that it was a nightmare. He chooses, for the first time upon actually experiencing something supernatural, to dismiss it as fiction or a result of his fearful mind, than to acknowledge it and invite the idea that something so horrifying and dreadful was real. He only entertained it long enough to buy something off the internet. Something that he can't even confirm if it's true or not, but a nail made of pure cold iron. No impurities, no mixtures, unmachined by any kind of device or technology, made purely by hand. Because there is only one thing that can harm the Fae, and it is cold iron. He fashions the nail into a ring and carries it around him, with him everywhere he goes, on a little lanyard made of sturdy cable he got from a local army surplus store. But aside from buying that one thing, he has chosen to dismiss that event as not real. Now, what would have happened if he had not gone inside when he did, chat? I'm so glad you asked. He would have turned to listen to the calliope music, trying to strain to hear it. And over his other shoulder, in the direction he's not looking, would have been a smiling face in the dark. And then, nobody would have ever seen Lou Abbott again. I'm not going to tell you what might have happened. Were they taken? Were they killed? Was something worse? Who knows? Remember earlier when I was talking about y'all throwing a terrible person to the true Fae, and how the last thing you ever want is their attention? That's kind of what I meant. It was almost like it was foreshadowing. Now, some more fun stuff, but I will have to share that next time. It is 10:50, gang. But Bear is amazing. I want to give them a shout out, but they're not really active on social media, right? They're just kind of doing their own thing and living their best life and doing some cool shit. But I want to give a big shout out. Oh, wait, there you are. I forgot that's your goddamn username. You trickster, trick theory piece of shit. Fuck you. I forgot that's your goddamn username. You even told me and I fucking forgot about it again. Just hiding in plain sight. Trick theory. But yeah, that's Bear. That's our GM. They're a fucking fantastic. What a delightful, delightful individual. It's always a pleasure to talk. But yeah, they are a phenomenal storyteller. I really do love all the little, like, snippets of world building that they've given me, as well as just I'm excited to play. So excited to play. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I forgot your evil numbers game. I saw you wrote that and got confused. Okay, so for context, Bear wanted me to decide between whether Lou did or didn't look at the moon, and I was torn. I couldn't choose, so Bear made me pick a fucking random number. Bear said to pick a number, and they wouldn't budge after I was like, no, wait, I want to pick this. Like, no, pick a number, and then we'll see what happens. And I think it was like evens or odds, but whatever the case, the one that I ended up getting was the one of him not looking and driving the car. But I really wanted to know what the other outcome was. And I was like, I like them both so much, so they were like, we can make it nebulous. Like it's Lou isn't even sure himself which happened. But like, you diabolical, yeah. It really was like that though. Just fucking not being able to decide, but I need to simulate chance outside of dice systems, Lamau. Yeah. But Bear is phenomenal. Do you have any socials, Bear, that you would want, like, plugged or anything? Like, if not, that's fine. Like, I don't want to pressure you, but, like, a lot of this fixation is directly your fault. Like, you're the reason I got into this stuff. I'll go fucking make some. All right. Do you want to hop in and say hi real quick? You're welcome to join if you want. You don't need a Fugi. Like, you can be a disembodied voice if you don't got one. It's up to you. I don't want to put you on, like, on the stream unless you're comfortable. Ever sees Fish Boy's true form, he's going to have a fit. Next time, I would love to have you, honestly. We had, like, in case you weren't aware, Bear, we had a Callie briefly cameo in character to talk about her experience at the fucking circus. So that was a lot of fun. What do you think that bell was? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Common. Yeah, if Lou ever sees Fish Boy's true form, he's gonna have a fit seeing all the silver bells jingle-jangling around. Absolutely. The thing is, that's something that couldn't potentially happen. Like the way the Fae work, like Lou would never really be able to know that Caspian disappeared because his name is gone. The Fae deleted it. It's gone. Like the Fetch would still have it, but in my mind, I really like the idea that like it's almost like a gap in memory. You'll talk to their Fetch if they weren't already dead, and just conveniently, anytime they come up or are brought up in conversation, their name would just mysteriously not be involved. But Lou doesn't have the tools at his disposal to determine that Caspian is even remotely associated with what happened here. And whether they even meet is going to be something up in the air. I've done a lot of fanfiction-y stuff. Like, chat, you'll know me. I literally clacked these two weirdos together like fucking Barbie dolls and made them, like, kiss. Because I like that idea a lot of, like, Caspian and Lou ending up, like, getting together or something. But I ended up deciding to move that into true fan fiction and leave Lou's growth to be about making an actual friend instead of it being romantically charged, and potentially having Caspian's end goal being, like, some form of reconciliation with his ex and maybe reconnection with them after what happened. Like, those are, like, those vague ideas. At the moment, I'm leaving the funny fan fiction to fan fiction. But yeah, it's been a delight. I'm going to hang out here a little bit as well, though, Bear, so if you're, like, throwing something together, let me know. Just toss it my way. But I would love to have you on stream at some point. That would be delightful. I really, like, it's crazy that I spent 6 hours yapping. It started as Caspian, like world setting from Changeling, talking about Caspian, and then it devolved into talking about myself and my own struggles of late and how much I identify with the character. And then, people being insanely generous. 86 fucking gift subs, are you crazy? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? And then talking about Lou. And, like, while, yes, I've definitely poured so much more love into Caspian, I love Lou a lot. Lou is a character I've had for a long time and didn't really have much of a personality until now. Like, he was originally a part of a story where a guy gets cursed by, like, a witch and turned into a bat and becomes the local cryptid, and Lou, being obsessed with those, comes across him. They start they end up being in friendship, and they're like, oh my god, the supernatural is real, whoa, blah, blah, blah. But that never really went anywhere, so. And then you told that story about Blue and the Moon, and now I'm not sleeping tonight. Look, don't give me the credit. I retold the story, but that was a story already told by Bear. That was Bear's magnificent, like, fucking big brain doing... Like, no joke, though. If that scared you, imagine how I felt. That was the first time someone had done, like, a little bit of mini storytelling or, like, tabletop-adjacent stuff that sent a chill down my spine. I've never felt that experience playing tabletop. I've been excited. I've pogged. I've never felt that feeling of cold dread sliding down my back. That was fucking primo. Like, so, like, if anyone deserves credit for the energy of that story, it would be Bear. Hey, Skelly, how's it going? Oh, yeah, we also, like, talked about, like, wanting to engage in that, like, you know, the LARPing style, ranting briefly about LARP being stolen from the true name, the word it means, and being co-opted for, like, negative labeling. We talked about, like, Cirque du Soleil, scare actors, and LARPing in general, and how, like, I'd love to embrace that kind of thing and get involved in it. I even thought about, and I'll bring that up again, I guess, I really, really like the idea, like, you know, I think the only way I'm going to be able to rip the Band-Aid off and not be fearful forever is to be, like, a person being like, hey, here's a costume. Like, what kind of character you want to play? All right, this is some stuff we can work with. I'm going to lend you this. If you're confident you want to play that character, that's the guy you want to be, all right, we're going to a fucking LARP thing. And, like, just being forced off the deep end and straight in, right? The only way I think I'm going to be able to get over that fear is to just do it. Because it's always less terrible than you think. And I'm fence-sitting on that from being, like, so excited at the idea of doing that I want to cry, and also being so terrified that I want to throw up. So, that's kind of where we're at. But not much. Watched Tech descend into madness doing Thalmcraft again, being a good evening. I'm kind of debating on if I kind of want to take one more week off. By the way, like, for 4 Gears Survival, because I really want to do, I don't want to do any info dumping necessarily, but I want to share the recording from last Sunday's game tomorrow, and get some more art done, and I'm not going to have a lot of time tomorrow otherwise. The Walls of Ears, Mien of the Baba Yaga. I'm looking at some stuff over here. It's cool to see other people who have played in this system, Colix, by the way. Like, it's just really cool. I've been to Ren Fair before. That's different. I mean, I wouldn't mind to go to the Ren Fair, but it's not quite the same. You're just there to, like, buy stuff, have a good time, watch performances. You're not really a part of it. You're a part of it that you're a guest. You're at, like, the fucking wax figure museum looking at the fucking figure of Richard Nixon and being like, hey, look, that's Nixon. Anyway, let's go to the gift shop. Whereas LARPing is like, I'm the guy. I'm this dude. My name is Coulter Flint. I'm a cleric who's traveled the land in search of injustice after my family was killed by a fascist. Like, and everyone else is like, yes, I know, I've heard of this fascist myself, the bastard. The rat bastard, may the rats eat his eyes, and everyone's like, may the rats eat his eyes. Everyone clanks their fucking mugs together and drinks some cider, and then they go and swing, like, fucking swords at each other in a fucking forest or open field. It's like, that shit. Like, that's the shit I want. Those are my people. I'm just a fucking weenie. Lifetime of crippling anxiety and self-doubt and fear of judgment and negative perception, which, it's nothing wrong if someone doesn't like you. Or someone, like, thinks you're a little annoying, you're a little annoying. End of statement. That's it. It's not a crime. You're not going to get along with everybody. And it's fine if people perceive you as weird or you, like, kind of act a little silly. You know? Those aren't crimes. That's part of being human. And that's the thing I need to get past. Is that fear of people harshly judging me or being perceived negatively. It's going to happen. It happens. None of us are perfect. We're all just a sum of our parts and our experiences, and sometimes we mess up, and The only thing we can do is try harder next time. And at the end of the day, most of that isn't actually all that harmful at all. They think it's like, oh man, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your toes there. I was talking over you a lot. And they're like, no, that's okay. I forgive you. And then we move on. We may need yeah, I do apologize. This week's on me, Skelly. Like, and I'll apologize to everyone. I've been like, literally, I got deeply hyperfixated on Changeling the Lost to the point where it kind of consumed my life and I wasn't really getting involved in anything else. Just not streaming. Like, hey, like, check it out, Skelly. You want to see how obsessed I've gotten? A fucking character. The Amazing Caspian, Fantastical Flying Fish. And that's just page 1 of 2. I'm a fucking insane person. I'm not even done yet. I haven't made a reference this big since I made the one for me, for Arduin. That one took weeks. I'm really fucking kicking ass with this one, though. Oh, yeah, no, it's going to be like 4 pages. Maybe even 5. It's going to be the main image, the mask. Then it's going to be as, like, weapons and toys. Then I'm thinking the orb, and maybe a page of expressions and power-like abilities, like what he can do. Oh, I'm absolutely taking that trapeze thing. Thank you. I need to peepus. I need to peepus. Perhaps I peepus. We'll peepus in a bit. What if I just started saying that? It feels really funny reflecting on it now. Just like being a weirdo. I did turn off all the redeems, didn't I? Y'all get this one for free because it's been a whole stream, and y'all have been very good by not having any buttons to press, so that honestly I can't tell if you've been well behaved, but there you go. Make up for it. The weapon is a spear and a rope dart / yo-yo, with the idea that I can also throw up little orbs or whatever and hit them with the flat side of the spear and fling them into people's faces. Spirit, you're so adorable. Thank you. I am pretty great. Thank you. I'm smiling. Smiles so sweetly and so big. I've been feeling kind of like a little unhinged lately. I feel like I've been kind of like coming into my own and realizing that I've kind of hit the stride of the identity I want to have and like the person I want to be. I've been talking about it a lot. It really feels good to be known as that like little troublemaker to a degree. Being like a little weirdo, like causing mischief and being a little menace sometimes. Being sassy. That's me. It feels good that that's like how I'm perceived, and that makes me happy. Like, that's the image, that's the kind of person I am. Speaking of learned something funny today. There's a gesture boss in Devil May Cry 3, and he also goes So I heard that today and was like, oh, hey, that's funny. Cool story. Yeah, that is funny. Growing into your horns and your hat, but not your sleeves. The sleeves are important. The big, baggy sleeves are a part of the aesthetic. I can't, like... You think I'm gonna have those goofy little cuffs around my wrists? No. None of that shit. Big, floppy sleeves. And I'm sure just after saying that, I realized the fucking rife for abuse potential that statement I just made was, with all the long pauses between each word. I'm sure nothing diabolical or sinister will come of that realization, and also pointing out of that realization, basically pointing a spotlight at it and saying, hey, look at this thing. Anyway, long sleeves are good for bapping people with. Yeah, and I can hide so many secrets in here. Like, a gun! Bear literally was, like, suggesting a gun. Like, they were really suggesting Caspia just get a fucking gun. Which is funny. Like, I keep quoting it. It's like, it's literally just wizards. It's like, oh yeah, and one more thing. I'm glad you changed your name, you son of a bitch. bang, and then he pulls out a gun and shoots the evil wizard. There is something cosmically funny about my goofy little jester just having a gun. But it's like, that's not like visually engaging. Like, I want it to be something more fantastical. Just a gun seems kind of underwhelming, even though it would be funny. Which is why we went with the spear and stuff. The more in-depth the power system is, the funnier it is to pull out a Glock. I mean, you're not wrong. Well, there's all these complex mechanisms for how, like, the magic works and stuff, and then it's just like, but what if? Gun. For his neutral special, Caspian wields a gun. Who gave him that? Warren being like, looking, like, whistling, like, I didn't do it. I think he took it. Hollow Point. What's Hollow Point? We're talking about the rounds, right? Hollow Point? Or is that something else? I'm not in the loop. You'll have to elaborate. Oh, no, I may be low on spells, but not on ammo. I was thinking more like, I may be out of spells, but I'm not out of options. Bang! Sleeve rolls down, holding gun. Like, holy shit! Where'd he get that? Here's my spell. Counterpoint. Look what I found. Caspian reveals his newly acquired M32 grenade launcher. These are all very funny. I'm just really excited. I'm really excited. Plus, like, the spear is very fun. There's a reason that I like the, to break kayfabe about myself, there's a reason I like the staff when it comes to me and Iris and that magic staff. Because I like a short character having a tall item, like a tall, like a staff or something. Because it's like, it accentuates their height, but it also makes it an interesting item and, like, for the physicality of it and how they interact with it and how they use it. And Caspian having this, like, especially since Caspian, unlike Arduin, is actually a bit more, like, dexterous and, acrobatically, you know, I'm not an acrobat, he is. Like, you can really get away with a lot of crazy shit with that damn thing. Can you make some cold iron bullets? Probably depends on exactly what cold iron is. So from my understanding of what cold iron is effectively pure iron. I think it's like without impurities, but I don't know if that even has to play into it. But it is iron that has been forged and untouched by any kind of advanced machinery. Like, I'm talking even like vintage story levels of like a helve hammer being powered by a windmill and wooden gears would not allow you to forge cold iron. It can only be crafted by your hands, like hammer and tongs and smithing it the very, very, very old-fashioned way. Any machining at all, like a fucking belt sander or a fucking, or like, you know, like I would even imagine, you know, like anything like that, medieval smithing styles, probably even earlier than that. It is purely something that, like, because I think the idea is that the Fae, in their deal making and bargaining and bargain making that they did at the in the long ago before times, they shunned or like basically cast iron aside, no pun intended, or maybe, hee. And because of that spurning of this one thing, it has been their one weakness ever since. And it's the only thing that can harm them, truly, and like really and truly. Now, let's just be real here, though. Lou having a cold iron nail around his neck, like around a fucking lanyard, is not a Fae-slaying weapon, like y'all might think. It's not going to be like a fucking rock of kryptonite that instantly, like, weakens Superman, or like a sunbeam touching this. It's going to be more like a small sunbeam touching the skin of a vampire. It would burn. It would hurt. It would suck very bad. But that alone is not enough to kill. It at most might buy him time, or keep him safe for a brief moment. But it is alone not going to kill any Fae that might actually wish to seek him harm, or do him harm. Yeah, raw iron forged at low temperatures without machinery. In this context, it's also machines cannot have been used. Any advanced or modern or even remotely mechanical methods for producing it would make it not function as a weapon and a ward against the Fae. So my favorite theory about iron with Fae is that it's too stable, and that's why they hate it. They would, I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm just talking about the lore. They hate it. They would love unstable isotopes. That's a funny little bit of world building. Hold on. Y'all remember the war that devours the world? The gentry that has weapons and soldiers from every era marching on other gentry, and all it cares about is meat for the grinder? You escape, great. Anyway. So I had a funny question for Bear. And that question was, would they use an atomic bomb? And in my mind, it was sort of a pseudo joke. It was like, for them, having to bring out the bomb is like bringing out like the bottles of Chardonnay that you've had in your fucking cabinet for the last 15 years. It's like, oh man, we're really getting into it this time. Let's fucking pop the corks and get going. It's like, I get to bring out the fun stuff. That's what I thought. And like the joke conclusion of that being that Caspian's demanding to be taken back to the circus, yelling at Warren, and then there's a flash of light and a mushroom cloud in the distance as the circus gets nuked. And that's the funny hypothetical. But here was the actual ruling. And I think it's fascinating because it's not something that was from like the war that devoured the world, since that was from first edition that Bear has been using in the setting. Bear's ruling was that the Fae have no interest, or they don't use the atomic bomb, because it is the one thing that mankind has managed to do to surpass the Fae's own cruelty. In this one respect, mankind has managed to develop something crueler than the Fae could have conceived. And they have no interest in touching it. I think that's interesting. I like that. They don't want it. They're like, wow, that's fucked up even for us. How horrible would, like, if mankind could, like, as a collective, understand the concept of the Fae and hear their response. I mean, like, wow. Y'all say we're bad, but you made that? Yikes. Isn't that crazy? I love that idea. Just like you have, like, you know, that's a bridge too far even for them. I love that. That's such an interesting way to characterize the war that devours the world as a gentry in general. I like that. Originally, vampires weren't deathly allergic to sunlight. In my mind, like, the nuke wouldn't have worked anyway. They're magical beings from beyond the scope of human understanding. If you were to somehow be able to get a nuke there or do anything with it, or if they used a nuke on one of their brethren, it would have little effect except to harm those on the ground like the Lost. Their captured changelings might be inflicted with some form of suffering or pain, but the gentry themselves would be ill-affected or very little, like, they would barely even feel it, right? Like, but in the end, I think I like the take of them not even having it. That's way more interesting to me. It also, personal ruling for me that it also takes out the fun. Yeah, exactly. It's like cutting the knot. Like, the joy of the fucking thing is untangling the string. Tugging at a thread here, tugging at a thread there. Like, you know, the strategy of sending your soldiers to battle. If you just drop a nuke, everyone's dead. Fight's over. Where's the fun? That ain't fun. I want to see fucking guts fly. I want this guy to get disemboweled. I want to watch that fucking cannon shell go through 3 different dudes' head and then explode inside someone's house. I don't want it all to get leveled in one go. Where's the fun in that? It's boring. I don't want to win. I want to watch the action figures hit each other. That too. I fully think that they're attacking not because they want to destroy or fight over or bowl over the other gentry. They just want to have the fun. The battle is the fun part. Yeah. And apparently the IRL cultural reason to why Fae are weak to iron is because it represents human industry and nature destruction. Makes sense. Yeah. And also, apparently, the reason vampires are weak to light is that it was an original invention of the Nosferatu film. The original Nosferatu film. I didn't know that. So it's a relatively recent vampire weakness, then. Is it? relative, I say recent in air quotes, the Nosferatu film is old, but, like, that's still in the last, like, 100-something years. That's right, baby. Bad war. It's very interesting. It's interesting how some of these cultural touchstones regarding, like, folklore are a lot more recent than we realize sometimes. I feel like there's more examples of that I know, but I don't know them off the top of my head. I have a question about your guy, the one who's trying to prove that the supernatural is real. You have a question about Lou Abbott. What do you got a question about? What are you asking? I think iron is just so smelly. Are you Faye? I didn't invite you into this house. Don't try to trick me with any wordplay now. The idea that you're like, I know that you're Faye because you think iron smells bad. Oh, I don't like the iron. It's just so smelly. You get it away. We talked about, like, could a changeling you Faye investigating? Am I or they? No, I'm not. I just thought it was funny. It's like iron smelly. Like, that being a giveaway for someone being Faye is really funny to me. It's a concept. Vampires are the classical monster that have been given a bunch of additional weaknesses over the course of different interpretations. The vampire patch notes are a laundry list of nerfs and debuffs. Tragic, really. God, this game's dog shit. Man, I miss the vampire meta. It was so much better when it came out and they released that. This hero shooter sucks. Now they've got weakness to silver and sunlight and werewolves, apparently, for some reason. And that one's real controversial, because, like, fuck, man. God damn it. Cutting the knot. The alternative metaphor isn't just about taking the easy, unorthodox way out. It's about choosing a course of action and dedication to it with no option to take it back. You could retie a knot. You can't uncut it. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, am I being schooled on metaphors? I know cutting the knot is not... I wasn't using it correctly, but I was just... The visual of, like, taking the quick path, I suppose. Yeah, fine, fair enough. Would he have, like, stick made of peach wood and iron and silver studs? I don't know, honestly, because I don't know the nature of vampires and werewolves in the setting of World of Darkness. Lou would know, and whether he knew or not would determine whether he had those kinds of items. But I don't even know if necessarily Lou is, like, the confrontational type, right? Based on how that last game went, you might have thought otherwise. He does have a salt gun that looks like a goddamn Kids Next Door contraption, because he's learned the one thing that sea salt works on ghosts, and he has that on lock just in case. But generally he's not the one. He's not gonna run in and stab a vampire through the heart or fire silver bullets at the werewolf. He's more likely to be like, oh my god, it's real. Take a picture and then grab his friends or anyone who's there if he doesn't have any friends and just book it to get out. Like, get the proof and leave. We're not here to fucking destroy the supernatural. We're here to prove it's real. Let's see. God, I really hate how OBS doesn't let me scroll back up sometimes. Let me see. Where is it? I ran a mage who had a shotgun shell filled with rock salt, iron shavings, silver shavings, and depleted uranium. The sure thing. Just in case. I gotta make sure that motherfucker's dead. You know, you never know. Are there any fake creatures weak to radiation? This is a question we really need to be asking. If you nuke a vampire, do they die? I would assume yes. Like, if they're vulnerable to bright light, I imagine the brightest light you could create as a human being, aside from the unmatched power of the sun, would be at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. Also, they take AGG from fire. Yeah, so they would be dead. They would be super duper ultra dead like 7,000 times over. Here we are doing the fucking, like, the SCP battle for the best fucking cryptid now. It's like, we don't need to be as like, does a nuke work? Where are you gonna get a nuke, bud? This ain't that video game about building a nuclear warhead in your backyard. You don't got access to that shit. Who knows? Maybe the fucking Maybe the powers that be are already aware that the nukes don't do anything, so they don't bother firing them. The idea of them having a shotgun shell full of just these different, like, anathemas to various supernatural elements, and then just depleted uranium, just in case, is deeply amusing to me. Silver makes no sense as a weakness if you don't have holiness in your setting. The reason why those things work is because they were believed to be inherently holy. I mean, there's probably ways to spin it. Belief has power. And there's other ways to make it work in this setting as well, as like, I suppose, contracts and stuff. So, a werewolf made a pact with the moon. Is that the reason werewolves are weak to... What is that in the context of? I can't seem to find it. Also, I forgot to be playing fucking music. Been so quiet in here for like fucking hours, it seems. World of Darkness werewolves, yeah. Oh, yeah! Okay, yeah, no, so they made a pact with the moon. Silver is a very pure metal in general. People used to keep silver dollars in their water cans to prevent bacterial buildup. Yeah. It is really cool to learn this stuff, because I didn't know this. It's interesting to see how some elements of folklore are derived from some real-world truth. That's really, really fascinating. It's also the reason vampires are considered weak to mirrors. Yes, yeah, I remember this. I don't even have to read the rest of it, because, like, OG mirrors, they were silver-backed. Like, the reflective surface underneath the glass was silver. And since vampires were, like, weak to silver, or it was like an anathema to them, effectively, it just did not reflect. It did not give them a reflection. Yeah. Which I always thought was really cool. Which makes me wonder why they decided to develop that into, like, photographs, too. Because, like, I don't think they use silver in photography. Like, as far as I'm aware, I don't think silver plays a part in any of, like, the lenses or, like, even the development process. So, like, there's not, like, by the logic of the folklore, the only reason a vampire wouldn't appear in a photo is because people are associating a mirror and a reflection as an image that retains it's like retaining an image of the creature. And, like, if it doesn't retain it in a mirror, then it wouldn't retain it in photos. Yeah. Oh, also as a funny generalization, the power scaling community hates the SCP wiki. There's no canon, and anyone who writes for it can just say anything and it can be taken as canon, which makes them mad. I mean, I imagine. I've seen so much SCP versus SCP, and it's like, power scaling stuff is so boring to me. That's why, like, again, the nuke thing was a joke. It's like, LOL, what if the fucking war that devoured the world had a nuke? It's the ultimate weapon of war, but it's like, yeah, no, that's boring. I imagine they probably wouldn't use the most advanced stuff because it makes the battle end faster. It makes sense that they would have, like, World War I tanks and maybe, like, the old propeller, like the old prop planes that they used in World War I, you know, chariots and stuff, like, older stuff, anything beyond, I think, World War I, maybe World War II, I could see them using. But any modern weaponry, like drones and... just like nuclear armaments and stuff would make the conflict end way too quickly and be way less interesting than having it drawn out and miserable for all involved. People used to believe that cameras captured souls, and vampires don't have those. I'm a dipshit. You're so right. One of my favorite horror games of all time literally opens, like, you know, some folks believe, like, Native Americans believed that cameras would steal your soul. It's like, well, it's a good thing that's not true. That's like a fucking arc word. They say it twice in the game. It's a fucking important moment. Both times. You'd think I would have fucking remembered that. Yeah, you're right. It's because they don't have souls. Looked it up. Photography had silver chloride, but it is as Common Zero says. Yeah. Because copper can be used to kill mimics, and also copper coins were put in vampires' mouths to keep them dead long enough to be used for deterring demons and ghosts when made into chimes. Folklore is cool. I have a sudden desire to watch the Hugh Jackman Van Helsing movie. That movie rules. It's not a good movie, but I think it's a good movie. In the name of God, open this door. What a fucking movie. It had a goddamn, like, rapid-fire crossbow. I also didn't realize copper killed mimics. Since when was that canon? I didn't process that initially. You've never seen the Hugh Jackman's Van Helsing? Really? Tech, I'm about to call you a name on stream. A name that you're familiar with being referred to as in others' private spaces. I am giving you this warning to opt out. Do you not want to be called this thing? If so, I will refrain. You know what I mean. It starts with a funny little F, and it's not something naughty, chat, you fucking losers. And I love how some of the vampire thing and others were forgotten entirely, like their obsession with counting. A small pile of rice at your doorstep was said to keep a vampire standing there counting the grains until the sun rose and killed them. No, it's fine, go ahead. Of all the people to not have seen the Hugh Jackson Van Helsing movie, Tech, it is shocking to me that fucking Filmbo hasn't seen it. Filmbo, the lover of films, the one with opinions on movies, and you haven't seen the Van Helsing movie with Hugh Jackman? Crazy. Shocking. I'm appalled, honestly. If you're ever talking about first national supernatural stuff, never say the name of... Dutchling, I am well aware, Dutchling. That is a thing that I frequently correct people on when I see it. There are some people that even have it in their usernames or just say it out loud willy-nilly. I am not a superstitious person, but I respect the culture, and I also think there's nothing wrong with a healthy bit of caution and, you know, better safe than sorry. As far as I recall, because I had an old friend who was Native American, and one of the biggest things you don't want to do when it comes to, like, things relevant to, like, spirits and that kind of culture and is do not speak its name because you are invoking it. You are inviting it. You are calling it forth. Doing so is not good. It's not only just disrespectful to those who have this belief system, it is also fundamentally, if this were a true thing, you are inviting that danger into your home and your life and the lives of people around you. It's cultural appropriation, and if you were to believe, has an actual dangerous outcome. For me, it's the cultural thing. Respect the culture. But I also do genuinely hold to the belief of, like, there's no sense in, like, taunting powers that be, whether you know they're real or not, whether you believe them or not. You suffer no harm by being careful. I researched that stuff from TikTok who said not to say it in some PSA vids, and then uploaded several of Jim saying it a year later. But, chat, it is 11:30. I think it's too late to get a thing done. I forgot, actually, that's going to be tomorrow anyway. I wanted to work on more art, but, blah, blah, blah. I don't have the energy. Like, the time has passed. My sleepy energy is too strong, and I'm just a little guy, and I'm gonna go curl up in my kitty tree and go EB time. I might hang out with some friends afterward if they are indeed available, but... Gang, thank you for being here. Thank you all for being so fucking generous as well. Sincerely, like, holy shit. Like, and y'all want to know the best part? Unless I'm mistaken. Because it is not August yet, y'all's generosity falls under this month's window, which means by the middle of August, y'all's generosity will pay out for real, and I can actually use it for something instead of having to wait until September. So, we'll see if that rings true, but for now... I have yapped myself nearly hoarse. My voice isn't in bad shape, but I've talked a lot over the last week. Yap, 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 and I need to rest my little voice box a little. I'll probably still hang out in calls and stuff, but it should be fine. A cup of tea, some water, maybe a lozenge. We'll be back in business. But it was great. Thank you for listening. Everyone say goodbye to Caspian. Be nice to him. He's had it rough. Say nice things about him. This is your required homework. And by homework, I mean you're doing it now before I let you out of the classroom. I like his hat. Bye, Caspian. You are very talented. Goodbye, pretty fish boy. All right. While y'all are doing that, let's see. Who is a streaming right now? Oh, damn, I forgot. Next week, I'm not going to raid Kaz because I don't want to spoil it. And I also don't want to, like, do any cross-contamination here in case y'all want to watch me play it. Endocopia's out, baby! I've been waiting for that shit for years! I can't remember the name of the dev, but it's a unique and interesting and, like, quirky-looking point-and-click adventure game that I played as a demo all the way back in 2023, or 2024. And it's finally out. Andyland finally got it released, and I'm really excited to play it. So, I think, normally I would save that for Spooky Month, because it's kind of like a spooky-adjacent thing. But let's be real, man. I don't want to wait that long. I want to play it now. So we're going to play it now. We'll have that next week. Next week's plans, depending on the energy and whether my fixation has simmered down to a more, like, reasonable level, we will be doing Endocopia, as well as Klonoa and Klonoa 2, but specifically the originals and not the remake that they released on Steam. From there, maybe White Knuckle, maybe more info dumping, I don't know. But tomorrow we will not be doing any 4 Gears. I'm going to let the gang know about that and apologize for my absence. Tomorrow I might not even stream, but if we do, it's going to be in the afternoon or later in the evening, and we are going to make it a shorter one, but I'm going to share with you game number 1, our one-shot, that Bear ran with me, Vivian, and Spooky, called Never Going Home. That is the name of the one-shot. I'll give you a little teaser. There is a party being hosted at an old house on the hill at the edge of Pinevale. In the 90s, all the way back in the 90s, a paranormal investigator TV show crew vanished inside that house and was never seen again. Their van was found outside, abandoned. To this day, it is a mystery as to what happened to this crew. Lou heard the legends of this house even before the accident, but afterward, upon being proven to him that the supernatural was real, he learned to stay away. But he has done his research. In the last few years, or more recently, a rich family, the Alexanders, have moved in to the house, flipped it, renovated it, and are hosting a party. A party that they did not send invites to. No invites were sent out. It's just people in town heard and said they were going. And Lou is using this opportunity to investigate. He's never been to this house before. Meanwhile, Margaret, the town darling, 17 years old, has been dragged here by her rich parents to hobnob, and she fucking hates it. And early on, before the party begins, a local beatnik, I wouldn't say beatnik, but a ruffian or someone who has beef with the daughter of this rich family, Vesper Alexander, has chosen to sneak onto the property and break inside with the intent to steal something of value from this person. All 3 of these individuals have never met, but they will be our players in this upcoming game. In any case, I'll see you guys tomorrow, or I won't. We are going to raid. I guess Kazi's really the only person live this late. God damn, y'all. I mean, there's definitely other people live right now. Okay, that's, don't know who you are. Why are you in my list? Who even are you? Who were you? You are so far removed from the kind of content creators I follow. I'm confused why I'm following like an anime girl. Nothing against anime girls, just confusing. Oh, Tech! Pie Pixie! Pie Pixie's cool. I briefly saw them on Skelly's stream a while ago. I wanted to attack them, but I didn't end up getting to it. Neku? Do I know this person, Shinobi? It's probably one of Cassie's friends. I'm dumb and I'm not super familiar. I'm not familiar with everyone. Also, Fritter, you heading out?
Bye-bye.
See you later, bud. I don't have them in my list, but I'll type them up, I suppose. Have I met them before is the thing. Oh, they're streaming Final Fantasy. Like, I'd rather not risk that. They're gonna definitely be in some spoiler-laden areas. Otherwise, I wouldn't necessarily be against it, but, you know. Maybe this is a night. Maybe this is a night that I let you scatter to the winds. Normally, Boo would be streaming it around this time, but I don't see him. I hope he's doing okay. But, what do you want? What demands do you have of me this time, your majesty? Yeah. Normally I don't like just scattering you to the winds. Feels weird, feels bad. Was Boo live earlier? Well, I'm gonna scatter you to the winds. Stay away from the dark places. The forgotten archways in the woods, the rings of mushrooms, the tangled branches of the trees at the edge of your backyard. Darkened doorways and empty houses. Broken mausoleums. Graveyards. Watch your step. You never know when you might cross over from our world into a world of horror. Until next time, everybody, stay out of trouble!